All right, we're going to begin with this story. An actor named Derek Dixon is suing Tyler Perry for $260 million, alleging sexual harassment, assault, and retaliation during his time working on Perry's shows The Oval and Ruthless. Dixon claims Perry initially promised him a career advancement and creative opportunities, but later subjected him to escalating sexual harassment when Dixon did not reciprocate Perry's advances. Dixon alleges that Perry sexually assaulted him multiple times, including at Perry's home and during a cast trip to the Bahamas. The complaint claims Perry warned Dixon that his character would be killed off if he didn't comply, and Dixon's character was indeed shot at the end of his first season. Dixon says that Perry's team later offered him a raise and the chance to produce his own show as an attempt to keep him involved. Perry's attorney dismissed the allegations, calling them fabricated.
Scurrilous.
And scurrilous. And
we will not accept these allegations. They're ridiculous and scurrilous.
And he called Dixon someone trying to, quote, set up a scam.
I'm just curious, was scurrilous in your copy there that you're reading?
No.
Okay.
No. It was added. Dixon.
For effect.
Yeah, and we need that. We need a scurrilous effect. Dixon claims to have suffered from severe mental health issues, including PTSD, as a result of the alleged abuse.
And many other letters.
He is seeking not just PTSD. No, he is seeking a jury trial and $260 million in damages.
So I wonder what the story is here. You take these things on face value, and I mean the character was killed off, but that is not.
Yeah, but he
they
was
kill characters.
Maybe he
apparently
was mad that the character was killed off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But he was also offered an opportunity. I think, just judging on the copy that you were reading, Preston, it sounds like he was killed off, but also killed off perhaps so that he could, if that character wasn't killed off, then he would be stuck doing that. And it said he had some opportunities to advance his career in other ways. I think maybe Tyler killed the character off to help him further his career. It said it in the copy there.
I don't know. This guy's saying the opposite, so I don't know. All right, Jason Segel is officially off the market. Sources spilled to the Daily Mail that the How I Met Your Mother star apparently popped the question to dancer and actress Kayla Radomski in the dreamy rose garden at the Huntington Library in California.
I love you.
The couple, who have been together for 2 years, reportedly followed up an emotional moment with a private dinner in the Rose Garden to celebrate.
Your vows were scurrilous and unsubstantiated. Oh, wait, wrong story.
Radomski is known for previously being one of Taylor Swift's backup dancers. And she actually finished fourth on So You Think You Can Dance.
Who the hell are you?
While Segel has kept their relationship private over the years, Radomski proudly showed her love for Segel in some key social media posts. She most recently cheered the shrinking star's first Golden Globes nomination, saying, "I'm beyond proud of you and cannot wait to see all that is ahead. I love you beyond words."
That's cool. I kind of thought he would keep working the Bachelor thing for a long time. He seemed to have that going, but he found someone special. Found his gal.
The two made their red carpet debut at the 2024 Golden Globes. Tom Cruise, Dolly Parton, Debbie Allen, and Wynn Thomas are all set to receive honorary Academy Awards at the 2025 Governors Awards.
Wow.
Cruise, Allen, and Thomas are getting Academy Honorary Awards. And Parton, meanwhile, will be given the Jean Hirschlot Humanitarian Award.
So Cruise and Parton worked on 8 to 3 together.
8 to 3?
Yeah, which was the sequel
to 9 to 5. Wow.
Wait, has Tom, he's never won?
I was about to ask that question.
He's been nominated for Born on the 4th of July.
Jerry Maguire.
Rain Man, perhaps.
Okay.
Was he nominated for Magnolia?
He should have been.
He should have been.
It's an amazing performance.
Incredible in that.
Best supporting, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Top Gun? He was probably.
No,
Well,
that scene.
Best picture.
The crying, from Top Gun?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, Maverick.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
So that scene where his dad is dying, Jason Robards in Magnolia, just came up because I follow a couple of movie highlight accounts on Instagram, and that scene came up. Man, I had forgotten how incredibly powerful he was in that.
He's good.
It's just amazing. So
he's good.
It's great that he's getting at least an honorary Academy Award for this. So, Academy President Janet Yang praised Cruz for his incredible commitment to our filmmaking community, Parton for her unwavering dedication to charitable efforts, and Alan as a trailblazing choreographer and actor, and Thomas for their visionary eye and mastery of his craft in a statement in the 16th Annual Governor's Awards, which will take place on November 16th. So that'll be coming up later this year. I was really bummed out to see this. Chef Anne Burrell died. The Food Network icon. You guys, you may not know the name. You would recognize her. She's got this white platinum hair that goes kind of straight up. And she passed away. The Food Network icon and longtime host of The Worst Cooks in America passed yesterday morning at her home in New York. No cause of death has been shared at the time. After a lengthy career in the kitchen, she segued first to first teaching, then to television, starting as a sous chef on Iron Chef America, eventually landing her own show, Secrets of a Restaurant Chef, which ran for 9 seasons. She also appeared in shows including Chopped, Chef Wanted, and Food Network star, most recently competing in House of Knives earlier this year. She's only 55 years old.
I have to imagine that Mark Summers who's on in a bit, might have crossed her.
Maybe.
They might have crossed paths over the years.
Maybe, but it was sad to see, and there's no word on why she passed. As
so
of
sad.
Yet. So maybe we'll find out in the next few days. But that was just terrible news to see that. All right, Meghan Markle's Confessions of a Female Founder podcast is going on.
What?
Yeah. So that the Duchess
How does it end?
of Sussex can take care of her other business interests. Of course, she explained this on another podcast.
Of course.
While she said that while she's thrilled that so many want second season of her podcast, she said, I need to focus on my business. That business includes, but is not limited to, production of her Netflix series With Love Meghan and her popular As Ever brand, along with being a mom to 2 young children.
Today, I'm going to make tapioca.
As to whether the podcast will return, Markle said, I would love to bring the show back when I am at a different end of my founder journey, mentioning late in the year or even
for my founder journey
longer than that. What the hell is a founder journey?
Tapioca. Maybe that's the journey she's on.
She's founding a company and several companies, and so she is a founder.
Okay, a founder.
Yeah.
All right, well, yay.
Big ups.
Just said yay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, yay.
After some confusion... What are we doing?
It's their founder journey.
Okay, gotcha. After some confusion about their newborn child's name, we now know the given name of Machine Gun Kelly and Megan Fox's, quote, celestial seed.
Celestial seed.
That's what many people thought the child's name was, which he subsequently denied, and Machine Gun Kelly did.
Babe, go get a towel. I got some celestial seed in your hair.
Now, however, the musician is coming clean, so he captioned an Instagram video yesterday with Saga Blade Fox Baker.
That's
Saga was a band.
Yeah.
If you remember
Saga
that.
Blade
Yeah.
Fox Sager?
No, Fox Baker.
Fox
So
Baker.
that's the hyphenated last name.
Okay.
Megan Fox and
Alpha Bravo Charlie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And but Saga Blade is what they're going with. Yep. So yeah, whatever.
Whatever.
Yep. Yay.
Yay.
Saga Blade. I'm
It's
sorry.
a tough one.
It's such a. They're such tryhards.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Saga Blade.
No, you know what it sounds like?
Yeah.
Street Fighter. Saga Blade.
Saga.
Yep.
Yoga. Fire.
Yeah. It sounds like it would be
Tiger uppercut.
Saga Blade.
Tiger uppercut. Yoga fire. Tiger uppercut.
Saga Blade.
Yoga flame. Yoga flame. Tiger uppercut.
All right, moving on. Now I can't get out of this entertainment report without mentioning Love Island. I mean,
Oh, my
come on.
God. No.
During Sunday night's episode of Love Island USA, Paige DeSorbo, who was a guest hosting a challenge for the show as it filmed in Fiji, suddenly exited with no explanation.
I literally gasped.
And now the reality star is revealing what happened on her Giggly Squad podcast yesterday.
The world is collapsing.
Giggly squad.
Yeah.
Get the hell out of here.
I understand that she is leaving that show to go to a new show called Love Some.
So she revealed halfway through the filming, she fell ill.
Oh.
She said, it's a long filming day, and we started pretty early. And she said, The sun starts beating down on me pretty aggressively. I'm like an hour and a half into filming, and I'm like, you know what? Real quick, I'm feeling a little bit queasy, so let me take a moment to myself.
I'm going home. My tummy hurts. I'm going home. I'm leaving Love Island. I'm going home.
Are you looking at his face when he does that?
I'm going home. I'm leaving Love Island. I'm going home.
I've known you for almost 30 years. I've never seen
That's my Love Island face.
Are we on YouTube? Are we? Yes. All right. Thank you.
I'm leaving Love Island. I'm going home. Can you do that on a job when you're doing a show? Just go, I don't feel so good. I'm going home.
I'm Tom Brokaw. I'm not going to finish this. I don't feel good. I'm going home. I don't know.
Who breaks out in the Middle East? Find out about it from someone else. I don't feel good. I'm going home.
Oh, my God. I'm watching you on, they pulled up the YouTube feed. He's right.
Boy.
It's a fun face. She said, let me take a moment to myself. I throw up, she said. And she would eventually end up passing out and exiting stage left, leaving viewers wondering. So apparently that happened on Love Island USA.
Is the missus watching that?
No,
one?
that's not one of our shows.
Okay.
One
Love
of
is
our shows.
Blind is the one that she likes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it. All right, a fourth Harold and Kumar movie is in the works with Kal Penn and John Cho expected to return. No word on if Neil Patrick Harris will be back
got to.
at this time.
He's got to be. I mean, he was hilarious in all of them.
No deals have been finalized on the cult classic comedy, but the original writers John Hurwitz and Hayden Schlossberg are set to direct the next installment. The duo shared in a statement to The Hollywood Reporter that they are fired up to bring Harold and Kumar back in a return to the unapologetically R-rated, smoke-filled chaos that started it all.
Every one of them has been good, and I contend that their Christmas movie, the third one, the 3D movie, is one of the absolute best and some of the best 3D you'll ever see.
Neil Patrick Harris is only in.
He's in all of them.
Oh, okay. He is
in the
in all of
second
them.
one. He gets Beverly D'Angelo's running a brothel and shoots him, and he comes running out
right.
and gets shot in the back.
Was that Harold and Kumar escape from Guantanamo Bay?
Yes,
Okay. So, they're looking to do this, and no word yet as to when it's happening, but they've got the two mains on board for it, so we'll see when that rolls out. Land of the Lost is apparently getting a reboot set to come to Netflix. The reboot is said to be in the early stages of development at this time, and the show starred Spencer Milligan as Rick Marshall, who is transported back in time to the prehistoric era along with his son and daughter, Will and Holly.
Yeah.
They deal with dinosaurs, lizard men or Sleestaks, and more. Land of the Lost also got the movie treatment in 2009. It was a comedy with Will Ferrell, Danny McBride,
Which I like.
and others. And the OG original version was a Saturday morning TV show in the 70s.
Which I loved.
And it built a large cult following. Yes, I was a fan of that as well.
And the thing is, it was just a routine expedition, Preston.
Yep, that's it.
But what
But it was the
did,
greatest earthquake ever known.
ever known, they folded in all sorts of science fiction.
Yeah.
They were like wormhole stuff and multiverses and stuff. They're doing all that stuff on Saturday morning kid shows.
All right, so with this, would you prefer something that was like obviously super updated and or would you want something
retro?
retro-y?
You know what? I would take it as just do a riff on what they did and make it a really go hardcore on the sci-fi and the folding of all that stuff together.
I'd say current day.
Yeah.
Okay.
But and update that version of it. But with the effects now, they can. I mean, it was so basic in what they used. Casey, they had this time travel thing with these crystals that you would move around, and
some of the Sleestaks talked and were very much like this, and the other ones were.
and the effects were just really lame. But it was actually pretty good storytelling.
It was very good storytelling.
Listen, at that time, I didn't care that the effects were. I got scared. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, oh my God, monsters!
They had a T-Rex that was, there was one that they had sort of was a quasi-pet.
Yeah.
Would still kill him, but they treated him.
That's right. What was the name of that?
Like Gimpy or Gumpy or
that is a good. It might be Gumpy, Steve.
something like that. I don't think that's
Wow.
it, but similar.
All right, Nick is going to look up name of the dinosaur pet on Land of the Lost. Now I need to know this.
It was a T-Rex, Nick.
Dopey.
Dopey.
There you go.
There you go.
All right. Let's see. What else we have here? The upcoming NCIS spinoff, NCIS Tony and Ziva, is officially set to premiere on September 4th.
The name of the show is NCIS Tony and Siva?
Yeah, that's correct. Tony and Ziva. Yep. The debut will be a big one as the series will kick off with 3 episodes dropping on Paramount Plus and new episodes dropping on Thursdays each week until the season finale on October 23rd. It is the first NCIS series that will not air on CBS, though it's always possible they may get a special airing on the network at some point.
So is this a popular character on the show?
2 of them. Yeah.
Tony and
Ziva.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so there was always sexual tension between these two. And
I see.
I love the gal who plays Ziva. Cote de Pablo is her name. She's a beautiful woman and a talented singer, too, actually. But they said in a joint statement, she and Michael Weatherly, who plays Tony, said, we're beyond excited to finally share Tony and Ziva's next chapter with incredible fans around the world who never stopped believing that this day would come. So we
Don't stop believing, right?
Don't stop, yep. Let me see. There was one other thing that I wanted to mention. Oh, yeah, Stanley Tucci's Tucci in Italy is being brought back for a second season. Nat Geo has announced a docuseries. We'll get a 5-episode sophomore season. In the second season, Tucci will venture for the first time to Le Marche while revisiting Sicily, Veneto, Campania, and Sardinia. The actor and foodie will meet local chefs, historians, farmers, winemakers, and artisans to uncover the lesser-known culinary rituals that define each region. Last month, season 1 of the series won at the Critics' Choice Real TV Awards for Best Limited Series.
You know what I'd love to do? Start a series with him, similar approach to what he's doing with this, but have him go to popular truck stops.
Okay. And try those out and see what kind of...
I'm at a place called Stuckey's.
Yeah, cuisine. We'll see. All right, we're ready for the clip, so here we go. On Miss Pat Settles It, the outspoken comedian rules on real cases with help from a jury of friends, family, and guest comics. And here, Miss Pat talks about what makes her show stand out. Here we go.
I truly believe I created a space for people who don't like going to court, but like coming to my court. So I tell people all the time, you're going to love coming to court with me because it's funny. Nobody go to jail. You might lose a little bit. I'm probably going to curse you out, but it's all in love.
New episode of Miss Pat Settles It airs tonight. That's on BET.
And I just want to mention this because I was trying hard to get her on the show this week, and just scheduling wise, it
Miss
didn't.
Pat?
Yeah,
we love her.
Didn't work out, but she's got a show coming up at the Tropicana this weekend, so I wanted to promote that. We love Miss Pat. We've had her on a number of times.
She's always great.
Unfortunately, just our calendars weren't syncing up, and so this was a great opportunity for me to promote the event that she's got going on in Atlantic City this weekend.
Cool. All right, we have another clip to play. Castle Impossible follows Daphne and Ian as they renovate a 500-year-old castle in France that she unexpectedly inherited from her grandfather. And here the couple talk about how the magic of television makes the project look simple.
For me, the part that's the most challenging is just the scale. It's just everything is huge. And so we're like, okay, let's do a little project. And then we're like, okay, this little project is huge.
Yeah, you gotta love the editors. There's so much blood, sweat, and tears in between that hour.
Shut the f*** up!
The season finale of Castle Impossible is available now on HGTV. And the man who yelled, "Shut the F up," will be joining us in just a few minutes.
There we go.
Okay.
Before we head into break, I would like to circle back to 2 quick things. The first
please.
is, Steve, we were slightly off. Grumpy was the T-Rex. Dopey was the Brontosaurus.
There we go.
So you were right that there was a T-Rex, but we got that name wrong. And then a listener pointed this out, and I just have to say that this publicly. Bill Lambier of the Detroit Pistons, played a slee stack when he was a young kid on the series Land of the Lost.
Stop it.
That's great.
Before he went to Notre Dame. So I
Do you
just
see how much we draw from Land of the Lost?
that was a fact that I had no idea existed. I looked it up, and in fact, he was once a slee stack on Land of the
So
Lost.
Grumpy and Dopey.
Grumpy and Dopey were the two dinosaurs, and Bill Lambier was a slee stack.
Wow.
Yeah.
Excellent.
There
All
we
right.
go.
Thank you very much, gents. All right, a couple things I need to make you aware of. We have a special thing that's happening on YouTube this morning at some point during the program. If you watch on our YouTube channel and feed, you will see a special keyword and directions for you as well. That will lead you to possibly winning a $100 Acme gift card. So watch this morning, keep an eye on the page, and look for the keyword to pop up from time to time, and you can enter it on the contest page, WMMR.com. So don't forget to look at the YouTube feed today. Also, there was a guest that we didn't get a chance to mention. As I said, Mark Summers is going to be here in a little while, but I'm very much looking forward to our 10 o'clock hour interview because it is one of my all-time favorite drummers, Steve Smith of Journey, is going to be joining us. He is actually, he has a drum clinic. His group, Vital Information, which is an incredible jazz group, is going to be playing a show on the 28th, and he is doing a drum clinic beforehand at Windish Studios in Westchester. So he's going to be checking in with us today a little bit after 10 o'clock during music news. So
Cool, very cool.
Can't wait to talk to him. I had a really cool personal encounter with him probably in 1987. Which was really cool.
Are you have the video of you playing Journey? Were you going to try to get it
I'll
over
see
to
if
me?
Marissa can get.
I think you would enjoy that.
If you can see me doing a drum cover of the song Escape from Journey. And then one last thing, let's give away a 4-pack of tickets to join us for the Hershey Park live broadcast 1 week from tomorrow. The sweetest place on earth. We'll take caller number 16 at 610-660-9333. And you will get early admission to watch the show and access to some of the rides and attractions before the general public. And in fact, if you go to WMMR.com and click on contest, there is all the information and another chance for you to win as well. So don't miss your opportunity. It's from Hershey Park this summer. Go all in. 15 coasters. Makes the largest collection in the Northeast. And of course, they have the new ride, the Twizzlers Twisted Gravity, that we'll be checking out. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Know something about what you do that everybody needs to know. And to give you an example, there's a lot of good ones on this list, and I'll lead with this one. This is what you and the people that work in your industry understand, but the people who don't work in your industry probably need to know. And
I love stuff like this.
This first one is from emergency room workers. It says emergency rooms are not first come, first serve business. We triage you for a reason, and you cannot cut the line in front of somebody with a more serious complaint just because you got here first. And listen, I have been in that situation where you sit in the emergency room for eternity, and you're like, I got here before them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just because his head was cut off?
Right.
Wow.
But you may not know what's going on with that
You don't
person,
know.
and they need to get in there.
We went into it was a CHOP emergency room. It wasn't down in the city. It was actually the one out in King of Prussia, and it was a 3-hour wait. And as we were sitting there, it was when Jace. I think we talked about it. You guys remember? Jace got poison ivy, and it was like spreading on his body. Like I was like watching it spread. It was everywhere. So we walked in, and they were like, "Okay, it's going to be a 3-hour wait." And then I went back up, and I'm like, his eyes were swollen. I'm like, it's all over. Like, how do we not know it's in his throat? And they were like, okay, come on back. Like, I think the second I thought, like, I mentioned, like, could it affect the breathing or whatever?
Right.
And we went right back. But I remember, like, the poor other kids in the waiting room, like, looking at when I walked out, I'm like, they're probably like, these freaking people. Like, they went right back. But she's like, we have to check them to make sure.
Should have walked out
that
and said, say it's affecting your breathing.
Yeah. Say it's affecting your breathing.
So feel free to call and let us know. Here's another example. An airport worker, and this says, yes, your flight is in fact delayed due to weather. Yes, I also understand it's a gorgeous day here and at your destination airport. What you don't understand is that the airplane is coming from New York, and they had weather there. So, while it might seem like, why isn't this? Come on, there's a reason for it.
I also
by the way, 215-263 WMMR, the number.
I also want the things we're told that aren't necessarily true. The way they manage, the way they manage and meet our expectations.
What about when Marissa and I flew back from Chicago and they were like,
"Oh, right.
we don't know where your pilot is."
Yes.
Oh,
shouldn't you at least have a general idea? Is he in the States?
If you need us, we'll be at the bar.
And that's where you find the pilot.
Here's another one from a photographer. It says, no, I can't grab your iPhone and take a picture to match my best studio works, even if it's the most recent model of an iPhone. Also, yes, I do charge money just to take a picture.
That's great.
There was, here's Nick. This will speak to you and Andrea because she's an artist, your girlfriend. This one, and I sent you a chain of emails from people who are trying to get free stuff from artists. It says, this one says, pencils are expensive. Prints are expensive. Proper paper is expensive, and it takes a lot of time to do a painting. So, no, I can't give it to you for free for exposure. Yeah. Because that's thing people beg artists, look, I'll post it on social media. I'll plug this, and so on and so on. And artists want free stuff from artists all the time.
Artists of all types too. I mean, musicians, painters, sculptors, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's like, we'll put it out there. We'll give you exposure, and that's enough to pay you. Well, no, I need to get paid for my time and my work.
There's one time where that will hold water when they don't pay halftime performers at the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Because, you're legitimately getting exposure.
If you're Snoop Dogg, it's cool.
All right, let me get some calls here. I'm going to go to Janet, who is an ER nurse. Hi, Janet. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. Janet, what is it that people need to know about your line of work?
Just because they come in on a stretcher with an ambulance does not mean that they're automatically going to get a bed in the emergency room. They may still go out in the waiting room.
Okay. There were a couple of texts that came in saying that just because you take an ambulance doesn't mean that you're going to be seen before everyone else.
I think I would assume that if I came in, that they transported me in an ambulance, that they were going to get me right in.
Yeah. We've had patients that leave, go across the street, call an ambulance, and come in
because they think
they'll get a bed in the back.
Wow.
And they've been waiting in the waiting room.
Gosh.
And we'll recognize the name and be that. No, doesn't happen like that. You go to the bottom of the list, back out in the waiting room you go.
Wow.
So Janet, if to Kathy's point, if someone were to say, I think I'm having breathing problems, I mean, not that we're trying to have you betray the confidences, but would that accelerate their consideration?
It may, but they also are triaged by a qualified nurse that is going to be able to decipher most times whether they're really having breathing problems or they're faking it.
All right, Janet. Well, if you guys ever need help, I'm pretty good with the trach. And if you guys ever get backed up,
you don't want to pretend that you have some kind of a symptom that you don't really have. It's just going to head you down a path.
I had them laugh in my face.
Surprised.
Yeah, when I talked about pregnancy pains, Preston.
Oh, right?
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Let me go to, I have Mike, who is a police officer. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up, man?
So we've all seen a police officer pull up to a light, a traffic light, without his lights on, turn his lights on, go through, turn his lights back off. And everybody assumes they're just abusing their power, driving through the light to get through the light. That's absolutely not true. That 100% of the time they're responding to a medium priority call.
Okay.
Where they don't need their lights for the entire response, but they don't have, the time to wait at the traffic lights.
Yeah. And by the way, and speaking of that, a police officer is sitting in their car all day long. Yeah. Why would they pull up to a light and go, man, I got to get through this light right now. Come on!
Yeah. What's medium priority, officer?
Things like maybe domestic that's not in progress, a fight not in progress, or something like that, a verbal altercation, things like that.
What about like a security alarm?
Those are most of the time are reduced speed calls where we don't use our lights. We get hundreds of those a week.
Oh yeah.
How often do you get the question of do you have a quota for writing speeding tickets?
Every day.
And do you have a quota?
absolutely illegal.
Right.
All right.
Quota.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it, man. Take care. Thanks for the call.
That's a good one. I mean, we've all seen it, and I'm like, well, where's that cop going?
Right. Yeah. What's that? Well, I want one of those.
Probably going someplace to write up quota tickets.
Here is a text says teachers work on average between 45 and 60 hours a week, depending on their position, but do not get paid overtime. We also don't get paid to not work over the summer. We get paid for 10 months, or we can choose to spread that out over 12 months, resulting in smaller but more frequent paychecks.
So how does that work? So they get one flat fee, and they can opt to take that summer break, or they can just get a continuous check at a lower rate of pay.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if your salary, let's just say, is $60,000, you can choose to get that paid over 10 months.
Or 12 months.
Or 12 months.
Can you choose to get it paid over 1 week?
All right, let me go to some other callers with your industry. This is what people in your industry know, but people who are not in your industry, you feel should know. I'm going to go to Chris, who is a mover. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's going on?
Yo, bud. Want to hear your story. What's up, bud?
Yeah, so being in the moving industry, every customer always assumes that they can see and know what fits through what doors and walls.
Okay.
And pretty much every time I'm forced to carry whatever object up, and it never fits.
So everyone, and I think you're probably right, because I end up being sort of the furniture mule for a lot of friends, moving stuff, and you're exactly right. And you, over time, you build up a knowledge of, I can see this, I can see that, it's not going to work, but everyone still thinks, hey, at least give it a try, right?
Yeah, I guess.
No matter what it does to your back or whatever, just go for it.
All right, Chris. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Guys.
That's a hard-working gig right
Absolutely,
there.
man.
I will go next to Jake. Hey, Jake, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you. Jake here, it says you're a music therapist.
Yes. So, I mean, honestly, I feel like a lot of people probably don't even know that that's a career.
Yeah.
The people that do sometimes assume that, like, oh, you make a playlist and put it on an iPod. That's pretty cool. No, that's not at all what I do. No, I go in with my guitar, or I got a piano. I work mainly now with children, and I'm working on communication goals. So it's a very real career that a lot of people probably just don't even know about.
Yep.
Wanted to give a little plug to it.
So do you? And so we have a friend of the show. He and his daughters, Michael and his daughters, Emma, and she is. She's using music as therapy, and
Absolutely.
It seems to be yielding incredible results. Do you find that, Jake?
Absolutely. The kids I work with now just absolutely come alive. Like some of these kids can't really talk or communicate otherwise, and music provides them with a way to express themselves and just have a great time and socialize with their friends. You know, all that good stuff.
So we've often heard it said, and I've seen it in practice, where people who have a stutter, if they sing or if they use music, can get over that. Is there a similar process? Does that work as well with people on the spectrum?
Absolutely. It's like a way of kind of using meter to like regulate speech and all that kind of good stuff. It's just it's really, really cool. And
That's
my
awesome.
Girlfriend's actually my girlfriend's a speech therapist, so we love to trade tricks back and forth.
Oh, very cool. Well, you do good work. You do noble work.
All right. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate it. All right.
Thanks,
so these are
guys.
things you think people should know about your industry. I like this one. This says, I work in biomedical research. The most frustrating thing is that people seem to think that there's one cure for cancer and that the government or big pharma are hiding it. That is such an ignorant statement. Cancer is a collection of hundreds of diseases. Do you really think it is possible to have one cure for hundreds of diseases?
Do you know people who think that?
Why can't they find a cure for cancer? I mean, that's a standard phrase.
We also know
it goes on to say, hang on a second, Casey. It says, I work in biomedical. Oh, that's the same thing over and over. All right, go ahead, Casey.
So I was going to say, obviously we know that big pharma makes big money, and that
there's some issues there.
But my brother is a chemist, and there is also a lot of wasted money, right? So my brother was researching and trying to come up with literally a cure for cancer, and they would spend months, if not years, on reactions, and then they would get to that like final testing stage, and it turns out it didn't work, and everything that they did is scrapped, and they have to start from square one, and that is happening every day, all over the country. And so there's a lot of wasted money. And I don't want to say wasted money, but there's a lot of, wasted
you also
research.
have office parties and things that they require a lot too, like pizza parties.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, a cure for a cancer, right? A type of cancer.
Yeah.
Yes.
And have they cured cancers along the way? Are there ones that used to exist but don't any longer that they have cures for?
Like Dr. Mike says, we're living in amazing times right now.
3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. Our guest, last time we spoke to him was back in December. He came in to tell us about, Hanukkah on the Rocks on the Hallmark Channel.
Which I love.
We all loved,
Yeah.
and we would like to welcome our annual visit with our very good friend, Mr. Mark Summers. is here.
How's everybody? Nice
Good,
to be back here. I
Nice.
called Marissa and I said I have nothing to talk about, but if you need somebody to fill in 15 minutes, she said that was the best pitch she's ever had. So.
Sure. You don't sugarcoat, which is
No.
what we love about you.
No.
And we also determined earlier that we know you come in, obviously just to visit friends and,
Yes.
and so on and so forth, but you also get your medical checkup. If we can combine it, an on-air live event next time, perhaps, get the full battery of tests done here live. It might be kind of interesting.
It works out good, and because I do the show, I can write this trip off.
Yes. True.
There you go. That's the businessman always saying.
Always, man.
Yeah. So, if I may jump in quickly to that point.
Yes, sir.
And we asked about this. You're in the Hallmark realm now and holiday movies, and you said this was something that you found very interesting and enjoyable as an actor.
Had never done before.
Never done before. Now, are other things in the queue like this? Are you doing another movie? Have you been offered?
Last year was the busiest year of my career, okay?
Right.
I did 6 months off Broadway doing the one-man show.
Right.
Then I did the Hallmark movie. That wrapped up, January 1.
Right.
The phone has not rung at all. this
Really?
year.
Really?
Yeah, it's just crazy. I just did my first project here in June. It's a nature movie that's getting released in about 4 to 6 weeks called Wild Rescue. And they asked me to do the narration, which I'd never done before in my entire life. And
You've
it was
never done VO work?
ever. Tried, could never get into that private club. And these people called me up and said, would you be interested in doing this? I said, I've never done it before, but if you want to give it a shot. And I had to be directed because I'm a broadcaster. I'm an announcer, and I want to say, and it's a nature movie about animals that are in the wild and how when there's a fire they get hurt and people come and protect them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's you can't go and then the animal comes in and somebody comes in and protect. And they said no, more. And so I had a great gentleman, Ian Shai, who was the director, who gave me directions.
The photographer.
Yes,
we had him on because of you. You guys were here together.
We did a shark special for Discovery several years ago.
He's incredible.
He's amazing the way he shoots. And so he invited me to do this, and I thought it was going to take days. We shot it in about an hour and a half.
Holy hell.
Blew me away.
Sometimes it can take days if you're doing an extensive.
That's what I thought.
But I mean, so you must have ripped right through it.
Pretty much. So that's coming out soon. So I'll be out doing some promotion for that. But other than that, it's been quiet. I've been going to see old show business this summer. Went to see Tom Jones.
Oh my God, that is a bucket list show for me.
He's brilliant. Yeah. He sounds as good or better than ever.
What is he in his 80s?
85.
Holy hell!
He's incredible. I follow him on Instagram, and he posts videos of him in this day and age singing, and I'd share them with Casey sometime. I'm like, look at this guy. Look at what this guy does.
It's
He's amazing.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Went to see
what kind of underwear gets thrown up on stage now?
People don't have the arms to throw it that far.
Yeah.
I think Alice and I were the youngest people in the audience.
Oh my God! Yeah.
But
people need to understand he was sex personified.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
You go back and look when he did the Tom Jones show on ABC. Everybody, Little Richard, I mean, you name it. Everybody who's I have it on digital and brilliant performers and some of the best stuff you've ever seen. Yeah. Then I went to see James Taylor, who I've seen probably 20 times.
He's amazing.
He's amazing still. It's fun to go watch old school performers.
Yeah.
And so that's been fun. And just been taking my walks. I do 5 to 7 miles a day.
Wow.
And keeps me in shape.
Okay. But I can't see you making the full jump to retirement. So
No.
you are too you're too engaged.
Yes.
So is this just the quiet before the storm? Have you signed for Gladiator 3? What are we looking at?
You know, I've had conversations with Hallmark about possibly doing another movie, but so far nothing. But the last one didn't start until September of last year. So that could happen, I suppose. You never know when the phone's going to ring, I guess. But it's just been a quiet year, and it's hard to deal with. I've been busy for 50 years.
Yeah.
So how does it impact? What do you find yourself?
Depression.
Oh, Steve, it's called depression.
Yes.
Listen, Mark and I had an interesting discussion. He reached out when he found out the news about Kathy, and we had a discussion about that. But it led into and not that I want to get too crazy serious right now, but how the television and entertainment industry is really in a weird place right now.
Horrible.
We have an absolute glut of shows and things to watch to occupy our time. But you were telling me that, and I've seen this stuff as well, writers and a bunch of people are not finding work.
No.
There is not a lot of work out there. I saw something yesterday as well on social media about the fact that they are still building sound stages and studios in Los Angeles.
Tell them why.
Because they are zoned, these areas are zoned for this specifically.
Right.
And if they don't build on them, something happens within the
it returns back to the
state, or I'm not sure how it works out, but nonetheless, they're building these and they're not getting used.
No, not getting used.
Because
right
there's not
now,
work.
It's cheaper. This is what people are doing. To put 30 people in an airplane, fly them to Dublin, Ireland, put them up for 3 weeks, and bring them back, and it's less expensive to do that than it is to shoot in California.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
They killed it. They killed
the unions have destroyed, and I'm in unions left and right, but it's gotten out of control, and they're shooting in Mexico City. They're shooting in New Zealand.
Yeah.
They're shooting in Amsterdam. They're not shooting in Los Angeles, California.
Where did you shoot the Hanukkah movie?
In Canada.
Canada.
Yeah, we
Was it
shot in
Vancouver?
Winnipeg.
Oh,
No,
Winnipeg.
we shot in Winnipeg, where there's no good restaurants. But I mean, it was a fun experience. But Canada pays Hallmark to come up there and do these things.
So I was reading a story about some industry, a well-known screenwriter, so well-known I can't remember his name, but anyway, he was opining on the fact that you came out of COVID, you came down out of the shutdowns, and then you went right into a strike, and it was the effect was just a 1-2 punch from hell, and people are really accomplished artists are not getting work.
Well, no, look, Food Network, laid off a boatload of people.
Right.
And thank heavens, Bobby Flay and Guy, they seem to have a million shows. Sad that Ann Burrell passed away yesterday. I made a million phone calls trying to figure out what happened. Nobody knows yet, but at 55, that's pretty scary.
I conjecture. I mean, you guys have had to have crossed paths.
Oh, many times. I've had many interesting evenings with Ann Burrell, trust me. Yeah, she liked to have fun. She knew how to party and drink, and couldn't have been a nicer human in the world. And so I was in shock when that one popped up. Yeah. And so everything's different. It's just not happening like it used to. My son, unfortunately, was one of the top exec producers at Food Network, hasn't worked in 8 months.
Wow.
He did all of Alex Guarnaschelli's stuff. He produced Iron Chef. I mean, he's done everything over there. There's no work.
Wow.
Well, listen, I think things are they recalibrate, and you live long enough, and things are cyclical.
Oh yeah,
and I think we are going to see. That's why, we've talked about AI countless times on the show and about how it's going to impact. But I think there's also ways that it can be utilized. But it's funny too. Sometimes what happens, Mark, is these things start to happen, and you begin to get a reappreciation. And we've talked about this, and I don't want to, walk on this ground again because we've hit it so many times on the show. But you get a reappreciation of the things that sort of got everything to the dance. Like you're talking about, older entertainers that know how to command a stage, or the people that know how to do it. Location shots as opposed to standing in front of the volume, a wall that projects a picture of where you're supposed to be. Real practical effects as opposed to CGI. Humans doing stunts instead of CGI humans. And people start to become aware and appreciate the difference. And I think everything, as I say, old is new again. I think we're entering into that,
1973, when I moved to Los Angeles, I wanted to be a game show host. That was something you could actually do.
Right.
No more.
Yeah.
You have to be famous to even get on television these days, number one. And number two, can you imagine, why would you go to NYU, UCLA, and get a degree in radio and television. You don't need it. It's antiquated when you have 14-year-olds taking their phones and shooting out of their bedroom making $1.8 million a month. You know?
So our interns just had a heart attack in the other room.
It's a different world.
Yeah, you're right.
And so that pattern of I'm going to do this, I'm going to pay my dues. I had it mapped out. I was going to start at the Magic Castle. I was going to hope to become a regular at the Comedy Store. Then I was going to do warm-ups, And I landed in L.A. in 1973, and Double Dare didn't happen until 13 years later. I paid my dues. You can't do that now. If you're a movie star, you get offered to host an ABC 1-hour game show once a week for more money than I ever made in my entire life.
But you are a survivor, and think about there were movies made. Singing in the Rain was made about the move from silent films to talkies,
right?
And so these tectonic shifts occur. And the people who can do what they do adapt. Do you feel that you? I mean, do you see yourself, again, not to get dour?
No.
But you see yourself
adapting
and writing this out.
It's
I think
hard
you
for
will.
me. Well, I don't know. The word influencer has changed our industry tremendously.
But you were influencing decades ago.
Yeah, but it's not what it was called.
Yeah.
And there are 25-year-old, young ladies who are making bazillions of dollars as podcasters in a world that I can't, listen. A friend of mine just got a job on a show called Mr. Beast. I didn't know who Mr. Beast was.
Right, yeah.
I Googled the hell out of him, and this guy kicks ass and takes names and has the highest viewing audience in the history of Amazon, and on and on and on. But I just went over to the John Mulaney show, okay?
Yeah.
And Richard Kind is a very good friend of mine. And when I got there, he said, this show is not for me. I have no idea why I'm here. Nothing makes sense to me. And, he's doing spectacular.
Yeah.
But he's 65. I'm going to be 74. It's like, it's hard to relate. It just is. I try, but at some point it doesn't make any sense to me.
Are you saying that perhaps a boob job might be in the works for you? To up your TikTok?
I was going to make that announcement. I didn't know you found out, but yeah.
Well, you talked about voice work, and I don't know if this is true or not. Were you the announcer for Joker's Wild for a while, or?
That's a rumor that's been going on for years on social media. I was the warm-up guy.
The warm-up
guy. But I never announced. I did announce a game show called Bruce Forsyth's Hot Streak on ABC.
Whoa.
It lasted, I think my bar mitzvah was longer than that show.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, nobody does.
Joker's Wild, was that Wink Martindale?
No, that was Jack Barry.
Jack Barry.
First guy to
was
hire
the
me in
host.
L.A. and the first guy to fire me in L.A.
No, really?
Yeah.
There was a whole legion talking about of actual subsect of revered game show hosts.
Yep.
Only game shows. That's what they did.
That's all they did.
Yeah.
Were you supposed to be Letterman's announcer?
Yeah. Boy, how'd you know that?
Well, the only reason I know it is because I love Letterman almost as much as I love you, Mark. And you posted a photo with him not that long ago, and I commented on it. And then 2 comments down, somebody says, "Weren't you supposed to be his original announcer?" Full circle here. So, A, how'd you end up getting that pick with Dave? And B, what's the story about being the announcer?
How'd I got the picture with Dave? There's a gentleman, Dan Cashman, who has hosted a local talk show in Bangor, Maine for the last 15 years.
And Dave was a guest.
Well, Dan just idolized Dave.
Yeah.
He said to me, can you get him here? And I said, Dave doesn't do anything anymore.
Right.
But I was able to make some phone calls and got Dave to show up.
Wow. You made that happen?
Yeah.
And that was one of his last guests.
Yes, it was his last guest on the show.
Yeah.
And Dave did his homework. He flew himself to Bangor, Maine.
It was a secret that nobody knew about.
Nobody knew he was there.
Huh.
Me and Dan and 3 people on the show.
The executive producer knew,
and that was it. And the gentleman who's the exec producer of The View is a good friend of mine and worked with Dave, and so I called him, and it was a whole thing, and it took months. But Dave flew himself there, did his homework, wrote some very funny material when he showed up there. And so, yeah, we hadn't seen each other in a while. And so he said, I forget, are you married? I said, yeah, 51 years. And he said, oh, my God. He said, do you have kids? I said, I have a 44 and a 42-year-old. I said, I got to sit down. He was like blown away. But yes, here was the deal. I started at the Comedy Store in 76 as a regular. Dave was there right before. We're both from Indianapolis. Okay, so there was that tie. We used to play racquetball together. I knew him fairly well. And so I was going through a down period, and I called him up when he got the first late night show, and I asked to be the announcer. And he said, yeah, we were going to do it. And I wanted to be on camera. He said, we're not doing that. We're not doing the McMahon thing, but if you want to do the voice. And his exec producer at the time was supposed to make a deal and offered me the worst deal in the history of the world, $800 a week. On not a full deal. We're on the down weeks. They weren't going to pay me. And, at the time I was doing warm-ups, making a lot more money than $800 a week. And so the exec producer wouldn't interact with me and the agent. So I flew to New York and to meet with Dave. And the exec producer wouldn't let me meet with Dave. And so I wrote Dave a letter, and Dave, which I think I still have on my phone, wrote me a letter back, typed it, apologizing, saying I had no idea you were in the studio and, all that kind of stuff. And it just was a kind of big mistake on 17 different versions. So,
It happens.
I got
happens
that
a
close.
lot. When you were working at the Comedy Store and your contemporaries were Letterman, I assume
Jay
Robin
Leno,
Williams,
Robin, Shandling.
And those friendships forged like Letterman. Did others parlay into things, or was it just a fraternal thing that you worked in? Or were you ever called upon, or was there ever any other missed opportunities that occurred because of the association?
Well, Dave and Jay were superstars when I was just getting there.
I got you.
Nicest humans in the world. They would sit out in front of the store and just interact and always very, very kind. I just had Jay on my podcast, and a week later he called me up to fill in for a gig for him. I've never had a phone call from Jay Leno to say, could you fill in for me?
Wow.
It's something called the Jack Webb Awards. Does anybody know who
Jack Webb from Dragnet?
Yeah. And I couldn't do it, unfortunately, but I was impressed that Jay actually called me.
Jack Webb Award. Jack Webb is also the star of one of my favorite movies.
Which is?
The D.I.
I didn't even know what that is.
He plays before Lee Ermey was the drill instructor,
right?
Jack Webb played that character for a movie, as buttoned down as you could be. It's the D.I. It's a great movie.
May I ask who wins the Jack Webb Awards?
Well, I didn't get enough time to even ask him what that awards were about. I'm still in shock that there are a Jack Webb Awards.
Yeah.
But they do exist. I'm trying to find these letter from Letterman so I can read it to you, actually. But it's an interesting career. And I took, Shandling was doing warm-ups before I was doing warm-ups, or maybe about the same time. And he was doing them on a show called Alice.
Alice, Linda Lavin. We just had Sherry O'Terry.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
she was talking about Linda.
Yeah.
So I was doing Soap, which was the hottest show at the time. And now think about that. When I was doing the warm-up on Soap, to the studio next to me, Saget was doing Bosom Buddies. And to the left of me, Barney Miller was recording, and Letterman was doing the warm-ups.
Wow.
You had a murderer's row of people doing warm-ups
how we all got
for major
started.
sitcoms.
It's so true. And so it was so funny. The exec producers of Alice, Madeline Davis and Bob Carroll Jr., were the original writers on I Love Lucy.
Right.
And if you look at every Alice episode, everything was a rerun of I Love Lucy. It was not the most creative show in the world. Somehow it did well.
Right.
But they got tired of Shandling, and I replaced Gary Shandling doing the warm-ups. For 8 years I did them on Alice. Wow. So that was sort of interesting. And
a friend of mine, Joey Cola, is a comedian that I came up through the ranks with. He got on that warm-up train. He did it for Rosie O'Donnell's talk show. He currently does it for Drew Barrymore. You lock and load. If you're a comedian, that's good money, correct?
Well, back in the day when I was doing it, it was not bad. Okay,
just not bad.
Let's see. Let me think about this. Tuesdays I did Alice.
Okay.
I got $800 a night to do Alice back in 19, God knows what it was, 80, 81, 82.
Right.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I did a show called Our Magazine, a talk show with Gary Collins.
Yes.
I did Wednesday, Thursday, and first show Friday. We did 2 a day. But Friday night, I was working on soaps. I couldn't do Friday night. Who filled in for me on Friday night on Our Magazine?
Oh, it's going to be a biggie, right?
Jerry Seinfeld.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Seinfeld filled in for me on that. And then on weekends, I did game shows.
Yeah.
And also on Friday nights. So I did Soap. Soap got canceled. I did Webster. Webster got canceled. I did What's Happening Now. And then I did game shows, a thing called Anything for Money with Fred Travellina is the host. So I was working 6 days a week.
Fred Travellina.
Yeah. Back in the day, I was making $3,000-4,000 a week when that actually meant something.
Yes.
You know.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah. So that was great. And then I auditioned for Double Dare in July of 86, and we went on the air in October of 86, and that changed my life.
Were you producing as well on Double Dare?
I was.
Yeah.
Yeah. And every reincarnation after that, I produced as well.
Oh, wow. Wow. Look at you. I mean, you got a couple more Broadway shows in you, I think.
I would love to.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Because you did, I mean, there's a whole, did you open for Bob Hope at any point?
I never did. I worked with Mr. Hope at one point because I worked on everything over at NBC and CBS and ABC. It was fun to be a part of that old show business stuff. You know?
Yeah.
It really was. And yes, sir.
I was just going to say real quick, we just got this in. William Shatner won the Jack Webb Award.
Oh, for what?
It is the Los Angeles Police Museum.
There you go.
Jack Webb
Well,
Award.
that makes sense because of all the years of Dragnet.
That
and
is
also,
correct.
Jack Webb also produced Adam 12.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't he make an appearance, a cameo in the Tom Hanks Dragnet movie?
I believe he did.
I think Jack Webb showed up in that. Yeah.
I thought he was dead by then.
No, the other guy did.
Oh, the other
Harry Morgan.
Harry Morgan.
You're right.
Harry Morgan,
Yeah.
who was in more television things than you could ever imagine.
Yep.
But hold on, I'm going to be able to pull this Letterman thing in 2 seconds. But Jack Webb played everything the same, didn't he?
Oh, yes. He was not. He's not a Meryl Streep kind of talent.
No.
But he was. If you wanted the really buttoned down, going to put you in your place kind of actor, it was Jack Webb.
He was. Dragnet was. That came.
He
on the
was up for consideration for La Cage aux Folles.
Oh, I'm sorry he didn't get that part. Doggone it. That's unbelievable. Oh, my goodness. Man, oh, man.
You still looking for the Letterman letter?
I know where it is. Let's tap dance for a few minutes.
Have you looked under L?
No, that's I'm an old guy. It doesn't work that way on my phone. Here, I found it.
Oh, yeah, it's a landline.
Here we go. This is April 28, 1982.
Wow.
Dear Mark, this is on NBC Stationery. Just received your letter. I can't tell you how sorry I am that you are upset. I can only apologize this by saying that I honestly didn't know you were coming to New York or even that you were going to be in the studio. If Barry, the exec producer at the time, mentioned it to me, I can only assume that it did not sink in. I hope you don't honestly believe that I would deliberately try to snub you. Again, I can only plead ignorance and assure you that I am truly sorry that you are upset. Continue good luck. Sorry again, Dave Letterman. And
wow.
There it is.
There you go.
Yeah, so a very classy thing. And
do you have that? Do you have that framed anywhere?
I do have it framed, of course.
A few years ago, you were telling us you were cleaning out your stuff.
Yes.
The things that you had collected. And you'd come across some really great photos and press, headshots and things along those lines. I'm sure that was in there. With that.
I have it permaplaqued,
okay.
like that kind of deal back when I used to hang up that stuff in an office that I used to have. So
What was the wildest discovery you came across? Because you seem to be someone who does cherish the artifacts from your life.
Yeah, well, that was, kind of a fun thing to have when you walk down memory lane and think of all the things it takes to get here.
Gosh, a lot of people have apologized to me.
I don't know. It's such a weird industry, and there's no rhyme or reason to any of it. If you were growing up and saying, I'm going to have the top radio show in a major market, for 25 plus years.
Laughable.
You can't predict that stuff anymore, and it doesn't exist.
And we provide every evidence of why it is laughable every day. but I would say this, you're right. But I mean, so to your point, do you see yourself more as throughout life a trapeze artist just grabbing for ropes? Is any of your planning?
No.
Because I always love the Lennon quote, life is what happens while you're busy making other plans.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it seems to be true.
It is. I came to L.A. in 1973 because I thought Johnny was going to retire and I was going to take over the Tonight Show. What I didn't know is about 100 other guys felt the same thing. Yes, Nick?
Well, you can make a career. I mean, going back to this Danny Cashman story with Letterman, like I didn't know who Danny Cashman was, right? But he'd been doing it forever in Maine and had this dedicated audience. And somehow Letterman knew who he was. And the only reason I ever became aware of Danny Cashman was because on his last show, Letterman did it. But my point is that Danny Cashman found a niche that worked for him, and he did it for a really long time successfully. So I guess if there's anything to be gleaned from this is that if you still provide good content and you're consistent and you find an audience that embraces you and appreciates you, you can make a career out of it.
Here was the coolest thing. At the end of the night, we're in Letterman's dressing room, and I'm standing with Dan Cashman, and Dave's saying, are you sure you want to retire? Does this make any sense? Is there any way? And he goes, well, I've got to do it now. And he said, you're going to want to come back. And when you do, call me. I think I can help you. And the fact that Dave said that was very impressive.
That's pretty
Because
wild.
obviously Dan impressed, Dave enough to do that.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool, So I don't know. Show business is bizarre, man.
It is.
I wouldn't recommend anybody to go into it unless you have nerves of steel or money in the bank or rich parents or something.
Yeah. It's a leap of faith. It can be.
Well, my first apartment in L.A. was $125 a month. Think about that.
It's probably up to $200 now.
At least that, So,
well, listen, if that Mark Summers Love Island comes through,
that's your ticket right
that's
there.
your ticket.
Yeah. All right, well, listen, my friend, we got to wrap up, but it is wonderful to see you as always.
Always good to see you
Thank you
guys.
for your annual visit, and let us know when anything's coming up, all right?
I appreciate it.
Love
Thank you so much.
Mark Summers, everybody. Our good friend. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment. We go live on Fox Good Day when we return. Stay there.
Preston and Steve.
So they
cancer
do?
treatment. Well, I mean, like he says, and Michael say, no one need ever die of thyroid cancer. No one need ever die of prostate cancer.
Right.
And a lot of that is also early detection.
I'm going to go next to Jesus, a truck driver. Jesus, good morning.
Oh my goodness, I love that.
What's up, man?
All right, as a truck driver, there's two things.
Yeah.
These cars, they tend to switch lanes without signaling in front of you and braking. We haul 80,000 pounds. We cannot stop
Yes.
on the dot. And there were countless times that I almost hit other cars because of situations like that.
Jesus, in a fully loaded truck, how long does it take you to come to a full stop if you're traveling at 40 miles an hour?
For 45, I'm going to say 55 miles an hour, like on a turnpike, for example, where there's hardly any vehicles.
Right.
Half a football field.
Wow. Some people don't realize that.
Yeah.
Also, like I feel like I get nervous with truck drivers. I'm like, I'm so sorry. Excuse me, can I get over? Like,
So we all know trucks don't have that acceleration that cars do, but what you might not be thinking about is the stopping ability.
Right.
So that's what Jesus wants people to know.
Exactly.
They can't.
And that's one more thing. The right side of the cab, there's a huge blind spot.
Yep.
And cars tend to ride on that side, and sometimes I cannot see vehicles on that side in my mirrors, and I have so many mirrors.
Right. And I've read signs on trucks that say if you can't see my mirrors, I can't see you.
Can't see you.
Absolutely.
So
exactly.
That's what I always try to keep in mind. If I'm near a truck and I can't see the mirror, I try to get in a position where if I'm going to stay in that zone, that they can at least I can see a mirror so they can see me.
Jesus, have you ever provided cover for someone trying to elude Smokey and they will drive under the truck and just hide out there? Like in Smokey and the Bandit? You ever do that?
he's like,
I guess not.
No.
So that the movies must have lied to us.
Wait, and Jesus, last question. A truck driver once told me, like, if we're gonna pass the truck, like, do it. Just go past.
Yeah.
Don't linger
Yes.
anywhere there.
Yeah.
Just pass
Yeah,
them.
Just pass.
Yeah.
I even have cars like they linger right on my trailer. Don't do that. Goodness. I be having my signal on. I be wanting to switch lanes.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they want to speed up and stay in the middle of my trailer.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, just clear. Get out of the way.
go.
Move.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Agreed. So let's say the truck is doing 60 miles an hour. You don't want to go any faster than 60 miles an hour. You're with that truck right next to it. Live a little. Go crazy. Bump it up to 65 for about 30 seconds. Pull over into their lane and then temper back to 60, and you guys will be going the same speed, and that left lane is now clear.
Yeah.
Go crazy.
By the way, that's the law in Jersey. You're only supposed to use that left lane for passing, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Most places are that way for sure. All right, let me read a couple of others. I know we have a ton of calls on the line. Here's one that says, lifeguard, I am not a babysitter. It is your job as a parent to watch your kid when swimming, and if they can't swim, you have to be in the water within 5 feet of them at all times.
If there's an emergency, the lifeguards will help.
Another one, librarian. Public libraries are not safe places to drop off your kids. It's not the books that are unsafe. It's the other patrons and the fact that librarians are not babysitters. Here you go. Here's another thing that people in their industry understand, but the general public doesn't grasp. A zoo worker says, yes, the animal is in the exhibit. Sometimes you have to look a little bit longer than 8 seconds in order to see it.
Well, a lot of them also
I've
have.
stood there and gone, Where is it?
There's nothing in there.
And then you'll see like the cheetah behind a tree. You'll see a tail popping out. It's like, oh no, I came on the wrong day.
Here's from a designer. It says, if you want to fit a portrait image into a landscape canvas, you either have to crop it, leave a black or white border, or empty space left or right, or distort it, which is almost always a bad idea. On a regular occurrence, clients are unhappy with either of these options, and they just want me to somehow make it fit. I don't know about all that.
What would you say is the biggest misconception about, say, during the day on radio that people listening think that
okay,
that
here's
happens?
the deal. There's no secret way to win a contest, okay? Like, it's at the discretion of whoever is on the air, of what number caller they take, when they ask for you to call in, when they even start answering the calls after they tell you to call in. There's no special line that gets you here quicker. You don't need to wait 10 seconds before you start dialing. You don't need to dial right a little bit beforehand. It is completely arbitrary. There is no way.
No,
so
and
I've had people throughout my career ask me, how do I win a contest? It's like, dude, it is luck of the draw. That's all there is to it.
That's exactly true. And yet, bizarrely, there are certain areas that will get in easier, when we have a contest. It's just the luck of the draw.
Here's one from a dentist, and they simply say, flossing actually helps.
Yeah, it does.
You should know.
I've been flossing for a few years now, and ever since I started flossing, I've had. Well, I don't want to jinx anything, but
yeah, no, dude. I would have like be brushing my teeth and spit it out, and like blood would be in there, and I'm like, I talked. This is years and years and years ago. I asked my dentist, they're like, are you flossing? No.
Oh.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Gingivitis. Floss, and that will stop happening, and it sure enough did.
And dentists and dental hygienists can tell when you don't. So like,
because there's plaque buildup
right?
in there.
But if you're trying to hide it, and there's just no point in lying to them, saying, yeah, I floss every day, and if you don't, they'll know.
I've been flossing, I think, since I had teeth.
Yeah, well, my toothbrush is also a water pick simultaneously. So as I'm brushing my teeth, it's a water pick.
See if I got that one for Jace.
Awesome.
All right, let me go.
It's loud as hell, though.
I'm going to go to Alex. Hey, Alex, good morning.
Good morning. Sorry for bothering you at work.
Nah, we're happy. What's your line of work?
So I am a vet technician, and one thing that I really wish people would understand is that vet med is at an all-time low with staffing shortages. Since the pandemic started and we went curbside, everyone wants to get their pets in. Everyone adopted a lot of animals. We are trying to see them, but if Fluffy has a minor ear infection, if it takes 3 weeks for an appointment, that's the best we can do for you.
Okay.
So you guys are just overloaded and overworked.
Overloaded and overworked.
All right, what about when you're not overloaded and overworked? What is something that people need to know about your industry?
An ear infection is not an emergency.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I have one. So I have a friend who worked for the Sixers and worked in the sports industry her whole life. And she said, no, I don't just work the games. I work all day, and then I work at night during the games as well.
Right. There you go. I like this one. It says, this is from an audio engineer. It says, not every problem with audio is feedback. Feedback is when the sound goes out of the speakers and back through the microphone and loops around and around. Ground hum is not feedback. Noise is not feedback. Echo off the wall is not feedback. And then this one I love. They said, and speak up, people. The microphone isn't magic. You need to be heard, which is true. You guys all know. If you're at an event and somebody's holding the microphone down at their waist,
bring it up,
or barely speaking into the mic, you still need to project on a microphone.
Why do people do that?
I don't know. I think they're not used to hearing their own voice.
And also, people who haven't spoken on microphones a lot don't know the technique. That's understandable. Not everyone is hooked up to a PA all day.
Let me go to Tracy. Hi, Tracy.
Hi, guys. How are you this morning?
We're awesome. What do you do, Tracy?
I work for unemployment.
Unemployment.
Okay.
And so a lot of people think that unemployment is like a fun net. Oh, if I work 2-3 years and I don't like my job, I can quit and get paid. And unfortunately, unemployment is legit an insurance like your car insurance.
Okay.
So if you quit your job because you say, oh, I just didn't like my boss, I can pretty much tell you you're going to be denied.
You're not. You have to be fired, or there has to be something like that. You just simply can't say, I'm going to take some time off.
And then I'll get the ones who have
entered the workforce like 2 years ago, and they're like, but I paid all that money into unemployment. You paid $260 into unemployment in 2 years. If you want your $260, we'll give it to you. But, well, we weren't really. But that $10,000 you see that your claim may be, that's because we're charging your employer. So you have to have a actual reason that is under the law that states, okay, we can pay you out of this fund because you deserve it.
And that is usually, most often, termination, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for the heads up, Tracy. Appreciate it. All right. Well, it's really interesting. We have a load of great calls, and we don't have time to go to them because we have to go. We got to go on Fox Good Day this morning, so we got to do that. But it's interesting that we all have these things that we do for a living, and especially if you're in a job where you have regular customers and so on, that maybe they don't quite get exactly. Well, that little thing that everybody should know but don't understand. But thanks for sharing. We appreciate it. We should create a place where people can
at least post,
mention these things because there's a lot out there. So, but anyhow, thank you for your calls. We appreciate it. We got to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We are going to go live on Fox Good Day, and we are going to get to the bizarre file when we return. So stay with us. We won't be gone long. What clip is this? What clam chowder clip is this movie from?
Of all the many.
What clam chowder? What movie is this clam chowder clip? Dude, I had the toughest night sleeping last night.
Why?
Didn't drink, hadn't been drinking or nothing, man. I just feel like that's a Gary Lauer impression. But anyhow.
Maybe you should have drank.
Did you have some bad clam chowder last night?
I may have. Here's the clip for you.
I'll have the clam chowder, the fried chicken with the baked potato with everything, and a chocolate chiffon pie.
Clean food, please. In that case, sir, may I advise against the lady eating the clam chowder? No clam chowder, thank you.
All right, let's go to Derek and see if he knows. Derek, do you know what movie that's from?
Great. The morning is Fight Club.
Fight Club is correct. Nice job, Derek. I want you to hang on the line. You are going to go to the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks for the Philly Home and Garden Show, which is this weekend. And hang on the line. By the way, you can save on tickets at phillyhomeandgarden.com. Discount courtesy of Xfinity. Little known, or maybe it's known to everybody but me, but the waiter in that scene, that's Ed Kowalczyk of the band Live.
Hey. You can see where this is still,
Yeah, that's very cool.
How cool is Helena Bonham Carter, man?
Oh, she's
so good. And then you were talking about the Harry Potter reunion. She was phenomenal and funny and great.
She kept her teeth.
Yeah, she did. She kept her teeth in the role,
By the way, speaking of clam chowder, I had some exceptional clam chowder this past weekend. I went to Florida to visit my mom and sister, and there's this restaurant called Leverock's there. And I get clam chowder only when I know it's going to be good clam chowder. It's fantastic.
Do I need to revisit clam chowder? I have not been a fan for years.
I don't know if you like the texture. Because you're not like
are there real chunks of clam?
I mean, in
not
good
huge chunks.
Which to me is giving us a $100 gift card to give away, and we're doing it for our YouTube audience. So at some point in the very near future, you're going to see a keyword pop up, and you can use that keyword to enter the contest on the contest page at WMMR.com. So go ahead, and if you don't have a link to our YouTube account, just text the word YouTube to 610-660-9333. We'll send you a link. Music means we're going.
Steve.
Hey,
Hi.
morning.
Hey.
I didn't realize until this morning it's National Splurge Day, so we want to know what would you splurge on, Preston? What's your thing?
Splurge on. You know what? Me and my family, we like to splurge on our good meals, like going out and getting some really good food at one of our favorite restaurants. So when we want to, say, hey, let's do something for ourselves, we'll book a reservation at a really good restaurant.
I guess that is a splurge.
Yeah, I think so.
I always think of splurging like buying yourself something that's a little bit like, I'm
unnecessary.
Like we were talking about this. You're like getting this cocktail drum kit that you bought.
Yes,
that would be a splurge.
Yeah,
for me, it's my Lamborghini.
Yeah.
Didn't need it. No. Okay. No. But you know what I do? I buy. And you're gonna laugh. Preston, what is it?
It's action figures.
Batman figures. And yes, I'm an old man who loves Batman, and I buy figures that look like Batman.
You have a toy. You have toys right next to you. You want to show one on screen? I mean, this isn't Batman. You keep the Batman stuff in the office, but here's Deadpool. Look at that.
And here's another one. And I'll tell you what I used to do, guys, is I would go into the stores that sold them, and I'd say, My son is this thing, Godzilla. Do you know what it is? Do you have it? I guess get it for his birthday and then run out to the car, open up the box and go, oh,
yeah.
Steve, what is this fascination? Do you want to be a superhero or something?
I am a superhero, Mike.
He's a
I'm
vigilante.
Radio
That's
Man.
right. Radio
Man. No, you know what? I just have always loved this stuff. And there's something about it, and the Dr. Mike gets it. We talked many times about this. There's something about tactile, being able to touch something that was something that you loved as a kid, and it's part of that collecting mentality.
Do you guys know about what Dr. Mike collects at his home? Are you aware of this?
Oh, he has.
Is it airplanes?
Well, but he has actual animatronic statues of like serial killers and horror
monsters.
Yeah, monsters.
Dr. Frankenstein,
Yeah.
Freddy Krueger, Michael Myers, all laid out and all
Dr. Mike Sirigliano?
Yes, and I have them as well. He's given some to me. It's crazy, but I love it.
Life size.
We gotta go to
What?
Yeah, right?
Ask him.
Oh, I'm afraid of him.
No wonder he hasn't invited us over.
Does he do prostate exams on him?
Yes, and has removed a few just for practice. That's why Freddy Krueger walks a little weird. But what do you guys collect? What do you guys splurge on?
I'm just collecting wrinkles at this point. I do like glass art.
Glass art.
Yeah.
We call those bongs, Mike.
Yeah, that's probably more accurate.
It's cocktail glasses.
I used to love collecting Archie comic books when I was younger. I loved Archie.
Are you
comic
kidding?
Wow.
You were an Archie fan?
No.
That's
Yes.
Steve's alley, probably.
Yeah,
That's
Betty
it.
and Veronica, and yeah.
Who did you favor of Betty and Veronica?
Oh, of course I'm Team Betty.
Okay.
She was the girl next door.
I would not have thought.
By the way,
Alex Holly was an Archie
fellas,
fan.
Yeah.
Is Mark Summers there today?
He just left. Yeah, we spent a nice long chat with him a few minutes ago.
You want us to send him your way?
He told us that both you and he were going to a bong store later on to get some glass art.
Yeah, if you could text him and tell him to come over.
Yeah,
yes.
we'll do that
Do
right
a
now.
Walk on.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, thank you.
All right,
Thank
take
you.
care, guys.
Love you.
We'll see you later.
Thank you.
Marissa, we'll have to do that, right? Let him know that. Let Mark know to go over and visit those guys. They want to have him on.
I think he was having dinner with Mike last night. So
okay.
I think this was all maybe planned.
I got you. Well, let's take a look at traffic and see what's happening. Marissa, what you got for us?
All right, guys, we are jammed from the boulevard southbound from Fox Street out to the Schuylkill Expressway. Then on 676 Vine Street Expressway westbound from 95 to 76. 76 eastbound from Montgomery out to Vine. Westbound from Vare Avenue out to South Street, as well as City Avenue out to Gladwin. 95 southbound between the Betsy Ross Bridge and Cottman Avenue due to road work. Back in New Jersey, in Camden, we have an accident on 295. It is northbound right before Route 70. We're jammed back to exit 28. And on Route 29, we're jammed up from 295 out to Warren Street. The traffic report is brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Save at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off no antibiotics ever. 80% lean ground beef with Prime through June 24th. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply, and that's traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, this morning is brought to you by Sequoia Outback. You can celebrate freedom from your aging deck and get serious savings during Sequoia's 4th of July sale, Route 309 in Hatfield, and online at decksupplies.com. All right, this story's out of Rome. An 80-year-old man drove a compact luxury Mercedes-Benz sedan down the landmark Spanish Steps in Rome early Tuesday morning before getting stuck part of the way down. The man tested negative for any alcohol. He was cited on the spot for driving down the monument in Rome's historic center.
Did they test him for stupidity?
Police did not identify the driver or say if the car was his. They also did not say whether he was using a navigation system or not. The car was later removed by firefighters using a crane Police did not respond to requests for more details about the accident. One of Rome's most recognizable monuments, the Spanish Steps, have never been intended for motor vehicles, although some thrill seekers have tried their luck. A Saudi man was charged with aggravated damage to cultural heritage after a surveillance camera recorded him driving a rented Maserati down the 135 steps in 2022. The Spanish Steps takes their name from the Spanish embassy to the Holy See in the nearby square, a famed background of numerous films. They were built in the 1720s.
So there were a couple of movies where they did drive down those steps, but they had to make special agreements and arrangements and all that stuff. So
a man who was booked into Salt Lake County Jail Saturday after police said that he assaulted a victim, claimed that they were a werewolf.
Oh, that he was a werewolf?
No,
Or
the person
he was
assaulting
werewolf.
Yes, exactly.
Well, then he's doing the public a service.
Jose Manuel Perez was booked on one felony count of aggravated robbery.
Let him out. He's a werewolf hunter.
The investigation began after they received multiple calls reporting.
Oh, it's a werewolf hunter. Let him out.
An assault in progress at a business where Perez and the victim were getting lunch. The victim attempted to flee multiple times, but Perez kept them restrained in a chokehold. He then pulled out a wooden stake with a nail in it.
Wrong. Vampire.
Telling the victim, yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
He bought the wrong tool, man.
You are the worst werewolf killer.
Wooden stakes. Oh, wait, is it
Vampire.
a silver bullet?
Vampire.
Silver bullet.
Silver bullet.
Yeah.
Silver.
Yep.
Okay.
So telling the victim, he said he had a wooden stake with a nail in it, telling the victim that they were a werewolf and that, quote, he was going to pierce their heart. Fortunately, the victim was able to escape, but Perez ran off with their backpack, which an officer later found in his possession after taking him into custody. Police also found several rocks in Perez's pocket. He told police
Those
he
are my
carried
rocks.
them around out of fear that the victim was going to attack him. He then admitted to stealing the backpack, but argued that since officers got it back to the victim, that he couldn't be charged with robbery.
You remember those famous scenes in the classic Wolfman movies where they throw rocks at him?
Perez is currently being held without bail. During the first 5 months of this year, a 72-year-old Florida man has placed 3,400 calls to 911, pushing his 5-year total to 16,000 calls to the police emergency line, according to investigators who arrested the recurring caller for allegedly stalking a neighbor. Police last week responded to a 911 call claiming that someone was shooting an AR-15 rifle in the roadway outside a St. Petersburg residence. When officers arrived at the home, they discovered a family barbecue with small children at play.
Oh, my God.
The complainant was a guy named Samuel Lee Thomas, who lives across the street from where the shooting purportedly happened. Police communications records show that Thomas this year dialed police 647 times to make complaints about the neighboring home. So 647 calls just about these neighbors. Okay.
So he hates these people clearly, or is he just lonely?
There's more to this. So he's made allegations about narcotic sales, firearm usage, disorderly conduct, and suspicious activity.
And I think they have some werewolves over there.
Anquinette Peterson, who lives at the targeted property, told cops that the 911 calls have resulted in hundreds of interactions with the police and that Thomas frequently stops in front of their residence to yell obscenities at her and her family, concluding that it was readily apparent that Thomas was utilizing the police to meticulously or maliciously harass Peterson and the family for no legitimate purposes. Cops busted Thomas for stalking and false report of crime. He was also charged with resisting arrest because he tussled with the officers when they tried to handcuff him. Now, Peterson said she wanted to press charges against Thomas because she was fearful that the constant police calls could escalate into a potential dangerous situation.
Yeah, like getting swatted.
Adding that her family had already suffered severe emotional distress. Now, Thomas's telephonic proclivities extended beyond Peterson's household. This is just a little drop in the bucket, okay? So, according to a criminal complaint, Thomas has made approximately 3,400 calls to the police this year and 16,000 calls in the last 5 years. It does not detail the nature or target of those additional 911 calls, but indicates that with regard to Thomas, there was no indication of mental health issues or drug or alcohol influence. So this guy's just an a-hole. Free on $1,500 bond.
Yes, I mean, that he's breaking the law.
Yep, he has pleaded not guilty to the 3 misdemeanor charges. His rap sheet includes multiple battery convictions as well as convictions for DUI, pot possession, disorderly intoxication, passing bad checks, violating probation, and failure to return rented merchandise. He has not previously been busted for misusing the 911 system, even though he's called it 16,000 times.
What are they waiting for? If I were the neighbors across the street, I would set his house on fire when they call 911. Say,
it's him. It's the guy. Yeah. In a brief phone conversation, he said, "I don't know nothing about stalking," adding that his calls to police were about neighborhood nuisances.
I don't know anything.
Wow.
That's insane. And I'm surprised he's not in jail.
He should be.
Because every time he's making a false 911 call, he could be calling police away from something that actually matters.
Imagine that's your neighbor.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Somebody like that next door. All right, that's all we have time for right now. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. We're going to take a break. Don't forget to check out our YouTube feed, our page, because there's something special in there. Could you get a $100 Acme gift card? So you need to see it in order to be in on that. Joining us later on, one of my favorite drummers ever, Mr. Steve Smith from the band Journey. He's in town with his jazz group, Vital Information. He also has a drum clinic coming up, so we'll talk to him in the 10 o'clock hour. Other things on the way. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. The MMR app, giving you the throwback experience of a transistor radio with better reception and sound. Download, hit play, and listen to us everywhere you go.
Hey, it's Casey Boy here, and I can't believe we're already...
It's like chicken noodle soup. There's just a little bit of chicken in it.
Yes.
If it's done right.
Chicken noodle soup with snot.
The place that we went to
Snot soup, please?
Chicago. What was the name of that place?
The fancy beef place?
Yeah.
Gibson's.
Welcome to the fancy beef place.
Beef place.
Yeah.
Steak was the word I was looking
guess
for.
what? We clean the silverware.
What was the name?
It was Gibson's.
Gibson's.
That was the second blessed?
Yeah.
Have a blessed meal.
Have a blessed New England clam chowder. Second best New England clam chowder I ever had. Best was ever at Abe and Louie's in Boston.
In Boston, yeah. And Kathy, clams aren't snot. That's
Steve said it. That's why I was saying it's
that's
like chicken
oysters.
Noodle, chicken
Oysters
noodle
are
soup
snot.
with
Yeah,
snot.
clams are a little bit
More like a full-blown loogie.
But clams are kind of snotty as well.
when they're cooked in clam chowder, they're a little more firm.
Yeah, the
I'll tell you what, Dr. Mike has started to try to get me into the oysters and stuff like that, and that the bottoms up event, they had top oyster places, and so I guess he recommended just kind of letting it slide down and not just letting it.
Yeah, you don't chew on it.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was okay.
I need to give you a little backing on why I hate these things. It's how disgusting my father eats. When we were kids, we would watch my dad dig his hand into the sand and pull out a clam, crack it open, and eat it while still standing in the ocean. 1,000%. Oh, you ask anyone in my family
He
who
would
has
just
ever
eat
been
clams off the beach.
Oh my God! Pull them up, crack it open. We would be horrified. He'd do it with mussels too.
What do you do with seagulls?
Somebody who's doing that.
Hand me that seagull.
Somebody who's doing that is not really enjoying it. I think they're just doing it for the shock value. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it wasn't like it was a big crowd. It was us. It was
wouldn't
the
sit there and go,
family.
oh my God, I could sit here and all day and eat these.
Is there a risk to doing? I mean, obviously, that's where they're coming. That's where they're coming from anyway.
Yeah.
But is there any sort of right? I mean,
no,
is there a risk?
Preston, I think he enjoyed it.
Okay.
I mean, I would watch him. I remember. I
All
can
right.
physically see it. He would take another shell. He would scrape it out, make sure he got what at the time for me looked like snot.
Yeah.
And he would scoop it into his mouth. And,
I could I could see your dad doing that just out of boredom. He's standing in the ocean. He's like, oh, here's a clam. I can eat this.
Look, if people would fall asleep on the beach, he would eat them.
Hey, Press, by the way, which type of clam chowder did you have this weekend?
New England.
Okay.
I'm a strictly New England guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's my favorite.
What are the variations? What are the others?
Manhattan clam chowder, which is more of like a tomato soup.
I think that's
base.
what I had. Yeah.
I like the creamy clam chowder.
You know what's not
Marissa?
bad? I'm sorry, is the Campbell's clam chowder.
Haven't had that.
It's pretty good.
Okay, Marissa.
I'm going to recommend to you guys the next time you're heading to the shore, go the back roads and shoot. I forget if it's on 55 maybe, but there's a place called Sweet Amalia's, and they actually have an oyster farm somewhere in like the Cape May area. It's the best Manhattan clam chowder I've ever had.
Okay.
Are they free? Are they free range oysters?
They are right off the coast of Cape May.
Okay.
All right, we'll have to try that. So anyhow, I'm going to double back a second here, and Kathy's dad reaching into the ocean and pulling out a clam and breaking it out and eating it in front of people might be mildly embarrassing if you're a kid. It's kind of what I wanted to focus on in this particular conversation. There is a news reporter, and he was on location, about ready to do a shoot, and I guess I don't know if he's fairly new or whatever, but he and the camera person are setting up. And this was in Ohio. His name is Miles Harris, and he was prepping for a live segment, and all of a sudden he's chatting with his cameraman, and they're rolling. They're not live, but they are rolling.
Right.
And his mom drives up.
Oh, my God.
And I have a clip to play of this as his mom rolls up. Here we go.
Is it cousin? This is my mom. Hold on. I'm trying to work right now. You over there calling my phone. This is D'Angelo. You can say hi. And don't be holding up traffic because you got cars behind you.
All right.
Did you record that?
I love it. I love it.
That's very cute.
It's so cute.
Proud.
And so I thought maybe some conversation about when your parents would embarrass you, your mom or your dad. God, there's the world is rife with stories like this. So not exactly like this, but my mom does this thing. I finally had to tell her, please stop. Yeah. So I've told you guys about this before, but it's and especially when she would visit here, come here to visit me, and say we go out to a restaurant. And the server comes over to the table and is just doing their job and taking our order. And my mom will go, do you listen to the radio?
Oh, my God.
My son is on the radio. And I'm like, no, please, Mom, don't, know. And I wouldn't say it
I'm
then
not
and
her
there.
son.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it then and there, but I'm just like, no.
Yeah.
But it's because she's so proud.
Yes, it's because she's so proud. Like this mom stopping by.
Totally.
My son is on the radio. Could we have a price consideration because of that?
It's just she wants to hear
free clams
that other people, listen to her son or whatever.
Except
It's
for
adorable.
the server.
The hard time, the thing that I can't quite get to them to understand, because my sister would do it too, but my mom specifically, is that, listen, yes, we have a very popular radio show. Not everyone listens to the show, Mom. And if this person has never heard of me, you have officially made it very awkward in this moment for me to go, I do a radio show. Yes, we're on it. Oh, I've never heard of you guys before. Okay, that's great.
Cool.
I used to listen sometimes.
Sorry, I don't listen.
Yeah.
Or like when they have to pretend like they do listen.
Yeah.
You're like, I've heard of you.
And I always say,
guys.
and then it's okay. It's absolutely fine. I know, but the damage has been done at that point.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it just it happened over and over and over and over again.
And you finally said something.
I did. I'm like, you guys, you can't do this to me. You can't do this to me because it can be very embarrassing.
A good way to nip it in the bud is when the waiter comes over, you jump out first and say, I'm going to put my mother in a very bad retirement home.
There's a TikTok mom who drops her son off to school every day. He's a teenager. He is in high school, and she brings a megaphone. And every time he gets out of the car, she yells, "I love you."
Why would she do that?
Because she's a TikTok mom. She wants to put it on TikTok. But like now it's become this thing. And the kid just looks at her. He's like, "Mom, not today. Not today, Mom." And then you see him, he like gets out of the car and runs. But like you can see the other kids at the school, they know that like Mom's going to do this. But just a simple like I love you or a hug and a kiss at a certain age can be embarrassing.
It's like into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
It's a great scene.
And he's in the squad car and on the intercom going, "I love you. Say it back to me now. Say I love you."
And you know what? He wouldn't have done that if his son just would have shown him a little bit of affection in the car, in the privacy, just between those two. And so he had to teach.
There's a great Modern Family segment where the mom is with the daughter, and she's breaking away to get with her friend. She just wants to dump the mother as quickly as she can, and so The mother's like, yeah, I don't believe this. And she goes, don't forget we're getting a training bra for you later.
Here's a text that says, I used to practice law in Bucks County, and a DA's mom would come to watch his criminal trials.
Oh,
We're
boy.
talking about a man in his 40s here.
Oh, that's great.
And
That's
mom would
adorable.
show up. Marissa?
Preston, I just want you to tell Gloria that my mom has picked up for where your mom is.
Oh, no kidding. She will do that?
And I'm not even on the radio. I'm behind the scenes of your show.
Well, Marissa, we got a text. It says Marissa's mom did that to me at the thrift shop she volunteered at. It was sweet.
That's great.
She just has that look and she goes, do you listen to the radio?
Oh,
Yeah.
my daughter works with Preston Elliott.
But I will let you know that every mailman, every barista, every person who shopped at the hamper shop, it's no longer open. They listen to this show. So
Now,
thank you all.
Hey, I wouldn't mind as long as I'm not around.
Yeah,
if they want to, if my mom wants to do that and set herself out there, that's fine. But when I'm sitting right next to her, it's just like, oh,
I'm
no.
sorry, I don't listen to that low-grade
Oh,
entertainment.
you guys should you guys should embrace it.
barbaric, imbecilic show.
I'm an NPR person. You know, they might throw that at
All
you.
things considered.
Yes.
You have to embrace your parents doing that. My mom, remember when my mom said to me one time, like, do you think you'll look for other jobs? I was like, I don't really. I don't think so.
So what, like, this long into the career, so what is your fallback plan? No, I'm all in on this right now.
No, but I will sometimes like she's like, so do you like you still like them? Do you like you guys all still get along?
Yeah.
I'm like, it's been 20 years, Mom. I think we're good.
Let me go to.
It seems volatile.
Let me go to Susan. Hi, Susan. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you guys?
Great, Susan. What's up?
So my mom taught at the high school where I went, but before that she was a sub, and I remember being in 8th grade and walking in, and she was my sub, and at the very start of class, she's like, does anybody know my name? And everyone's quiet, and I'm just, like, mortified. And she's like, how about you, little girl? Do you know my name? I'm like, yes, it's Mom, but you guys should call her Mrs. Freeland.
He has given us a $100 gift card to give away today. And if you watch on YouTube this morning, you will see a keyword that is exclusively there for you to enter through WMMR.com and your opportunity to win that gift card. So make sure that you are taking a peek. In fact, I'm looking at it right now at YouTube.
God, I love Acme.
Our YouTube channel. Yeah, we got a lot of great food in here right now. And from city to shore, Acme makes grocery shopping a breeze. You can enjoy every minute of summer. Make sure you order online for pickup or delivery. Let Acme do the shopping for you. You can download the Acme app right now to shop, so go for it. We're going to take a look at traffic. Marissa, what's going on this morning?
We're jammed up on the boulevard that is southbound from Fox to the Schuylkill Expressway, then Schuylkill Expressway eastbound from Montgomery out to Vine, westbound from Vail to South Street, and City Avenue out to Gladwin. On 95, we have construction from the Betsy Ross Bridge out to Allegheny. It's jammed back to Cottman. On the Blue Route southbound, Mid-County tolls are slow out to the Conshohocken exit. And on Route 1, Berks Mercer northbound, we are slowing from Brunswick Pike out to Franklin Corner Road. This traffic report is brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Shop sweet savings at Whole Foods Market. Get organic red cherries for $9.99 a pound with Prime through June 24th while supplies last. Shop in store, online, terms apply. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. I'm looking at our YouTube comments, and the regulars are welcoming newbies if they would like to join the YouTube community, which it is. It's a little family over there.
That's a great suggestion because the family keeps growing, and obviously we love everybody, but our YouTube community in particular is very supportive of all the events that we do.
Yep. So take a look right now. And in fact, if you don't have the link, if you don't want to go on YouTube and search, it's easy. You can just text the word YouTube to 610-660-9333, and we'll send you a link directly to it. You can jump on there. Maybe win the $100 and a $100 gift card from Acme, or just hang out and make a friend. It would be a pretty cool thing, too. Hey, we haven't done the city beat in a while.
Hey.
It's time to take a stroll.
He loves to pound his meat while he pounds the beat with his model quality feet. He's Preston Elliott, City Beat.
All right, so here is something that we've mentioned before. It's been a year-long tease that they've been working on this, but they have now announced a tentative opening date for the world's first Netflix houses, and there will be two of them. One of them will be at the former Lord & Taylor department store space inside the King of Prussia Mall. We've told you about this, and it is scheduled to open later this year. So it is going to happen before the calendar year is up.
And it's my understanding that there is one of those walls that are set up when a store is coming, and it actually says Netflix on it in place now.
All right. So yesterday, Netflix unveiled a plan for the first of its kind fan fever, and I'm quoting this, fan fever dream space. The entertainment space, which spans more than 100,000 square feet. Yeah, it's huge. Will feature activations from popular Netflix series like Stranger Things and Squid Game, along with photo booths, food options, merchandise, and mini games as well.
So it's going to be multi-floors?
I don't know, Case. I would assume so.
I believe it is because I believe one of those floors involves a theater experience, like for Netflix special presentations, live shows, sporting events.
We were talking earlier with Mark Summers about, where production happens in this country and the fact that more and more of it is not happening in Los Angeles. And a few listeners pointed out that the Netflix studios in Monmouth, New Jersey, they broke ground on that a month or so ago. And so there is production that's happening. It's just not happening in L.A. as much. And it's nice to see that Netflix is sort of expanding how and where this type of stuff gets done. And I think houses like this, the one in King of Prussia, will only reinforce that.
I'm kind of excited, especially, Preston, if it dovetails with the final season of Stranger Things,
Right.
and they offer stuff. That's going to be pretty amazing.
Yep. Well, experiences like Queen's Ball, a Bridgerton experience, Stranger Things, The First Shadow, The Perfect Bite, and Netflix's Bites Vegas have already toured in 300 cities around the world. The Philly Netflix house will be home to brand new experiences based on the Jenna Ortega starring series Wednesday and Japanese anime One Piece.
You know, it'd be great, a Tiger King hair salon.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be great? Get your favorite Tiger King haircuts.
Yeah. The Wednesday Eve of Outcasts activation is meant to start off as a fun school carnival before taking a macabre turn thanks to Wednesday's antics. This is how they're describing it.
So I'm wondering, as they do all this and they roll this out and promote and cross-promote with the shows themselves, does that mean we have a greater likelihood of having celebrities tied to these shows coming to town?
I would think so.
Yeah.
At least on the onset of this. I mean, they're going to want to promote this heavily, and they're going to open them up in other cities eventually. But yeah, I would think that they would roll out the red carpet and spend a little bit of money and get some star power to highlight this. But we'll see if it ends up happening. They're also going to have something called One Piece Quest for the Devil Fruit, and that will present a contest where guests will compete with the Straw Hats to get their hands on a mysterious devil fruit. So if you know One Piece, you know what that's all about. At the Netflix house, guests will also have a chance to role play, and I love this, as the main character of popular shows at the Netflix Virtuals, their VR game station, and then top that off with a round of mini golf if they want to. So there will be a theater that will screen Netflix films and shows on top of that.
So I'm completely down with this. I think what I would say is, roll things out incrementally. Don't try to open with too much, because sometimes that can be sensory overload. Build it and make these things popular and learn how you get the people to respond, because you can't make that first impression twice.
Yeah, and while I guess that as more series and films become successful on Netflix, they'll swap those out and they'll bring in new ones and keep this a rotation. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So the King of Prussia location will be the first of 2 Netflix houses in the world. The second one in Dallas at Galleria Dallas is also scheduled to open later this year.
Wow, man. They don't like that. People don't like that, Casey.
The streaming giant has also announced a third Las Vegas location that is scheduled to open at some point next year. So I'll be all over this. This would be really cool.
Man. For once, we friggin' got the first round of something.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
So I thought you guys might find that interesting. All right, here's a story that Nick passed along to me. The landmark Berwyn Tavern, the BT to locals, is changing hands after 33 years.
Wow.
This is according to Henry Fisher, who bought the business back in 1992 as a silent investor. He said, "We had a great run." The new owners, Drew Zaccarini and Sean McKeon, are old hands in the bar biz. So a Bryn Mawr native and Archbishop Carroll alum, Zuccarini, worked at Smokey Joe's for the Ryan family, and then for 23 years for the Hemchers at their Great American Pubs. And then McKeon, who lives in Phoenixville, also brokers real estate, met Zuccarini 10 years ago when they both worked at a Great American Pub.
How many
as well.
Great American pubs are there? I'm only familiar with the one in Conchi.
Oh, there's several. There's one in Wayne. Yeah, there's one in Wayne. There's one in Phoenixville, right across from the Colonial Theater, right down the street from the Colonial Theater. The Conchi one.
I might have seen somebody get headbutted at a.
That's right.
Oh, is that where it was?
That was the Phoenixville one? That you maybe saw that?
Maybe.
A national recording artist?
Yeah.
Headbutted?
At least he's keyboardist.
Yeah. Nick, you had sent this to me because this is an important place to you.
Yeah, I mean, we went to the Berwyn Tavern, to the BT a lot growing up, not growing up, but in our 20s when we graduated from high school, college. And I want to put this out there because I'm really curious to other people that went to the BT over the years. Is it a dive bar? Some people contend that it is and wasn't, kind of like Jake's in Westchester. To me, it was more like a neighborhood bar, and still is a neighborhood bar. I mean, it's not going anywhere. It's still going to be there. It's just different ownership.
All right, so it depends on the definition of dive bar.
Exactly.
Is dive bar a crappy place that has some charm to it that you like?
That's kind of what I
Or
think.
Is it just a crappy place?
Right. So
You know
I think,
what I mean?
in my definition, is the former. I think the first thing you said, that to me, that's what a dive bar
Crappy
is.
with charm.
Crappy with charm, yes.
Okay.
And apologies to the owners, the current owners, for calling your bar crappy, but there's charm to it,
right?
There's
but
a
it's
celebration of it too. I mean, there are organizations that celebrate dive bars.
Yeah.
They're the dive bar T-shirt company.
It's not fancy, I guess is what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Our dive bar, when I graduated from college, no, I didn't go to college, was a place called the Sports Page.
Okay.
And it was nothing special, but it's where we could go.
Yes.
And it was nearby, and it ended up becoming our little haunt. You know what I mean? So it doesn't have to be great. Sometimes it just has to be convenient to you.
Yeah.
To be there. Now, there are some bars I've walked into and I've gone, ew.
Right.
This is gross.
Yeah. Or just more than likely the people are gross.
Sometimes they're actually named Ew.
Ew. Where are you guys going tonight?
Ew.
Oh.
There was a.
That's next door. Oh, is next door.
There was a bar in Manayunk that I remember when I was dating my wife. I went there to get a 6-pack to bring it home. And when I cracked that first beer, it tasted like an ashtray. It was that gnarly.
Cigarette smoke, yeah.
Yep.
Casey, I know what bar that is, and you always had to clean the beers.
Oh,
the
wait.
cans from that.
This was like midway down on Main Street, right?
No. It was under the train track.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
on Crescent Lane.
Yeah.
It might have even been called the Crescent Tavern.
It's called the Crescent Inn. It's right by the train station, the Crescent Inn. Yeah, I actually did an article. There's a magazine called Philly Current, and they were asking me to name 5 of my favorite dive bars around the city, and I had the same dilemma. It's like once you start naming it, you're like, well, you say it to somebody, and they say, well, that's too clean to be a dive bar,
Right.
Or that's not what it is. So it's an interesting conversation.
Very
I love you guys are
subjective,
having it.
yeah.
I'm going to go to Erica. Wants to check in what Nick was talking about. Hi, Erica. Good morning. No, it's my fault. All right, Erica, now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, what's up?
So I feel about dive bars that they attract maybe some of the saddest people ever. However, I love them. I doesn't say that. I mean, it sounds like I'm saying I'm the saddest person ever, which maybe I am. But I think that they're fantastic. I think that they're like a service. Like I think that they like provide a service.
They do. So you're right. A lot of times, day drinking is a thing at these places. There's so to your point, Erica, there was a place across when my wife and I first got married. We were living in Massapequa, Long Island, and there was a bar named Porky's, and Porky's was a classic dive bar. Door open during the middle of the summer. You could see people sitting at the bar drinking, and yet it had a pretty active evening crowd as well.
Right.
And it was a dive.
Yeah.
But people loved it.
Yep. And
there's I'm sorry.
No, I was going to ask Erica, if you go to, are you a regular at any of the dive bars that you go
So
to?
there's one that's in walking distance from my house, which is funny because you go and you see like 2 cars in the parking lot, and you walk in and it's packed. So you know that everybody walked there, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
But I really want to say which one it is on air.
Well, listen, if it has charm,
It's a great place. It's a great place. It's the Tankard, right in Burlington, right off the Burlington-Bristol Bridge.
Okay.
In Jersey.
Okay.
I'm sure people are listening going, wait, that's not sad. Like,
You like it better when there's an air of despondence, right?
yeah, I don't need to be talked to.
Yeah.
Like, I don't need the Friday slinging,
Yeah.
talking to me about my day thing. Yeah.
All right.
You're going there for one purpose only.
Appreciate it, Erica. Thanks for calling in. Yeah, and it's interesting. Some dive bars, have you ever walked into a bar and the regulars are there and you're like, oh, these people don't want me here?
Oh, yes.
You know what I mean?
Now, listen, I don't go to bars per se unless I'm being brought, but I've had that experience where you walk in and it's like, the Piani playing stops. Like, where are you from?
Yeah, I don't like that feeling.
You know what? So there was a bar, Nick, Galifty's, right?
Yes.
So that
It's
used
still
to,
there.
Yeah, I know, but it used to be a dive bar. But now it's kind of like it's been classed up a little
on
bit.
the main line?
Yeah,
Because Galifty's has like great pizza.
yeah. Because I was just talking about it. Like back in the day, I always thought that maybe like a. All right, so is a dive bar and a college bar two different things? Because like Galifty was kind of like a college bar.
I'll give you a dive bar that was referenced earlier in this conversation, Smokey Joe's.
Yeah.
Smokey Joe's was in Wayne, and it closed a long time ago. There was actually a horrific crime that happened after somebody left Smokey Joe's, and I think that sort of led to its downfall. But it was a dive bar, and the name Smokey Joe's was an apt name. I mean, it was smoky, it was gross, it was a dive bar, and everybody went there. And Casey, it was a sort of combo dive bar and college bar because a lot of Villanova kids went there and a lot of kids that lived in and around Wayne went there.
And I have only been to Smokey Joe's and the Berwyn Tavern once each, and both with the same guy, a college buddy of mine, who kind of grew up in that area, and so I like the Berwyn. I wouldn't classify that necessarily as a dive bar.
It's in the gray area. I think.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, Marissa, and I think this place is very popular and people go to it. But I think I'm going to say the name in just a second, but that it might qualify as a dive bar in the best way. In Manioc on Shores Lane, it's Castle Rock, I think it is.
Oh, yeah, Castle Rock right on the corner. They have a great beer program.
Right.
Yeah.
But would that qualify as a dive bar?
I think it has different parameters to
Yeah.
different people. Like it has a lot of regulars. It has a lot of neighborhood folks.
Right.
Because it's in a
And
spot
it's
where you don't have
very
to cross
popular.
the train tracks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. One of my favorites is Ray's Happy Birthday Bar that's open almost 24 hours a day.
I love the
and you get
name.
a free shot on your birthday.
I haven't been to Manioc in a long time to have a drink. Is Pitcher still around?
Pitchers is still around.
No kidding?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I
Would
met
you
the
call
people-
that a dive bar?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
would.
so. In a good way.
In a good way.
Right? Okay. Let me go to, hang on, there was somebody. Yeah, let me go to Katie. Good morning to you, Katie.
Robert.
Haven't heard that in a while. What's up, Katie?
How are you guys doing?
Awesome.
So I went to Conestoga with Nick, and I have to say the BT, I feel like it's kind of evolved. I think it was a dive bar when we were kids, quote unquote. I mean, you could, full disclosure, you could get in with a fake ID. You could sneak in with your friends. There was nothing fancy about it. And the bathrooms are. I think in the article that I read, it says they're going to upgrade the bathrooms a little bit and do some things to fix it up, but try to keep it as as authentic to what the BT is. But I think it has evolved. I think it used to be a dive bar, but it has that same feel. You walk in and the regulars look at you. The record player stops and they're kind of like, "Who are you?" but then it quickly gets going again. The food's great. They have a nice outside area now. I don't know if Nick's been back since they fixed up the outside.
No, I've not. And I remember being out in the back of that bar, and A, was a place where people would go and smoke back when you could do that. But B, like, it was a nice little back patio area, and it's nice to hear that they've upgraded. I don't think you can exist as a dive bar forever if you don't make some upgrades over the years.
Right. Yeah, definitely. And it's not a place that I had been to a ton of times, but it's the BT. I do have to say, you take your life into your hands if you park right in front of it because there's no shoulder whatsoever.
She's right.
And
is right there on Route 30, and it's pretty dangerous if you have one too many. You got to be careful walking out of there.
You know, thanks, Katie. It gets difficult because I was reading a story about bars these days and how younger, college age aren't going to bars, aren't drinking as much as they used to. Marissa, I know you and your husband have a business that speaks to this, and that they're doing different things, Preston. Like, for example, the concept of running a tab. that
Nobody knows about opening a tab. They
Right.
go and they buy one drink and close out every time.
Every time.
I think, okay, this is something, one of my hot takes. I think COVID kind of ruined bar mentality a little bit.
A little bit, yeah, I could see that.
In that, because people didn't learn, because there was a gap where people were turning 21 and weren't going to the bar and learning bar etiquette. So they're closing they're not opening tabs. They're just closing out after every drink, which they don't know. It actually takes the bartenders longer.
Sure.
Because then they have to close you out every time. And I notice a lot of people walk into a bar, get a drink, and then stand at the bar. In a busy bar, in a busy crowded bar where you're not meant to,
get out of the way.
Grab it,
Let somebody else order.
Somewhere out. I see a lot of younger people that just kind of hang in the
That's
spot and
interesting.
don't realize to move around, or even just walk into a restaurant and just kind of like stand in the doorway. A lot of things
They didn't get the training.
Are you saying we need to have a clinic of some sort?
I think so.
Or youngers?
Or at least, like when they used to teach you how to use a phone in elementary school, they should have little bars set up. So to kind of train you early.
Yeah.
And about running a tab should be part of every math class.
Yeah, maybe Marissa could lead this. We'll see.
I'm on it.
By the way, if Kathy were here, I'm sure she'd say that Jake's is a dive bar.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's small. It's not, in bad shape. It's awesome, but it's just tiny.
It's legend, right?
Yes.
I mean, yeah. And so this place that you mentioned in St. Louis, what was the name of it?
Oh, it was out in the suburbs. It was the sports page. It's not there anymore. It's just a place we used to. It was nearby, and we were 21, and we were like, "Where are we going? Going to the sports page, right down the street." All right, so we would go there. There was nothing special about it. You could throw darts if you wanted to.
Oh, nice!
And they
didn't have a dart,
and they got a pool table too. Let me go to. We're gonna go to. Hey, Tucker's calling in. Yo, Tucker. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, man?
I live 2 blocks from the Berwyn Tavern.
Oh, okay.
And I do go there, well, not as much as I used to. But, yes, it is a dive bar. It's not as divey as it was 18 years ago. 18 years ago, it was a hole. But then,
See, you raise a good point, Tucker, about the delineation between a hole.
Oh, we used to call. There were a couple of bars we just called the Hole.
Yeah,
and that wasn't their name. Where are you going to meet? The Hole.
The Hole.
Yeah,
yeah. The hole is a subcategory.
Yeah.
no, about 18 years ago, Rex took it over and started, making good food. They got a smoker out back. They have a great deck and live music on Sundays, and it's a cool place now.
Okay. All right. So, but
everyone I take there loves it.
No longer a dive bar. Excellent. All right. Thanks, Tucker.
No, it's a dive bar.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Just a nicer dive bar.
Thanks,
Yeah,
bud.
it's no longer a hole.
By the way, the partners said that they're not going to change much. The name is going to stay the same. And as our caller, I think it was Erica, that said only light renovations. They're going to primarily update the restrooms and outdoor areas.
What was the name of the wonderful woman down in spring training was at Coco's 2 days. She has her own business.
Yeah.
And they changed they had to change the name of this beloved
the Boxer.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it was originally called, I think, the Brown Boxer or something along those lines, and they had to change the name.
And they knew it would be an uphill battle, and that people, but it succeeded eventually. But yeah, that means a lot. And them not changing the name here is a smart move.
That's Allison that owns that place.
Allison,
Yeah.
that's it.
What
yeah.
a nice lady.
Nick, by the way, as far as the food goes at Berwyn Tavern, the chef is staying on, and that means the smoked meatloaf and Italian pork sandwiches are probably going to stick around.
Their pork sandwich is fantastic.
Is it?
And and in Casey, 2 or 3 beers in, it's even better.
Oh.
So that's good. I'm glad to hear it, and it's nice to know that they're upgrading them. They're keeping the charm of the place, embracing what it is, but moving forward with it.
Who had mentioned Castle Rock earlier?
I did.
Okay, so here is Kenny, who's calling in about that. Hi, Kenny. Good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks, guys. How you guys doing?
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
So I bartended down at Castle Rocks for like 2 years. I cooked and did everything down there. And when I tell you that is a college dive bar, that is a college dive bar. It is 2 floors of craziness on the weekend. And nobody's going in there for their fine dining. Like, their wings were their best item.
No, it's always hopping, and I like the way the place looks. As Marissa pointed out, it's like right on the corner there, easy to walk to. So it is, you would classify it as college dive bar.
Yeah, but also dive bar because, let's just say, for instance, we had this regular who would come in there and get absolutely hammered drinking Golden Monkeys. His wife would come in the next day and ask us to not serve him the monkey.
Don't serve him the monkey.
Violated. But he would come in and apologize the next day, and it'd be like, dude, your wife came in, you're cut off from monkey, you can drink anything else. I don't know what does.
No, it does have a classic sort of a neighborhood feel to it. So I'm glad it's doing well, too.
All right, thanks, man. We appreciate it. All right, well, anyhow, they're planning for minimal or no closures at all, Nick. So they're going to try to keep it open the whole time as they do these minor renovations.
And look, it's just changing hands. It's not closing. They're just going to move forward with it. So and it's nice to hear all the callers saying that it has evolved over the years. I want to go in and check it out now.
All right, let's do another City Beat story. There we are.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
I love the stand-up bass.
So, coyotes continue to be seen in and around Wissahickon Valley Park, with some neighbors saying that the sightings are increasing. Although coyotes have been in the area and through much of Philadelphia for years, some say that they have only noticed them recently. Friends of Wissahickon, or FOW, which helped manage the park with Philadelphia Parks and Recreation, reminded park users this week that the gorge and its surroundings are a wild place. They posted on their Facebook account, we've received reports of coyote activity in the park. I'm
seen coyotes, I'm in the Wissahickon fairly often, and foxes and all sorts of wonderful wildlife.
They said this is a reminder that the Wissahickon is a wild place with wildlife that calls the park their home. Be aware of your surroundings when you're in the park and make sure that you keep your dog on a leash.
So this is going to sound dumb, but I'll throw it out there. The Wissahickon Park system, with all those animals and this continuous run of forest, all my time hiking in there, I've always thought in the back of my mind, do you think a bear has ever made it into this general area? I've never heard of a bear sighting per se in the the park, but why couldn't it conceivably?
Sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I would imagine at some point, possibly. I remember the story, though, you told me, Steve, about that coyote you saw. It had a giant rocket on his back.
It did, yeah. It was amazing.
Was wearing a crash helmet and roller skates.
Yes.
Which is a weird thing to see.
He's heading to Acme.
Bizarre. Yeah, so you never know what you're going to see. Maybe a bear will be in the near future. But the FOW followed up.
All right, if we're going to talk about it, I saw him one time. He was going after this bird, and he had this contraption. He was out on the edge of a cliff.
Yeah.
And do we have that audio?
Yeah.
Oh, he was on the edge of a cliff.
Yeah, and he had this catapult.
Oh, yeah. I think I have that audio.
He got launched.
Poor guy.
There was one time where I'd swear it looked like a tunnel.
He painted it.
Turned out he had painted it on a rock.
Wait a minute. Could anybody go through that, though?
Yes.
Roadrunner could.
Roadrunner could. Bizarrely, this bird made it through.
I remember that. Occasionally.
All right. There was one time he had this catapult, and he's behind it, and he has all this stuff ready to launch on it. And he pulls the rope, and the catapult itself flips back on him.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
Yeah. I saw one with some nitroglycerin one time.
Stop it.
All right, anyway.
Then he had a friend with him who kept boasting about how he could play the piano.
Play the piano.
But there was one piece.
Yeah, that just that he couldn't get right.
Wait, I think I might have the audio for that as well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
All right. It was something like this.
Yeah, what was that? Yeah.
See, he's kind of missing it.
You stupid rabbit! Like this!
Oh, No, it was poop. That wasn't a coyote. That was just this little guy with a big red mustache that was doing that one. Okay. All right. Well, anyhow, so the FOW followed with a second post saying that it has received multiple reports of a coyote approaching park visitors with dogs along the Gresham Creek just a few weeks ago.
It does my heart good to see a coyote out walking its dog.
Park. No, that's other people were walking dogs. All park users should use caution in the area, leash all dogs, and stay on trail. If you are approached, give the coyote space. Back away. Do not run, though. And based on recent reports, no park users or their dogs have been harmed or anything like that. The initial post was prompted by a daytime encounter between a hiker and a coyote on one of the park's trails near the Gresham Creek. The woman who was not harmed called the Pennsylvania Game Commission to
What's
tell
it
them
going to
about
be,
it.
boy?
I told you the story about 4 years ago when we moved into our house, or longer, and we were getting the fence put up around the house. I'm out walking my dog at the time, Chelsea. Chelsea was about 55 pounds. An animal comes running right by, easily the size of Chelsea, and I'm like, holy crap, that is a coyote.
Yeah.
And, I mean, this is in Mount Airy.
Wow.
That is wild.
Hang on about the bear thing. We're going to go to Zane on the phones. Hi, Zane. Morning.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, what's up, bud?
Just wanted to comment on the bear thing because Steve said he doesn't recall one. I want to say within the past 5 or 6 years, there was at least one scenario where a bear came up from the Wissahickon Valley area and made it as far up to the old folks home on the corner of Cathedral Road and Henry Ave. There were cops up there at one point.
Holy hell!
So,
Wow.
yeah, it made its way up.
Dude, I don't remember if this is the same story or not, but I just pulled up an article from NBC 10. This is back in May of 2016. Black bear spotted swimming in the Wissahickon Creek, and there was some video of it, and also the cops got involved.
Yeah, because I'd be out hiking, and to your point, Zane, because it's a forest. It's a completely functional forest with, the waterways and everything like that. And you're thinking, of course, if you've seen other animals, why couldn't a bear make its way into it?
Yeah, exactly. Apparently it did. All right.
Yeah,
thanks.
and you've also got you've got the reserve back there too with the animal control area. So I mean, they've got a good amount of room to run back there.
Yeah.
Thanks, Zane. Appreciate it. There was actually, Nick pulled up in that story that a witness said they saw a big chubby bear with a fuzzy furry little tail.
God. No way.
And that was what they saw near the Wissahickon.
Chubby bear with a furry little tail.
Yeah.
Now that you mention it, there was another bear spotted with what you'd call, I guess, a picnic basket.
Oh, really?
The weird thing was he was dressed in a quasi-formal way. He had a tie on.
In a hat?
Yeah.
I remember that story.
Yeah, I think that we have audio of him running.
Stop it.
Oh, no, damn it.
Okay.
Sorry.
He was singing. He did have a song that he liked to sing.
He had a boom box.
Oh, that was...
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's him running.
So anyway, watch out for coyotes. By the way, male coyotes can weigh up to 55 pounds, females up to 40 pounds. They range from 48 to 60 inches long. They mostly eat mice, voles, rabbits, woodchucks, and birds.
And human babies.
Deer meat has been found in a majority of coyote scat analyzed in the state. Little surprise given Pennsylvania's significant deer population. Deer are subject, of course, to getting hit by vehicles. They die of disease, starvation, and other natural causes, making them easy targets for coyotes as well.
You just brought up a potential correlation because fecal matter left by an animal is called scat.
Yeah.
However, is the process of it scatting, and is the sound of scat singing what you make when you're taking a dump that way?
It's got to be.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm wondering. No, hang on. I'm not done yet. I'm wondering if there is a correlation in the name.
In the name,
scat and scat singing.
Right.
If there's a what do you call that word? Origins, the study of origins of words.
Etymology.
Yes. Etymology in that, not recalcitrant.
Edamame?
An edamame.
Yes, it's an
high in protein actually, but I don't know. Nick pulled up information on scat singing, but I don't know where.
If it has to do with animal scat.
Yeah.
I think there's zero connection.
Okay.
I'm guessing there probably is. In retrospect, it doesn't seem to be the likely connection I'd hoped it would be.
Okay. Now we can beat it. All right. So more traffic circles could be coming to the Philadelphia area. Roundabouts.
I saw a documentary about where cities have employed traffic circles. It actually increases the flow of traffic demonstrably. The trick is not everyone understands the rules of a traffic circle.
Exactly.
And that can be a goddamn nightmare. However, there's one I hit all the time on coming out of Mount Airy heading towards Henry Avenue.
Yeah.
And if it's flowing, you just keep going. You're not waiting. Theoretically, this could be a good thing.
When I was in Sedona a few years ago, that area, it seemed to be nothing but traffic circles. Like that's just.
Did you like it?
I did not.
You
I
did not?
No, I did not care for. Now, I think it was because I was behind somebody who didn't necessarily know how to navigate and negotiate those traffic circles.
Rule of thumb is when you're in the traffic circle in it, you have the right of
You have
way.
the right of way.
And then if you're coming into the traffic circle, you have to yield.
Yeah, there's one in Collegeville, this shopping center we go to a lot, and Rochelle hates it because almost everybody ignores that.
Right.
Once you're in the circle, you have the right of way thing, and they don't know how it works, and people get cut off, and there's horn honking and upset. But once you figure them out, they work. They're exactly, that's how they're designed, to keep things moving, so you're not stopping at either a 4-way stop or a 2-way, which you can sit at forever.
But people are honking their horns?
Yep, they are.
The old Duke boys.
Most of them sound like that one. Roundabouts at several stages of project development are proposed or planned for Philadelphia, as well as Bucks, Montgomery, Chester, and Delaware counties, according to plans on the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation website.
It was actually Parliament that asked Yes to write the song Roundabout to pitch it to the general public.
So Philadelphia also got a new traffic circle in Fishtown in 2021 at the intersection of York and Frankfort and Trenton Avenues, and in South Philadelphia at the Penrose Roundabout.
Yeah. So I just did that one. Great song, by the way. I did that Penrose one last week. I went to go visit our buddy Nick Murphy. He lives right near there. I was pleasantly surprised at how easy that one in South Philly was to navigate. Now, I don't know if it was just because it was time of day or whatever, but it was. It's new. It's noticeably new when you drive through it. It's right near where that Holiday Inn is, which you can see right off of 76, and it really made the drive flow more smoothly.
So I'll tell you where I encountered a lot of them in Switzerland when my wife took a vacation to Switzerland. They're all over the place, and they're in a lot of rural areas where it makes the flow really nice and easy.
My kids don't drive in the city, in Center City, very often, and I was riding as Parker was driving one time, and he pulls up to a stop sign, and he does the full stop.
Yeah.
And there were other cars that were pulling up to the other stop signs, and he had hesitated just a little bit. And I'm like, go. I'm like, you're in the city, man.
Yeah.
These people do not wait.
They're just look straight ahead.
Yeah, just go, dude. Like not even really stop. Just pause and go. Because you're gonna get hit, or you're driving like a normal person should. But you're not in normal person driving territory when you're in Center City.
Dynamic shift. People who have been with me when I've driven through Manhattan, or if I've been driving people, they always comment how amazing it is to be with me because I know how to do it.
Yeah.
You just look straight ahead and keep going.
Yeah. Roundabouts are designed for cars to slow to 25 miles an hour or less and offer greater safety than other kinds of intersections, according to PennDOT. In 47 intersections on state routes where roundabouts were placed, fewer crashes and crashes involving an injury occurred, according to data from PennDOT between 2004 and 2023.
My one question is with roundabouts, do they size-wise eat up more area than a regular intersection would?
Yeah.
Probably it looks like a little bit. PennDOT has proposed roundabouts across Philadelphia, including the locations it's listed in this article. And I wanted to tell you guys that right by us here in Bala Cynwyd, Belmont and St. Asaph's Road.
Right here?
Right here.
Okay.
They have, however, some in the area have opposed the construction of the roundabout. That doesn't seem like a logical roundabout area to me.
To me, it does not.
Yeah.
Can I just, on a tangential issue about this area, have you guys seen this? Appears to be a movable topiary.
Yes, the Rhino?
Rhino.
Yes.
What is? Where is that?
There were two at the exact same corner that Preston was talking about, St. Asaph's and Belmont. There was one in our parking lot in the corner of our parking lot out where those trees are, and then there was one across the street, catty corner to the one in our lot of land.
Have you seen it?
A topiary rhinoceros.
It's
no.
It's artificial. I would have to
remember
assume
that.
If it's movable.
It's funny, like
it just came out of the blue.
It came out of the blue, but we all noticed it.
Marissa's got something.
All right, the City Avenue District. You know those guys that ride around on
Right,
the bicycles around here, and they take care of City Avenue. It's a whole district. They have Clover, Nibbles, and Benny. That's the rabbit. And then there's a baby fawn. There's a baby elephant.
Clover nipples.
Clover nipples.
Clover nipples.
Yes.
Nibbles.
Clover nipples.
Nibbles.
All right, come right in.
Oh, there's a bear too.
Okay.
I've only seen the
Clover
rhino.
nipples too. Or?
Yeah. Oh, so you can name them. If you go to cityav.org-name that topiary, you can name each one of them.
So they are artificial.
They're
obviously.
artificial. They're decorations.
What's that website so people can name them Clover nipples again?
Yeah, please.
Oh, we have to do that now. Clover nipples.
Clovernipples.org.
Follow City Avenue District on Instagram. And by the way, since we're talking about this area, whoever fixed the light in front of our radio station, thank you.
Yeah.
What was wrong with it?
So for years, it would blink. It blinked so we could just cross. It was like one was red, one was yellow. And then about 6 months ago, they changed it to a static light. But I would sit coming off City Avenue for a full 3 to 4 minutes.
You
every
mean
morning.
coming here to work when there's no traffic?
When there's no traffic.
Right.
Yes. So now the sensors are better. So whoever
All right.
fixed it
Yeah.
in Lower Marion Township, thank you.
Always supportive of that.
Very good. All right, I'll do one more City Beat story and then.
Those are available at pasties.com or pasties.com.
Pasties.com. Oh,
yes.
for
Clover nipples.
Clover nipples. Okay.
For St. Patrick's Day.
Glittering green shamrock nipple pasties are available. How much were they, Nick? They are
under $12, Preston.
Oh, okay, $11.95. You can afford that. All right, the Philadelphia Zoo is more than doubling its menagerie of flamingos as it prepares to open a new walkthrough exhibit. It's going to be known as Flamingo Cove. Open to zoo members. It actually just opened up last Wednesday with a wider opening plan this past weekend. I guess they did that. Visitors walk through the enclosure along a fenced path and see pink-hued fowl wandering an artificial plain on either side.
You guys ever seen flamingos actually in the wild?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think I have.
They're pretty amazing. In
Yeah.
fact, what I saw, I was down in Florida, I saw a whole mess of them.
Casey, I saw one right next to our hotel in Clearwater.
Really?
Yeah, from my patio. I stepped outside and there was to the left.
Hi,
there's
Preston.
a little natural area. There's a park over there, and there were a few flamingos out there.
I feel like either you or Nick told me about that.
I saw, I didn't see one in Clearwater, I don't think, but I did see one in, or several in St. John on the U.S. Virgin Islands. There's a island called Anegada, which is in
DeVita.
Anegada DeVita. It's the full name, yes. I knew I was walking into that one. And that's in the BVI, and they can fly down from Anegada to St. John.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So
there it is.
Welcome to the world of clover nipples.
So a group of 14 African flamingos, species that has not resided at the zoo in half a century apparently, will join an existing crew of 10 Caribbean flamingos.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. The zoo renovated a section of a 127-year-old aviary to serve as part of the flamingos' habitat. There's a new shallow pool for them to take dips in and nesting islands for breeding as well. Ongoing construction on the Bear Country exhibit, by the way. With the flamingos out of their original perch in a section known as Bird Valley.
Bird Valley, very creative. Don't get those two mixed up, though.
Yeah, Flamingo Cove is the latest.
They're eating the flamingos.
And
I didn't see that.
Flamingo Cove is the latest in a series of recent changes to the Philadelphia Zoo's layout, including the bear habitats renovations and updates to the zoo's botanical gardens.
So the biggest bears they have at the zoo are obviously the polar bears, I would assume, right?
They're not there anymore.
I don't think they have them at the Philadelphia
When did
Zoo.
they dump out on the
I don't
polar
know,
bears?
man. But I used to love going to that enclosure.
Oh, I love the polar bears.
That's a good question, Steve. They may have them. I'm not sure. Right.
Man, I had the funniest little, and I can't find. I had this funniest little video of Avery when she was 2 years old, after she had gone to the zoo, And she's walking around her house. She's not wearing a shirt, but she's talking about her experience at the zoo and how she. And I'm telling you, like at 2 years old, you could talk to her. And she's like, but she called them Dalmingos, and she's like, "We saw the yellow Dalmingos." And I can't find that video anywhere.
That's so cute.
I know.
I still say Dalmingos.
All right, we're wrapping up the City Beat here, folks. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed the tour. We have a few other things that we can get to eventually, so we'll share them with you. But right now, we're headed out of the city, and we're headed to Hershey Park. And I have a 4-pack of tickets and free parking for our live broadcast next Thursday, June 26th. We'll take caller number 12, 610-660-9333, and we will give you that 4-pack of tickets. You get early admission to watch the show, access to some of the rides and attractions before the general public. And there's another chance to win at WMMR.com. You can also you can purchase special tickets over there as well. This summer, go all in on the Epic Thrills. Their 15 coasters make up the largest collection in the Northeast. Plus, you can get ready for the all-new Twizzlers Twisted Gravity, the world's tallest screaming swing. But we'll take caller number 12 right now, 610-660-9333, and set you up. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The MMRE is coming to your neighborhood. Join Brent Port.
We had a similar situation. I remember years ago clearly, but it wasn't like the sub was in for like a day or two. She was our teacher was sick or giving birth or something, so she had her mother teaching us the class for about a month and a half.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, God, no, mine was only a day.
Oh,
my goodness.
It was so awkward.
All right. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate it.
The principal of my high school, his son was at the school at the time. He was my year. I graduated with the principal's son. So I don't know what it was. He was a good kid, so I guess it was okay, but I don't know if there was ever an embarrassment.
My sister.
I'm sure something had to happen.
Yeah, no, my sister is a principal or the vice principal and teacher at her high school. Her daughter goes there. Her son's going to go there next year. I don't know if that was ever an issue, but she did have my niece in her class, but they have different last names. So.
Casey, weren't you starting to do an embarrassment campaign on your kids for a little while?
Wait, campaign? What do you mean by that?
Like you were going to regularly show up in a bathrobe or something to pick them up?
I think maybe I threatened that. There was a point where my oldest was starting to get embarrassed by me. She's past that now.
Right.
And
when
now she's
that happens,
proud of me and stuff. Like,
if I may jump in just quickly.
Yeah.
When that happens, that really has to be a sucker punch to any parent, right?
Because listen, I used to. 10 years ago, my oldest was in kindergarten, and I was a lunch dad. So the great thing about our job is that we get done the show early enough that I was actually able to go be a cafeteria dad.
Right.
And for a little while there, they were excited that I would go there. They loved it. It was the coolest thing. And also I got to meet the other classmates and all that. And then after a while, it was like
dwindled.
Yeah, but so I would do this thing at basketball games. And listen, this is a great dad joke. So if anybody out there wants to use this is awesome. But when my daughters would do an inbound.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is just the easiest pass in basketball whatsoever, right? The referee hands them the ball, then they pass it to. I would yell at the top of my lungs, "Great pass!" Right? "Great pass, Casey!" And it was funny. Everybody laughed, and it was just ridiculous. And then they would just go, "Oh my God, I can't believe this freaking guy."
Yeah.
So dumb.
But when you've just been being a parent becomes embarrassing to your kids, not doing something that's kind of obnoxious.
Right.
Yeah, dude, it hurts.
Yeah,
it sucks.
especially I think like a daddy-daughter thing. You know.
Yeah.
Well, then you move on to what, purposely embarrassing them.
Yes.
My dad came onto the school bus, remember, in his robe and purposely messed up his hair because I forgot my lunch. He also picked me up from a party early because if I were to ever go to a party in high school, my parents would call the house that I was going to. And if somebody didn't answer the phone, she was like, "I'm coming to get you. Like, you need to know." So, and
coming now.
So we didn't pick up the phone. And my dad showed up with it was my best friend's dad and my dad. And they dressed up in my little brother Christopher's dress up. They had helmets on and swords and armor.
I love him.
And they came into the party and picked picked us up like that.
That's great.
This was high school, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's hard to come back from that.
That's good.
There's a whole other level of embarrassing your children because you have also, I was yelling the nice pass at basketball games, but like yelling at referees and stuff like that at games. And
Yelling
stuff
the
like
C
that.
word?
Not that.
That's an unintentional. I mean, that's your parent getting out of control.
That's bad news bears. That's psycho parent thing. This is just, you're not doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're playfully fun. It's like that transition you were talking about. Dad's here at school.
Yeah.
Oh, Dad's here. That's that's a level of embarrassment, like Kathy's parents doing cosplay, that it's hard to get past.
Yeah, because I had seen that type of thing a couple times. I don't really want to dwell on that. But I'd seen, parents, embarrass their kids by doing something that was just mean or
I told you
out of line.
My dad's attire in the winter quite often would be an overcoat with that went down like below his knees.
Please tell me he had those little sock suspenders on too, because that really pushes it to another level.
But and then boots. It looked like he was a flasher. It looked exactly like that. And he would show up at school. I remember we were waiting to go on a weekend field trip to go see a movie. And we're waiting there, and I forgot something or money. Both my brother and I, to get popcorn or whatever. And he's coming up, and everyone's like looking at, oh my God, there's a flasher coming to the school, and I'm like, oh no!
All right, we got some good calls coming in. I'm going to Luke. Hi, Luke. You are on the air. Good morning, Luke. Are you there?
Hey, yo. Sorry.
Yo, what's up, Luke?
So I'm very man pretty, and when I was 18 years old, I became a model for Abercrombie.
Oh, you'd be one of those dudes who was like shirtless?
Yeah, but when I say model, I just mean like I stood outside of the mall in Cherry Hill.
Okay.
But my mom told everybody he's an Abercrombie model.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Abercrombie model. Like, so she would walk through the mall and be like, "That's my son. That's my son."
That's great. I love it.
It is wonderful to have that pride and have your parents have that exist. But I mean, I could see where that'd be embarrassing.
Oh my God!
Luke,
did you tell her?
She doesn't bring that up at all.
Did you tell her to stop doing it? Did you ever tell her to stop doing it, Luke?
Yeah, of course I did.
Yeah, she didn't.
Can you just go to Cinnabon and leave me alone?
That's right. All right, thanks, Luke. Appreciate it.
So my daughter and Chuck D'Amico, who works here, his daughter, they both worked at a little coffee shop down the shore this summer, and Chuck's wife would go into that coffee shop and embarrass her daughter all the time. Like
how?
It doesn't for a 16-year-old.
Yeah,
it doesn't take much.
It doesn't take much. Just if you announce that's my baby girl back there. Whatever.
Oh, no.
It doesn't take much.
I'm going to go to Melanie. Hey, Melanie, good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, Melanie?
Hi. So my mom is a local singer-songwriter, and I just want to give her kudos that today I'm so proud of her, and I'm so appreciative when she does this, but I wasn't always this way.
All right.
Growing up at some of her shows, she would intentionally pick out songs that were, songs that she'd written for my sisters and I, but she specifically had written me a lullaby that was no mistaken. It was a lullaby. And she would sing it in front of crowds at World Cafe, the Bluebird in Tennessee, like some pretty, known places.
Would she point? Would she point you out in the audience?
Say that again?
Would she point you out in the audience, or was it just?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes. She would call me out. If there could have been a spotlight, I'm sure she would have put it on. But she would make sure to tell every single person, especially at the end of the night as we left, that, oh, this was my daughter. This is the one I sang about.
Is this someone we would know? What's her name, if you don't mind giving it?
Yeah, not at all. Her name is Lizanne Knott. I believe her website is lizanneknott.com, and she is phenomenal. I think she's the best singer in the world. I'm so proud of her.
But at a certain age, you were like, oh, cut it out, Mom.
Oh, it was the worst. Especially it would come up on XPN on the radio sometimes, and, every one of my friends knew about it, so I get phone calls and text messages. Oh, we just heard your mom on the radio. We just heard your lullaby.
Oh, that's funny.
Nice. With you,
right, thanks, Melanie.
Are you, and Casey and Nick, and are your kids embarrassed when they hear you on the radio or
There's
see people
certain
make a
things-
fuss about what?
We're not allowed to talk about certain stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
you know?
you kind of respect their privacy to a certain level, but also, I don't know about you, Casey, with your daughter, Casey, but like at 15, my son's friends just don't care. You know, I think that like they did
Keep it that
earlier.
way.
Well, yeah, like in high school. To them, it doesn't really matter what their parents do. You know, I think that they'll reflect on it later in life, but right now it doesn't seem to impact them one way or the other.
My son has a few friends that listen to the show that have been listening to the show for a while.
Friends do.
Yeah.
Oh, because I get friends' parents listen to the show, or teachers listen
as
to
a
the
result of them being in the car with their parents.
I see.
They have, and so I was at his school a couple of weekends ago, and the kid because we were there for a play, and the kid that I was getting the tickets from, he's like, "Oh, I listen to you guys all the time."
Nice.
And I was like, "Well, that's pretty cool," you know. And my daughter,
That sex harness bit was hilarious.
yeah. And then my daughter's friends are now, and so that's why I think my daughter has sort of come around on it. Is that she has friends that are like, "Hey, that's pretty cool what your dad does," not like, "Oh, you know."
Yeah.
It's also interesting though. I'm sorry, Kath, because our kids know you guys. You know, so my son has been his entire life. I've been on the
Growing
Preston and
up,
Steve show.
yeah.
You know, so like he has.
Giving us a $100 gift card to give away today, and we're doing it exclusively for our YouTube viewers. And that can be anyone, not just our regular crew that hangs out there. We love them to death, but we'd like you to check it out too. So just go to YouTube, do a search, Preston and Steve, you'll find our page, or you can text the word YouTube 610-660-9333. Now, while you're watching, at some point, several times through the morning, you'll see a keyword with instructions that will flash up on the screen, and then you can be in the running for the $100 gift card from Acme. So make sure you take advantage of that now. We're going to have another look at traffic. Marissa's got you. What's going on, Marissa?
Vine Street Expressway westbound is slowing from 95 out to 76. 76 eastbound from the Boulevard to Vine. Westbound from University out to Vine Street. And Boulevard out to Gladwin. 95 northbound, there's construction work at the Girard Point Bridge. It's jammed back to the airport, as well as Walt Whitman Bridge construction that is blocking the right lane. So it's jammed back to the Columbus Boulevard. And then on the southbound side of 95, more construction, Betsy Ross Bridge jammed back to Cottman. And on Route 29 over in Jersey, we are slowing 295 to Bridge Street. This traffic report is brought to you by the International Hot Rod Association. Nitro's back. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is lighting up the track. Nitro Nation, grab your tickets now at IHRA.com. That's IHRA.com, and that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. Real quick, and this is not really for a topic or anything, but I just want to admit this publicly. I cheated on Rochelle last night.
Oh,
What'd you do? I watched the final episode of The Last of Us. It had been long enough. Our schedules had been misaligned. This is a show that we watched together, and we only had one episode left to go. And that ended like 3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
So I finally said, screw it. I want to last.
Did you feel filthy or did you feel fulfilled?
I didn't care.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to watch this for a while.
Wrap it up.
I mean, it did, I did feel like, now I will watch it again with her. But I just couldn't take it anymore. I had to go ahead and dive in and finish it.
We haven't been able to talk about it.
We haven't been able to talk. You guys have all seen it.
Stalling everything.
I know.
I couldn't believe it was over. I thought there was another episode. It just ended.
So this is a dynamic. I'm sorry to jump in,
No, you're
Casey.
good.
This is a dynamic that happens regularly, and I'm sure it does in your world as well, especially if you work in an environment where there are several people.
Yeah.
You guys are all watching some similar shows, and then one person is either a couple of episodes behind or hasn't seen the finale or whatever it is, and then that person has to leave the room while you guys talk about it, or you can't talk about it because you're going to ruin it for them, and it just happens all the time.
Is this the long coming, I should say, which sounds like a porn movie, creation of the equivalent of a book club for TV, where you, in other words, because the joy that used to exist of shows like Lost, that experience was amazing. You could only watch it when it came on, and that was the deal, and then everyone got to discuss and compare notes. You make a pact with a bunch of people to, only to watch it at a set time. And then because part of the joy of something that you're loving, like when we did your Friends and Neighbors with the John Hamm show, which I loved. Claire and I watched it and loved it. And we got to discuss. after every episode, and it was amazing, and we loved it.
Now, have you found any other people to talk to it about?
No. Oh,
Okay.
Casey.
Oh, man.
Casey and Nick, are you? And
No, I
Marissa
want to.
watching. Yeah.
So I think yes and no, Steve, because if people really want immediate reaction, they can go online and they can find forums, or they can find videos on YouTube of people slicing and dicing. But that's not talking about it with your friends.
Your friends.
Yeah. So it's a little bit different. But I don't know, man.
What show you guys? What are you guys watching now?
Well, nothing. That was the last of our wrap it up, and then we're going to move on to either The Pit or to Friends and Neighbors.
Yeah,
so
I
I've
think you'll
got
like
a
The
few.
Pit. What about Stick? Have you
haven't watched it yet?
I watched episode 1. What did you think?
I liked it.
I told Preston that they're shooting for a Ted Lasso vibe, so I have to give it. And I agree with your estimate, Preston. You got to give it 3 episodes.
Yeah. I have not been watching much TV lately. I got to get back to it.
Oh man.
Yep. So, but there's a lot out there, so you don't have to worry about lack of material. In fact, it's a glut of material, like we were talking with Mark Summers earlier this morning.
That's part of the problem.
It is.
There's so much stuff that's out there, and so much of it is good that you end up not having as many things in common to chat with people about.
Yep. So, but anyway, so we can freely discuss that now.
All right.
Because we're all on the same page about it. There was an article Steve sent to me with an interesting concept here. For those who go to Costco, in particular, that's what this article is about, but I assume it could also pertain to like Sam's and BJ's as well, these big box stores, or these bulk stores, because they're large. Costco members are venting about an in-store habit, and it's the fact that sometimes large groups, families, will shop together and they will walk shoulder to shoulder while they are in the stores. Not in a smaller, some behind others, not necessarily single file, but a more compact group. They're saying that people walk regularly shoulder to shoulder down these wider aisles, and because the aisles are wider, they feel like they can stroll that way.
Yeah. So there are certainly bigger problems in the world, but I have encountered this at BJ's, which is where my wife and I will go. Yeah. And you'll get this family, the Von Trapp family, strung across do they rebuff me when I say, excuse me? No. But it's one of those things like, I could see it annoying people, deranged people probably a lot, but it's something I do notice.
Yeah, I don't like shopping with people, I have
You asked them to clear out the store?
No. And I don't understand why families will go and shop together. Like I don't
the notion doesn't appeal to you.
It doesn't. It's not that I haven't ever, In fact, I want to say the last time I went to Costco, I went with my wife and Avery. But that is not the norm. That is definitely not. And
Preston, did you ever do a full family's going to shop?
When we were kids, I would. But no, and unless the kids needed to come along for a purpose,
right.
Or if we had no choice, we have to shop. We got to take the kids with us because nobody can take the kids. There was that. But not as adults. We don't all go shopping together.
And I also was like trying to be surgical about it. Like we got there and I was like, okay, I'm going to go over to this corner and I'm going to grab those things. And they were like, no, why don't we just all walk together? I was no, we have 3 people here.
Yeah.
We can literally bang this out in a third of the time.
Yeah, I've told you when Michelle and I food shop, we tag team. We split up the list.
Yeah.
We can take a couple different carts. We go get business done. Get it done quickly. It's
hunting.
A team effort. Yeah,
hunting.
It's hunting.
Yeah. It's not a leisure activity. Get in, get your stuff, get the F out.
Yeah, exactly.
Go.
But it definitely can bottleneck at certain areas. And I have had to employ the tactic of, all right, I'm walking. And I'm walking down the aisle on the right side because we're in America, Jack, right? And somebody's walking in my direction. And I don't rather than do this tango thing, I'm just going to stand still and you can walk around me because you clearly are not.
Do you apply the rules of the road to the aisle?
I do. I apply the rules of the road to everywhere.
Right. So,
until you get to, if there's something on the other side, then you move your cart over so you can get it in there.
What is your protocol when leaving the aisle with a cart?
when leaving the aisle with a cart.
You're coming to the end of the aisle.
Oh,
Just slow down and look both ways like you would in a vehicle.
And then like a normal human would?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you talking about the people that barrel through it?
What the hell's wrong with those people?
I know.
Or, quite frankly, a barrel across the aisle in the other direction. When you get to an intersection, treat it like a stop sign.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, a yield sign.
Right.
So, and then there are other things, if you're going to talk about etiquette. If you are passing along and someone is standing back looking at stuff on the shelves, excuse me.
It's not that hard.
When you pass between the person and what they're looking at.
Oh, sure.
Excuse me.
Just say excuse me. Sorry.
Right. And then you punch them.
Yeah.
So you're kind of cutting into their visual zone for a moment. Sorry.
Interrupting, yeah. And then also, if you are there and you're standing and it's clear someone else is looking in your general area and you've been there for a minute, move or step back.
Another tactic that I will employ at the Costco is the produce section. It's it's a refrigerator. I do not go in there with my cart. You know,
you can't fit in the refrigerator.
You can.
Oh no! So at Costco, it's a room.
Are you kidding?
It's a refrigerated room.
I didn't know that.
Freaking cold too.
It's
I know what you're talking about. So you don't take the cart in there?
No, because
the carts are big.
The carts are big, and it tends to be a decent amount of people in there, and so if I go in there with a cart, I'm just bulky and I'm taking up space.
I didn't
so I can
know
just
that.
get in there and I'm surgical, man. I'm like, okay, before I even go in there, I know what I'm going in there for. I'm getting bag salad, I'm getting some grapes, getting some bloobs and some straws, and we're good.
Bloobs?
Yeah.
And straws.
Blueberry.
Oh.
That's the kids, man. They call it the bloobs.
I appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah.
Case, but where do you park your cart while you're going in there?
It's funny you should ask. I have to find an area, because I did this at Lowe's the other day as well, that is not heavily trafficked, and then I leave my cart there. I'm only gone for 30 to 45 seconds.
You said there's a nun in the parking lot with a bum toe?
Yeah, with a club foot.
She'll watch your cart.
Some dude at the supermarket, I was looking for like some cleaner that I couldn't find. It's something I'd never bought before. Literally came and stood right in front of me.
Oh, come on.
Literally. And his son, it looked like he was like college shopping for his son, like his first apartment. And his son just started giggling. And I looked at the son and I almost punched the guy. He literally just stood in front of me. And it wasn't like, oh my God, I'm sorry. He was like, oh, you were here.
I'm going to kill you.
Like if I didn't exist.
Was the kid laughing at you?
He was laughing at the whole scenario. That his dad didn't notice me. And that he was just standing there.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I wanted to punch him.
See,
so hard.
That tracks for a child. You know, children.
Not for the adult.
Not for the adult.
No, sorry.
The kid was like 22.
Yeah.
When I say kid.
All right. So the kid, what was he looking for? Bloobs or straws?
I think it was what's the wet mop?
Oh, the Swifter.
Yeah.
Swiffer. Hey, by the way, that's why at Acme you use the order online pick up delivery. They do the shopping for you, and you don't have the deal.
No
with
traffic
people
jams
at all. You can get the app, and you can use that.
Fast and fresh, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, speaking of fast and fresh, I know we're doing a contest on our YouTube page. What's the statute of limitations on
right
eating?
now?
Okay.
I already had a couple of things.
All right. Just make
There's a lot of food over there.
It's it's nicely displayed, and I don't want to mess up the contest at all, but it smells so damn good.
What do you have your eye on?
All of it?
Yeah.
So some people who commented on this on Reddit about the people walking shoulder to shoulder down the aisles said, first of all, your spouse and kids are one thing. But why bring Peepaw, Meemaw, your brother, your cousin, your second aunt, twice removed, and her 8 kids, and the guy you met at the ball game? And another one said, and why do you insist on all walking shoulder to shoulder, creating a wall that moves at the speed of a snail fart? So other Costco customers were quick to agree with the gripes, calling the behavior one of the chain's most maddening quirks. Somebody said one of my biggest peeves at the store, and when people stop and stand right there after entering the store, move out of the way. Another one had chimed in, and they claim that the members have main character syndrome.
Oh yeah, they're the main characters in their own movie.
Yeah, the world revolves around you. Oh yeah, the Von
Traps go shopping. I want to talk to someone. Have you guys used you're going along and you're scanning the products, basically using the app on your phone?
Yeah, I've never done it.
And you're basically checking out you never have to go to the checkout area.
You know where I was chatting with some family members this weekend, just tangential to that, Steve, who live in Los Angeles. If you go to the Intuit Dome or whatever where the Clippers play, you don't have to pay at a register for anything. You grab stuff. It's all facial recognition.
Wow.
So you don't present a ticket. You don't present a wallet. You don't present a credit card.
That's
you go
weird.
and there's a line for getting a beer. There's a line for getting a sandwich. There's a line for getting in. And everything, every bit of it is charged to your card without you interacting with somebody selling you that stuff at all.
Do you remember the Amazon stores? And SNL did a great parody of it where Preston, they're all going in and you go in. And I don't think it was facial recognition. You had maybe had a transponder or something on you. But everyone's going in, and then some of the Caucasian shoppers are going in. And the African-American couple goes in and goes, he's looking around. He's looking, he goes, we're buying this. He's holding it up to the camera
We're buying this.
We're buying this.
But you know what? I don't want that. I understand that.
My cousin said it was a little weird, and the fact that there's no interaction with anybody is also very sterile. Like you're not dealing with a beer vendor at all. You're not.
I like that. Well, I like a beer vendor.
And those are jobs for crying out loud.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the people that make a living off of that.
Yeah.
And it's just
Can't you dress them like robots?
We're going to see more and more of that happening. Dress who? What?
The people.
People
Yeah.
like robots, and maybe that'll satisfy.
Did you like your beer?
I wonder about at places like Wells Fargo Center and Citizens Bank Park and the Link, because it's all cashless now, if that has affected the vendors' tips.
Probably.
I bet you it has.
But it's also easier to tip too. You don't think about it as much when it's just on your card. Hey, it's a good question. I have no idea what the answer is.
Might have affected it in a better way.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Because you don't think about it and you just round up, or you just because you're not because you're not physically handing cash to somebody.
Yeah.
There's less attachment to your money, and then maybe inherently people are a little less cheap. But Casey, I was thinking about this with the Intuit Dome where the Clippers play. The Sixers and the Flyers are getting a new arena within the next 5 to 7 years.
Probably that.
Will there be any vendors in that new building?
I really wish they would do. I mean, and I've mentioned this for the Eagles games. For season ticket holders, to give them a cool ass wristband that has, so you could go buy something. It's like you do at like Disney World. You have a little wristband and your credit card's on there, and you just beep. I would do something like that. And then
especially if it was collectible and had the Phillies logo on there and something like that. Yeah,
I agree with that. But do you do Apple Pay with your watch?
No,
because you could do that too.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is they can also use it as like in-house entertainment. With, like light up the wristbands and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
I wonder how cost effective that is.
Maybe they could just give anything to season ticket holders.
Yeah, just give it all.
Oh my God!
Take what you want,
dude. I'll tell you what. The Flyers take care of their season ticket holders. We were at the Camp Out for Hunger last year or 2 years ago, and these guys were in leather jackets, leather Flyers jackets.
That's right.
And I was like, "What's that? Where'd you get that?" And they're like, "Oh, it's a gift for season ticket holders."
Whoa!
I was like, "Oh,
what?
Wow!"
So what do season tickets? What are they going for the Flyers now?
It's probably in the neighborhood like $5,000. For the entire season. So that's 41 home games.
Pair.
Yeah, for a pair, I think. Okay. Yeah.
So what about for the Eagles?
Eagles it depends on where you sit. I think I'm
50-yard line.
I'm in the neighborhood. Well, I'm in the 200 level, and I'm in the neighborhood of like 2,000. But it's also less games.
Okay.
So it's only 8 or 9 home games depending on which season.
When you buy season tickets for any of the Philly franchises, do you get parking?
No.
So that I tell you what, that would be inducement if they could, you get a deal, you get something. And I wonder, by the way, and not to jump in your case, I'm sorry, when they start building everything,
right?
I still have yet to see the plans for accommodating the parking. Now they're talking about parking garages,
right? Yeah,
but I mean, there are times when there are multiple events going on down there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Will that be enough?
I don't know.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
And all of the plans are now changed because there's going to be a new arena. When they first started pitching those ideas coming from the Navy Yard over 95, adding all those green areas, changing the parking complex, Steve, the original designs are no longer valid because there's going to be a brand new arena in the sports complex.
Yeah, I think within the next 10 years, like the parking, that South Philly complex as we know it will not be recognizable. There'll be hotels and shopping. The new arena will be in a totally different spot.
Would you rather get stuck in a gigantic parking lot or in a parking garage?
Lot.
Yeah, me too.
And I'll tell you where I came to that crystal clear realization. It was at the Camden, the barbecue. One year I got accident. Oh, it's just okay. No biggie. I got. We get the parking because we're coming down for the event.
We went over by the aquarium, right?
So yes, got into it. And I'm like, when everything let out, I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to raise a family here because I'm never leaving.
Dude, when I was leaving Penn Relays, I had to park in the parking garage across the street from Franklin Field. I could have walked home faster.
Yeah.
From West Philly.
The tower, when we were going to shows there. That old garage where your car could barely fit around the corners. Yeah, that was always a tough spot to be in.
Except the first level was free.
Was it?
Yes, because I think they had to have a deal.
It was also the most dilapidated, crushed up, broken concrete bottles. That's what they had to give you something for parking in hell.
Yeah. Man, that sucks. And you don't get a discount on parking for with a
No, in fact, so I was
wasn't a Marissa laughing at season ticket holder.
We park. Listen,
giggling.
We park at FDR, and I think it's $40 to park there. I was thinking about doing something like this, right? Yeah. We know we're going to be there on a Sunday morning. Go there on Saturday night. Leave your car there on Saturday night with all of the, everything in the cooler and all that, and you leave it there. You don't have to pay, and then I can have like one of my kids drop me off. And then our car's just waiting there, and then I don't have to pay. I save $40.
What is the what are the requirements? I assume someone has attempted this. If so, is there a turnover? Is there a stated turnover?
No, because it's FDR Park. So, and I wonder, like, for those guys that, like, because there's, like, men's adult soccer leagues.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder if they have, how they get in.
I don't know, man.
Do you remember when the movie Running Man came out and it shows them at a vending machine for soda and they're paying, God, I can't believe I'm paying $5 for a soda. And it seemed absolutely outlandish and outrageous to us at that time.
Yeah.
Do you think that we will live to see the day where parking will cost you $100?
Yes.
It will
in some scenarios, yes. When you're talking about,
and I mean just a flat rate.
It costs $100 to park at Eagles games if you have an RV. Like if you have a big old thing. Yeah.
You know that there are people who pay like thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars for a parking spot in Center City.
Oh, dude, I was talking to someone that we know who had a job offer to work at a place in the city, and the money wasn't very good, but the capper on it was that parking was roughly $50 a day.
$50 a day.
You're working to park.
Yeah.
That's essentially it. It's like people, who
everybody's working for the parking.
No, like people who have to pay for their kids' daycare, and essentially their job is just
to pay for daycare.
To pay for daycare.
What cracks me up, and we observed this when it was happening, Preston, when the Sixers tickets were down to, what were they, $10?
$2 sometimes.
$2, right. That parking was at that point.
That's right.
20 times the price of the ticket.
So when I went to Phoenix a few years ago to see Fish play, and they played at I think it's called Talking Stick now. Back then it was called Action. But anyway, parking was free. And so we went to the concert on Friday night, and then on Sunday we went to the Arizona Cardinals Houston Texans game in Glendale. Parking was free. It was included with your ticket. I couldn't believe, and I'll tell you what, man, getting in and out was so easy.
Talk about an inducement. Anything with parking, people would freak.
Hey, here you go. So text coming in. LA parking, already $100 for Rams and Chargers games.
Yes.
Somebody said paid $75 to park in Seattle for a Mariners game last year.
$75.
Another one says, saw $100 parking under the 95 bridge at the Metallica show. Wow. Another one says at the Met in Philly for a Hooter show, $85.
Yeah, at one of the garages, I guess, right off of Broad.
Here's another one. Park at Air Show in Ocean City, Maryland last weekend. $105. Now, I've never seen numbers like that. That's crazy.
I remember about 7-8 years ago, I was watching this documentary. I forget who the real estate magnate was. Preston, he had apartments and condominiums. This was in Manhattan. And he was saying he got out of that and converted them all to parking garages.
Yeah.
And that his wealth quadrupled.
I firmly believe that. Yeah, most definitely.
It's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's why when, like down at the shore, you go park somewhere, like $2 or something like that. It's like, oh my God.
You gotta be kidding me.
It's just insanely cheap. Or it's like $4 for an hour. As opposed to minimum $25 in the city or something like that.
You park and you run because you're like, dude, they're going to find out. They're going to know. They're going to know.
Yep. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Well, what do you want, Nick? Yep.
Any of you guys use Meter Up to park in the city?
I do.
Yeah. I find that saves you a little bit of money.
Yeah.
Because you can use that and not pay the full amount. You're not wasting money when you use Meter Up.
Right. Yeah, you got an idea of how much time you're going to be spending.
Yes.
You reserve it for that. And then you can extend, right? If you want.
You can
which is
extend,
great.
which is fantastic, especially. But you can also, once you've left, you can terminate it, and you are not spending that amount you might have guesstimated ahead of it.
I have a few calls real quick I want to go to. Doubling back to the conversation that got this started, which was the people in Costco walking too wide down, entire families taking up the space. I'm going to go to Earl, who's got a comment. Hey, Earl, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, kids. Good morning. I just I was in retail for many years, and one of my jobs ended up at Toys R Us, and the boss laid into me because I was pushing the cart like most people do.
Right.
And he goes, no, we don't do that here. And I go, why? And he goes, because if you're pulling it from the front, you can peek your head around and see if there's a crazy mom or grandparent trying to get the Furby or the Elmo.
That's not a bad idea.
Pulling the cart from the front, gives you the that. Yes, never thought about that.
And I've never done it another way since. And then now what I do, instead of running into the traffic problems that you guys were talking about, I just park mine at the front of an end cap in the aisle. I go get whatever I need out of that aisle, and then go fill my cart at the front. And now I'm not caught in that traffic, and I can walk around the wall.
That's a good idea.
Couple of good tips there, Earl.
You should open up a Costco driving school.
Wow.
Right?
Hey, one more thing.
Yeah.
One more thing. If you haven't seen it, have somebody look this up. The godfather of AI sounded alarms over the last 2 days of what we're looking forward to, and it is scary as all get out.
Yeah, we talked about it.
He won the Nobel Prize for. Oh, you did?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, about it. Yeah, he gave sort of his doom and gloom speech. So yeah, if you weren't freaking out
crazy.
enough.
Well, all right, guys.
All right, thanks,
hey,
Earl.
listen, thanks a lot. Have a stupendous day.
Thank you. Thank you. Stupendous.
I like stupendous. That's a good word. Stu's a good guy.
Let me see here. All right, Jim's got a workaround. So
All right.
Let's go to him.
All
See what he
right.
has to say. He's giving up a secret, it seems like here. Hey, Jim, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good. What's up, buddy?
Sorry to bother you guys at work.
It's okay.
All right. So Memorial Day weekend, all them concerts down South Philly. I actually did Metallica both nights. Went to Post Malone and Jelly Roll the night between. When we went to Post Malone and Jelly Roll, live casino. They don't charge for parking unless there's an event.
Okay.
They don't open them gates like for the parking lots for 4 hours before, 5 hours before.
Mm-hmm.
We rolled right in like we were going to the casino before the parking lots down the stadiums opened. They had nothing set up, and we watched them set up and charge $50 to every car that came in after the lots opened. So we didn't have to pay a dime.
Interesting.
They
It's
don't
pretty
start
wild.
charging you. They don't start charging until the stadium lots open.
So normally I'd be inclined to promote that and get the word out, but then again, they always are the home for our blood drive.
Yeah.
And
Well,
they're so generous.
What you can do is go there early and then play a few hands of blackjack.
There
Hang
you
out,
go.
Have a drink. and
Toss a couple bucks, have a nice meal.
Start your evening there.
What we were planning on doing.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Thanks, Jim.
I like that plan now.
Handling.
All right. Thanks,
But
man.
you can come and go in there live. That's another plus.
I'm doing that right now.
Stop it. All right. Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it.
And so the casinos down in Atlantic City, they've gotten smart. They now charge people as they're entering.
Yeah.
They used to charge you when you exited. And it didn't matter if I won or lost money in Atlantic City. When they would try and charge me, I would just go, I just gave them all. I'm like, I have no cash. I'm like, yeah, you know,
And that would fly?
and that always flew.
Really?
And they were like, okay, you're good to go.
Okay, so here's an answer to a question you had a moment ago, and then we're going to take a break. Says, hey, guys, I've been a bartender at Freedom Orange Pavilion for around 8 years, and I think the cash-free system has actually resulted in slightly better tips.
Okay.
He said, I think a lot of people just routinely hit a button, and even if it's 10%, that can add up quickly. With a $16 drink, people in the past may have thrown down a $1 bill on the counter, but if they hit 10%, that's $1.60 now. So they're not really thinking about it. And yeah, it was usually like a buck a drink is what I would pretty much tip.
Right.
But if it's a percentage, chances are you're going to be tipping more than $1. So interesting.
You learn stuff.
All righty. Well, thank you for checking in with the calls. We do appreciate it. We're going to take a quick break, but let's do this. Let's go to Hershey Park.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, let's do that because we are heading there for a live broadcast a week from tomorrow. And we'd like to invite you. We have 4 packs of tickets. Let's take caller number 7, 610-660-9333. And we will give you that 4-pack, family 4-pack of tickets. You get in early. You can watch us do our show. You'll have access to some of the rides as they'll be opening early for us. And if you don't get in, you can click contest.wmmr.com. You'll have another chance to win there, too. And, of course, they have 15 coasters. Makes up the largest selection in the Northeast. And get ready for the all-new Twizzlers Twisted Gravity World's Screamin' Swing. So let's have you call now and see if you win. We'll take a break, come back in a moment. We've got some Bizarre File stories coming up.
Preston and Steve.
This is all he knows what his dad is
true.
doing, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess sweet. You guys have a much different situation than I do. I get mocked. I told this story before. We were at Target and someone was like, oh my God, are you Kathy Romano? I listen to the show every day. I love you guys. Oh, thank you so much. Second she walked away, Jace looked at me and went, oh my God, you're Kathy Romano.
Really?
But you're not getting anything.
Kathy, one time, I think I told this story before, but we went out and we were at an outdoor restaurant. I ordered dessert and somebody came up behind me and they said, hey, listen to the show. It's so nice to meet you. And I said, I was chatting with them for a little bit. Ben used that opportunity to eat my entire dessert.
Yes.
And it was gone. I was like, all right.
If you're talking about restaurants, my dad, it was his thing because he worked for Diners Club for a while, so we'd going out, you know, one of the early credit cards if you're not familiar, and so we'd sit down, the waitress or waiter would come over. 4 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, please.
Love you, Dad.
That's your dad joke.
Let me go to Marina. Hi, Marina. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Marina. It says here you are a prosecutor?
Yeah.
All right. And we were just talking about somebody had said that their mom comes in for their cases.
Yes. So mine does too, as will other family members of mine. And I didn't think much of it until the one day when the judge was like, oh, who are you here for? Because most of the people in the courtroom are not just the general public. They're for a case. And I had to stand there and be like, oh, that's my mom.
So in the spectators, Marina, it's usually people who are somehow tacitly connected to the case, right?
Yes.
Right. But do you have people who basically consider that like going to the multiplex and can go in and watch?
No, it's never happened to me.
All right.
But the judge asked, like, oh, what case are you here for? Because we were almost done, and I had to stand and say, no, that's just my mom.
I was helping my daughter fake some evidence last night.
Did the judge react kind of, did he find it cute?
Yeah, she just laughed. She
did. Oh,
that's awesome, though. That's great that you're doing that and she's coming by to watch.
She's proud of her daughter.
Yeah,
Wow.
that is great.
All right, thank you, Marina.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
My uncle tries death penalty cases, and I have forever wanted to watch him.
Yeah.
I want to see him, and he won't let us.
Yeah.
He's like, no, it's too much. It's too stressful. It's
Before we talk about the lethal injection, my niece is here.
She's on the radio.
Yeah.
But same thing.
And it's just it's great to have her here. Now back to the injection.
No, but like I'm so proud of him. Like I mean, he's gotten people off of death row that were
that
falsely
should have been on death row.
No, that were falsely accused.
That's awesome.
He had to move out of a state because he got a black man off of death row.
Really?
They said as soon as his case is over, you have to move. So anyway, that's side story. But like we as a family, we are so proud of him. I would love to see him try a case, even if it's not that serious. But
I could see though you get thrown off your game. I mean, something much less is when you're a performer. When I would do stand-up comedy, my dad saw me a couple times, but when friends or people are come down, it throws you off your game a bit. And if someone's life is hanging in the balance, I could see where you don't want to take the risk.
I'm going to go to, we're talking about parents embarrassing you. This sounds good. I'm going to go to Debbie. Hey there, Debbie. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Debbie?
Hi.
Hi.
So this is an area that maybe Casey is familiar with. I was a Fatima girl.
Okay. Yeah, where were you, Glen Olden?
Briarcliff.
Briarcliff, there you go.
None of us have any idea what it means.
Do you live on Rively Avenue over there? Or?
So anyway, back when young teenagers, around 14, my dad was a township commissioner, and every once in a while, he worked with the police closely, and he would every once in a while drive around with the cops in the neighborhood just to check out things. And at 14, we were walking around the neighborhood just hanging out, and there was probably about 20, 25 of us, and the cop car kind of like pulled up alongside of us. And you know how the cops have the loudspeaker bullhorn?
Yeah, they have a PA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the cop announced with all these kids, "Is Debbie here in the crowd?" And I almost died because everyone turned around and looked at me. And then he said, "Debbie, your dad's here in the car. Come over and say hi." And everyone lost it.
Oh, I love it. Is Debbie here? We're looking for. She's on a prostitution charge.
I almost died because everyone turned around and just started laughing, and I was just like, I was so embarrassed. And then I was mad. I was like, oh, my God, how could you do this to me?
It's hilarious.
A teenage
It's
girl
hilarious.
and be embarrassed in front of friends. I'll bet you were really pissed off.
Oh, my God. I was mad, yeah, because later when my dad came home and I wasn't even, talking to him, and he was like, what are you mad at? I'm like, Dad, that was so embarrassing. He's like, I was just saying hi. I'm like, no.
That's so great.
Discreet. Be discreet.
It's cute. Yeah.
All right, Debbie,
yeah.
thank you. I
Debbie,
love
by
that
the way, I have two Briarcliff stories. One, I was in love with a Briarcliff girl in high school, and she wouldn't give me the time of day. Look at what you missed out on, baby. Secondly, I broke my wrist in Briarcliff as well when I was in college.
Oh. Okay.
There you go.
Maybe you and your parents can all get together and you can chat
This
about it.
morning, a revelation on the Preston and Steve show is Casey revealed he broke his wrist.
It was a bad one, too, man.
He says it was a bad one.
I'm going to go to Brian for another call, and we'll stay on topic here. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Good morning, it.
Good morning, it. What's up, my man?
So when I was about 15 years old, the once a month where Dad wasn't working 90 hours that week, he would drop you off at school.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 15. He would roll down the window and yell, "Hey, Bri, you forgot to give me a kiss goodbye."
That's so great.
And would you just turn around and flip him off, or what would you do?
I would awkwardly laugh and then walk away. And then I'd get home that day from school and he's sitting there laughing his ass off still about it. And I'm like, I'm going to get you back one of these days. Now, at 32 years old, I dropped him off at the gym the other day, and I yelled out, "Dad, you forgot to give me a kiss."
Oh, that's excellent.
Awesome.
Well done, Brian.
Thank you.
Well done. Thanks, man.
Our friend Meredith just texted me. She said, I was out with my dad once, and he would say to people in front of me, "She knows Preston and Steve and Joe Conklin."
Oh, that's great.
funny.
All right, Craig Lagans is on the line. Yo, Craig, good morning.
What up, white folks?
Hey, man, how you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. One of the things my mother loved to do was she would come to a bookstore where I worked, and not only because she loved books, but she was also there to remind the other customers, if they liked me, that she was the one that got me the job.
She was boasting about getting you the job at the bookstore.
Yes, I was engaged with one customer because we both liked the same books, and she goes, "Yeah, isn't this great?" Well, this is my son, and I saw him sitting on his ass watching TV for nothing but hours and hours. So I said, you need to get a job. So it's not only customer service, that's because of me.
That's great.
Oh.
That's awesome.
That's funny. All right. Thanks, Craig. Have a good weekend, man. We'll see you.
Thank you.
All right. There was a call up here earlier, and they're not on anymore, but they say that their mom would embarrass them regularly when they would go out to eat and would talk to the server and tell him, oh, he's such a picky eater. He won't, and going on and on about that like every single time that they would go out to eat.
Yeah.
And that's just mom's indirect way of nagging at him to try to eat.
That's a Beverly
something
Goldberg, from the series. That's exactly how she's depicted.
Let me go to Keith. Hey, Keith. Good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
A few years back, I had run out of some allergy medication, and my father was on the same prescription, so I asked him if I could borrow a few.
Oh, no.
He obliged and gave me the medication, and I went to work, threw one in my mouth as always, and about 2 hours into my shift, I realized I had a bit of a sinus headache, and I kind of felt lightheaded. And then I called my dad, and I asked him what kind of medicine he gave me because I told him I wasn't feeling too well, and he just started dying laughing on the phone. That's when he told me that, unbeknownst to me, he gave me some of his new Cialis. And
Oh, my God. He gave you Cialis.
He gave me Cialis. So I went to work, and for pretty much the duration of the afternoon, I had to sit at my desk and ask people to get stuff off the counter.
Because you had a boner.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, and he laughed about that and brought it up.
Talk about a unique way to embarrass your child.
I'm going to give him a boner at work.
That's a little indirect, but wow. Okay.
And for years afterwards, he would still bring up the story and remind people who, in case they had not heard the story.
Oh, so he would tell people this story. Okay.
Oh, this was one of his crowning achievements. I think.
Right.
Giving you ED pills.
God.
Yeah.
All right.
You have a massive erection.
Nice, Keith. Thanks for sharing. We appreciate it. All right, one more, and then we got to take a break. I'm going to go to Kevin. Hey, Kevin, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah.
Dear God.
By the way, that is a ringtone now.
Yep.
People were asking about that.
Yes.
And there's a few other things if you
You
like
can
it.
get the Yoo-Hoo tune and a few other things. What's going on, Kevin?
Mike, how are you guys?
Good. All right, what's your story, bud?
So my father used to come down when I was a child, or when I had my friends over, and he used to poop with the door open while smoking a cigarette.
Poop with the door
smoking a
open while
cigarette.
smoking a cigarette while other kids are there.
Yes.
You get arrested for that nowadays.
Yeah, you're exposing yourself.
Wow.
Yes.
He just didn't
Nobody
care.
cared back then. But,
Yeah.
And apparently he didn't care either.
You know what? My friend's dad used to do that too.
Just door open?
Door open,
Smoking
a cigarette. Kid
door
you
wide
not.
open.
Bubba
He used to do
Martin
it all
was
the
his
time,
name.
even if my friends weren't there, but.
Dude,
Really-
Kevin, I also think a lot of guys who went through the military, I'm going right here. You get used to it, in front of other people.
Wow.
Yep.
Did you ever tell him to stop doing that, Kevin?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he didn't care.
He didn't care.
I've got to poop.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I'm going to play that audio one more time, Casey. We got this whole conversation started. A TV reporter was setting up for a shoot. It wasn't live on the air, but the camera was rolling. And as he's there, his mom drives by, and they catch it.
Is it because of This is my mom. Hold on. I'm trying to work right now. You over there calling my phone. This is D'Angelo. You can say hi. And don't be holding up traffic because you got cars behind you.
9:54 on a Wednesday morning with Preston and Steve show. We are running out of time for you to win a $100 gift card from Acme Markets. Contest ends in 5 minutes. So you need to do it through our YouTube page. We're doing it exclusively on YouTube today. So you can, if you don't have a link and you want it real quick, you can just text YouTube to 610-660-9333. We'll send you a link to our YouTube stream page, and there's a special keyword that you need to have in order to win that gift card, and the information's there. So go get it from our wonderful friends at Acme. Let's take a final look at traffic. What's going on this morning, Marissa?
On the Commodore Barry Bridge, we are slowing westbound from the toll plaza to the downside for construction. We have ramp restrictions on the Vine Street Expressway. It is eastbound for the off-ramp to 95. There's a crash right there that is blocking the area. 76 eastbound, we're slowing from the Boulevard out to Vine, westbound from University to Vine. And on 95 northbound, right before the Girard Point Bridge, we're jammed back to the airport for construction. More construction from the Walt Whitman Bridge back to Columbus Boulevard is where that's jammed to on the southbound side from Betsy Ross to Cottman, and on Route 1 northbound from 13 to Pennsylvania Avenue. This traffic report is brought to you by Indeed.com. You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast, easy? Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit, and that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
And if you are watching on YouTube, you got a nice video of Casey taking a big bite out of a pastry that he grabbed from our display. I got a good close-up look at it.
I got a little on my beard.
That's all good. All right, listen, we got Bizarre File stories to share with you. Let's do that.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors, celebrating 100 years. And right now, save $250 off of windows, $700 off doors, and 0% APR for 48 months. This story is out of Wisconsin. An apartment occupant reportedly used tequila to marinate a home-cooked turkey Sunday evening, and it caused the oven door to blow open.
Whoa! Oh, man.
According to the Madison Fire Department, the 911 caller said that they were cooking a turkey in the oven for 8 minutes when the oven door blew open. Firefighters arrived to check the oven, and a thermal imaging camera was used. And firefighters opened the oven, which had blue flames that came out.
Wow.
The oven was removed from the apartment, and the occupant said that they had used this recipe before and had no issues.
Must be that Butterball heat sensor.
Although the occupant had used the recipe before with no issues, firefighters presumed the accumulated vapors from the alcohol were not being vented properly from the oven, and when exposed to oxygen, would ignite. The occupant had to be evaluated for burns, but was not taken to the hospital. Redwood City and the California Department of Transportation says that they have fixed the security flaw that had allowed hackers to tamper with crosswalk accessibility buttons earlier this year. The issue began back in April when pedestrians had heard distorted messages voiced to sound like both Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg instead of standard crossing instructions. So sometimes for blind people, there will be instructions that are recorded and used at those crosswalks. Well, these were actually, they sounded like Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg.
What were they saying?
Oh, it was like, so I listened to Zuckerberg's. He's like, hey, this is Mark Zuckerberg, also known as the Zuck. And I just want to let you know, that because of AI, our society is falling apart, but like this funny, but he's like, but don't worry about it. We got it, and it was just like this weird little doomsday message.
That's pretty wild.
So the compromised buttons in Menlo Park were the only buttons operated by Caltrans, and all three jurisdictions disabled the system in response. Caltrans and Redwood City assured residents that the issue has been resolved and new protocols are in place, but this gets more interesting as we go along. The city manager, Jennifer Yamagumas, claimed that the issue was caused by users gaining access to the manufacturer's app called Polera Field Service, created by Polera Enterprises, one of the largest manufacturers of accessible crosswalks infrastructure. And for years, Polera had a publicly accessible app on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store that allowed city officials to access the systems. Within 48 hours of the incident being reported in Silicon Valley, the app was pulled from stores. Theoretically, access to the crosswalk buttons requires a 4-digit numeric code created by the city. However, many online commenters have pointed out that some cities never change the default password 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, come on. You're allowing access to that and you don't change the code?
Polera later republished the app with additional password security requirements. While a 4-digit password allows for 10,000 possible combinations, some cybersecurity experts say it can be cracked instantly.
Isn't that the kind of like the passcode that some idiot leaves on his luggage?
On his luggage.
Yeah.
Neither Caltrans nor Redwood City would say how the hack occurred, but yeah, some of them maybe because of that password. In the UK, a charity fundraiser run for 90 miles long, a runner, was dressed as a pair of testicles.
Wow.
As he did the 90-mile run. This was to try to reduce the stigma around testicular cancer.
Oh, my balls!
Toby Freeman is the founder of Robin Cancer Trust, a charity set up in memory of his older brother who died from testicular cancer in 2011. His latest challenge, part of a bid to run 311 miles total, had seen him run coast to coast from Cumbria to Tyneside across 3 days dressed in his eye-catching costume as testicles.
Did you see the costume was in fact large balls?
Yeah. Exactly what it was, yeah.
That's not aerodynamic.
It was absolutely incredible, said the 35-year-old. Some of the livestock were a bit wary of giant testicles, but we avoided them as we navigated through. Mr. Freeman said the big ballsy challenge was intended to break the stigma, reduce the embarrassment, and save lives around testicular and ovarian cancers. He said, I choose to do this. I'm able to do this. Health is such a privilege, and that's denied to so many. There was this overwhelming gratitude for support and donations, all of the conversations, but also what I'm able to do. As part of the challenge, he has already run marathons in London, Brighton, and completed the Great Manchester Run as well, but not dressed as testicles. All right, and we'll do one more quick story, and then we will wrap it up. Where is my quick story? All right, we'll go with this one. Police in England had a tip for rock lovers heading into the Download Festival last weekend. In past years, the crash detection features on smartphones and smartwatches mistook mosh pit dancing for serious car wrecks, flooding the emergency lines with almost 700 extra calls.
That's wild.
Leicestershire police urged fans to switch those features off, use airplane mode, or at least answer hidden number callbacks so that dispatchers know that everyone is safe.
Have you ever had your phone go off because of some sort of collision or something?
No. The warning covered every rough and tumble style, from slam dancing to simple pogo jumps that might trigger an alert. And it gives a new meaning till party till the cops come. But they showed up because they think you've been in an accident. But they asked people to actually turn that feature off.
Yeah, I guess they're slamming hard
on their phone. And that is what we have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we're going to take another break. When we get back, lesson question, trash, music news. And music news will include a chat with one of my all-time favorite drummers. And that is Mr. Steve Smith from Journey. And his jazz group, Vital Information, is going to be in the area. And he's doing a drum clinic, too, which is a special thing. So we'll take a break and come back with him. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
I love her so much.
Oh, my God.
So proud.
Yep. All right, well, listen, we're going to take a break. We got some guests joining us. We're going to have Moses Storm is going to be at the Helium Comedy Club this weekend, and Mina Starsiak from the show Good Bones will be on because she's going to be at the Philadelphia Home and Garden Show that's going on. Do we have some tickets I can give away
Actually,
real quick?
yeah. They have the winner sheet over there.
Yeah, we'll take callers 5 and 6 at 215-263 WMMR, and you will get to go to the Home and Garden Show. And you can save on tickets at phillyhomeandgarden.com. It is at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. We'll be back in a moment. I think I'm going to whip out the pipe this morning.
Yeah.
I didn't have it yesterday. Yeah, and I think I'm going to smoke a bowl right here in the studio.
all right.
That's what I'm going to do. No, it's the historian. And yesterday I didn't realize I was doing a historical story until part of the way through, and I didn't have my pipe ready.
So, but okay, I like that.
But this is...
But we're not going to mandate the pipe since you kind of came in through the other door.
This is true.
All right.
But, so this is an interesting look at the historian, by the way.
So this is a look at the historian?
No. This is an interesting take on this segment, I should
I'm sorry,
say.
I didn't go to college.
Yes, you did.
So, we live in a day and age where at least every week we'll see word of a new social media challenge. TikTok is rife with challenges. And one of the classic ones, I think, was maybe more originated on Twitter or somewhere else, but like the Tide Pod challenge.
The cinnamon.
The cinnamon thing, yeah, where you try and
absolutely
keep that in your mouth. And we always comment on how stupid these are. And some of them we don't even acknowledge because they're so dumb. I mean, there's some that go back a few years ago, like planking. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Or the Harlem Shake.
But this time,
like that.
In this time we're at currently, because of all the social media that's available, specifically TikTok, there seems to be one every couple days.
There does. But the historian is here to tell you that throughout the history of mankind, we have been doing stupid challenges as a race. All right, as the human race, we have been taking on stupid challenges and fads. I'm going to cover some fads as well in this, okay? So
is this going to be on the test?
It may be on the test. I would pay attention. I would take notes if I were you. So we'll begin with some that you've probably heard of before, like the Goldfish Challenge.
That's a classic. Whenever from the 50s, I think of the Goldfish Challenge.
Talking about swallowing a goldfish?
Right, swallowing a goldfish.
Yes.
Oh.
You ever know anybody that swallowed a goldfish?
I do.
Me too. Yeah.
Yeah.
You actually swallowed one?
Yeah. It was not a proud moment, but
Was
it was
it a college?
College moment, and
Okay.
I was one of two people in the room who did it, and it was we bought those goldfish specifically to do the Goldfish Challenge.
Oh my goodness.
Well, the goldfish trend actually they know exactly who started it. It started at Harvard University at college in 1939 when freshman Lothrop Withington.
Lothrop?
Yes.
Lothrop, what are you doing with that fish?
Fluffy.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I hope you don't do that to the dog.
He bragged to his friends that he once swallowed a live fish.
Lothrop?
His friends put together $10 and they bet him that he couldn't do it again. Lothrop chewed up a goldfish.
He chewed it.
Won $10 and became a legend after doing that. And swallowing goldfish spread and became competitive, with students eating more and more fish to win pre-internet viral fame.
Chewing a goldfish, I did not know that was the original
Yeah,
way
are
it
you
was
supposed to
done.
swallow it
I
whole?
always heard you just pop it down.
I think it
Yeah.
eventually turned into that.
All right.
Yes.
I had a friend who could swallow things whole and then
Regurgitate?
bring them back up. He
Wow.
would do
Yeah.
like lit cigarettes. He would do goldfish, like anything. It
There's
was like
people that can do that.
There's a
There's a guy. There's
Yeah, it
the
was
guy
on-
whose whole act.
Yeah, it was I think was he Australian?
I think he's Australian.
David Blaine does it too.
And he did it all over.
He would do like this. You go.
Yeah, he would go.
Make that sound.
He would go. And he would. Did you ever see that?
So weird.
I feel like I have. I
He
feel
would
like I
take
have.
like a miniature Rubik's cube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's completely solved. Throw it in his stomach and then mix it up.
He did light bulbs and stuff.
and then
too.
he would kick
Light
it back
bulbs.
up.
He
But
would mix it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had incredible control of his stomach.
Did we have him in studio, or am I misremembering?
No,
we did not.
No, I don't.
I absolutely would have.
This guy was big in like.
He was on Letterman a lot. and-
Exactly.
Yeah.
He was in there.
So anyhow, the swallowing goldfish spread, and the hopefully never to be broken record belongs to Clark University's Joseph Diliberado. He ate 89 fish in one sitting. The trend is not practiced widely these days, but it never fully died. You can check out YouTube for evidence.
You know, it's
on
funny.
That.
Like I'm recoiling, and I'm like, I must have eaten 60 pounds of salmon in the.
Yeah, I know.
We eat fish as human beings.
Yeah.
All right, another fad or a challenge.
Can I guess one of that time?
history? Sure, yeah.
Historian?
Yeah.
Piling in a phone booth?
Well, yes. You want me to get to that one?
Oh, that's
Because that to me, when I think of the goldfish, I think of that around the same time as the phone booth challenge.
So that was in the 1930s, and then the phone booth cramming, as they called it. Let's see, involved, of course, as many people as you could fit into a phone booth. 1959 was the high water mark of the trend, with college students from the UK, the United States, Rhodesia, and other countries trying their hand at squashing into call boxes. MIT managed to smash 19 nerds in a phone booth.
Do you guys remember seeing pictures of this?
UCLA got as high as 17, but the ultimate phone booth stuffing record was set in 1959 when 25 people in South Africa crammed themselves into one box.
How is that possible?
They would literally position themselves and you know,
yeah.
What do you call it? Contortionist,
Yes.
I guess, you know.
Listen, you talk about Mike Jarek earlier talking about being claustrophobic. Could you imagine
God.
being that in there?
No, that could be serious. Somebody could die.
So a standard phone booth, which we're looking at a picture of a standard phone booth that I remember from the time. Are other countries at that time, did they have bigger phone booths, or was they
I
a
don't know.
set standard?
The UK's seemed bigger.
The call
I've
boxes,
been in the
right?
call boxes,
Yeah.
so I don't really know. But this took place in South Africa. Canadian students reportedly crammed 40 kids in a box, but it turned out that they were cheating by using an extra large phone booth. So, Steve, I guess sometimes they would
liars
keep an eye on what that was. So, yes, Steve, you got that one right. All right, so another one that goes back as a stupid challenge from the past, not just viral, but this is back in the day. Pole sitting.
Yes.
Popularized in the 1920s by sailor, attention whore, Alvin Shipwreck Kelly.
Attention whore.
The pole sitting challenge, a.k.a. flag pole sitting, which I think is what that song is named after,
Yes.
flag pole sitter, involved staying on a small platform atop a pole for as long as possible.
It's another David Blaine thing.
This little blip on the pop culture radar went viral and then shrunk to obscurity by the end of the 1920s. It is periodically popping back up, though, like David Blaine or the Harvey Danger song. The longest pole sit ever took place from 1982 to 1984.
Oh, my God.
Long past pole sitting's golden age when H. David Werder spent 439 days on a post in Clearwater, Florida.
How do you even pull that off?
Werder's world record is a little suspect, though. He lived in a capsule on the top of a pole that seemed to have straddled the line between platform and small room. So it was kind of a, instead of being exposed to the elements that whole time.
We did our own sort of contribution to this. We had our intern at the time, Joe, sit on a toilet.
Yes.
It was in a...
It was a punishment.
Yeah.
It was in a cherry picker.
And it was... Where were we off?
It was right by 95 in the Blue Route.
Yeah, there's Pisano concrete.
There you go. Because we knew it would be a high visibility area.
Right.
And we put Joe up there for 24 hours sitting on that thing. His legs got numb. Oh, man. It's... Poor Joe. We did some stupid things.
Should, by all rights, he should hate that.
He should hate us.
Yeah.
But anyhow, that was our version of it. We had people go by and honk their horns.
Yeah.
And it drove them crazy.
It was actually good weather, though, I remember.
Yeah, it was.
All right.
So it was okay.
Yeah, so it was fine.
So it's fine, yeah.
Other stupid challenges, and you guys all know this, but streaking. And streaking is not necessarily, it still is done today, but it was in the 1970s. People were doing it all the time.
There was a song by Ray Stevens, was it The Streak, right?
The Streak, yeah. So interrupting something by running around naked was a huge thing in the inexplicable 1970s. But
vulnerable.
Streaking has a surprisingly long history before then. You can go back to Lady Godiva, who supposedly rode naked through Coventry in the 11th century. In America, our ultimate streaker was George William Crump, or the first streaker, I should say. He was suspended from Washington and Lee University for streaking incident in 1804. He went on to become a congressman, by the way. The trend caught on in a mass way in the 1960s, and by the mid-1970s was inspiring novelty songs, dinner table arguments, and mass streaking runs. The fad's high watermark was the 1974 Academy Awards ceremony.
Yes.
Where the presentation for the Best Picture Award was interrupted by a nude hippie running out of the wings, flashing a peace sign, and then dashing off stage.
I think it was in front of David Niven, was it not?
It was. In question first. And we are going to give away a pair of tickets as MMR rocks Nathaniel Rateliff and the Night Sweats. It's going to be the South of Here tour, Saturday, August 16th at Hard Rock Live at Edis Arena in Atlantic City. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster.com. So here's your question real quick. Where is Paige DeSorbo, the girl from the Giggly Squad, Love Island, USA, going after she got sick?
Yeah.
Right, that was at like 6:55 this morning.
That was an early one.
Yeah, so where is Paige DeSorbo, the girl from Giggly Squad, Love Island, USA, going after she got sick?
Do you get bonus points for saying it right?
I hope so.
Okay.
I mean, we'll rank you higher in our in our respect if you do. So 610-660-9333. My headphones sound funky for some reason, Casey.
Funky in a cool...
No, in like a terrible way.
It's supposed to be up here.
All right, that's better. Thank you.
Good.
I think. All right, we're going to do that. Let's do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, Steve, what you got stories-wise for us this morning?
Well, Super Football mom Donna Kelsey, she's going to become a reality television star when she joins the cast of the game show Traitors. Donna's job will be to derail contestants from earning big prizes through deception, manipulation, and, if necessary, murder.
Whoa!
Wow. It's pretty wild.
God.
R. Kelly's lawyer claiming that both Kelly and Diddy have a lot in common because they are both black entertainers under siege by the feds. Attorney Bo Brindley says they are basically the same if you swap the baby oil for piss.
Whoa. Oh, my God.
And finally, Josh Duhamel revealing, this is Josh Duhamel we've had in the studio, revealing in a candid interview with Men's Health that he is going through testosterone replacement therapy in a bid to get back some of his youthful vitality. Asked if it was working, Duhamel admitted that the flower in his lapel was actually the head of his penis.
Oh, my God.
This is an old joke. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, thank you, Steve. All right, let's see if somebody knows the answer to the question. Where's Paige DeSorbo, the girl from Giggly Squad, Love Island, USA, going after she gets sick? And we're going to go to Zach, see if he knows the answer. Hey, Zach, morning, bud.
Good morning, Preston. How are you guys?
Awesome, Zach. So where's the girl going to go after she gets sick?
Home.
I'm going home. He didn't say it like it, but it's all good. Hang on, we're going to set you up, and we're going to give you a pair of tickets to see Nathaniel Rateliff and the Night Sweats and the South of Here Tour, Saturday, August 16th, Hard Rock, live at Edis Arena in Atlantic City. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
This morning for Music News, we have a special guest who is going to be joining us because there is an event that is coming up. It is next week. It will be at the Windish Studios in Westchester, and there's a show and a drum clinic that are going to be happening.
You've been very giddy over this.
Very much so. He's one of my all-time favorite drummers. I need to play a couple of examples before we welcome him officially. So, obviously, you know him from the band Journey, and he brought us a couple of iconic drum fills and drum grooves. I'm going to play a couple of those for you. That little fill right there is legendary among drummers. It may not sound like it to you, an average pedestrian music listener, but there's a lot going on there, as is in this. Now, everybody knows this song, but what you don't know is that it's a really unique drum pattern. Now, while Neil Sean is doing a ripping solo there's some really cool stuff drum-wise that's going on in the background, and you should pay attention to it. And then we fast forward a few years where jazz is what is the man's forte, and this is what he plays like now and the type of thing you can hear coming up at the show. Wow. Oh, it gets good. I mean, please. Come on. Stop it with that. Ladies and gentlemen, the amazing Steve Smith is joining us this morning via Zoom. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning.
Thanks for coming on, man. We appreciate it. As you can tell, I'm a big fan. I'm a drummer myself. You are in the top of the tops as far as I am concerned, and I'm just a major fan. And as Steve said, I'm kind of geeking out on this whole thing.
Well, thank you, Preston. I heard your cover of Journey's Escape.
You
Good
did.
job.
You got a chance to check that out?
He said, good job. Did you hear that?
Nailed it.
Thanks,
You
man.
nailed it. Yeah.
That is a stadium song, man. I remember seeing video of you guys playing Escape live, and I'm like, that's what stadium rock was to me. And I'm like, I got to play this song. So I have a little electronic drum kit, and I used to make some drum videos. That was during COVID, by the way. We were all finding something to kill some time in COVID, so I was making drum covers. So thank you, man. I hope I did it some sort of justice.
And there's some tricky parts in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to kind of figure out, I don't know how your sticking went, but I did my own version of that. But
no, I think you got it. Pretty much.
Well, you've just made a year for Preston. And Preston, you were laying that you had the opportunity to sit in an intimate drum session with Steve.
I spoke with Steve real quickly off air before this interview, but Steve, it was back in, or I want to say it was 1987. I grew up in the St. Louis area. I've been in Philadelphia for 30 years, but you and Vital Information played at a club called Mississippi Nights in St. Louis. It was around 1987. And the day after your show, through a place that I was always at called Drum Headquarters in St. Louis, they had a master clinic. And I was, believe it or not, I was a working drummer at the time. I was freshly out of high school, but I was playing with a band. So they invited me to be there. It was like me and maybe 5 other people at a guy's house in the basement. And you came in and you did like a 2-hour clinic with it. And I'm telling you, it was just one of the coolest things I've ever experienced.
Wow, that's cool that you were there. Yeah, I definitely remember Mississippi Nights, and I remember that tour in '87. But wow, that's cool that I did a masterclass. I mean, I've been doing those type of educational events for many, many years, and always have fun doing it. And I'm looking forward to the one on Saturday, the 28th of June at Windish Studios in Westchester. That'll be a nice day because I get to do a full-on masterclass, couple of hours in the afternoon, and then a concert that night with Vital Information.
Oh, that's awesome.
So Vital Information, and you've been doing this lately, and I've seen the videos on YouTube, which is great, is you've been taking, so the album is called New Perspectives, and you've been taking some iconic Journey songs, and you've been reworking them in a jazz style. Is this something that's been on your mind for a while?
No, it has not been on my mind at all. But what happened is I have a new lineup with some 40-something. Now I'm 70 years old now, and my bandmates are in their 40s. And so they came up with the idea we should play some jazz treatments, to make jazz treatments of Journey songs. And I was saying, no, I don't think so. I don't see how that's going to work out. And then they wrote these amazing arrangements. So my keyboard player is Manuel Valera, and he wrote just a brilliant arrangement of Don't Stop Believin'. My bass player, Yannick Guizdala, wrote a great arrangement of Who's Crying Now. We do Open Arms. They just wrote one for Separate Ways that we're going to record next week. So it's not all that we do, but it's like the way they wrote the arrangements, it makes sense because it sounds like our music. Of course, you hear some of the Journey melodies in there, but there's a lot of extra composition in there, and then a lot of improvisation. So it's jazz rock, whatever you want to call our music.
Yeah, but it's got those memorable moments of Journey that you'll pick up on.
That's right.
In a jazz
You'll hear
style.
the melodies that are in there.
Steve, I was always so blown away by your discipline on several different levels. Number one, your discipline in practicing and learning and improving your craft, but also your discipline with the band Journey, because your abilities, you really held back, and you gave the music what it needed, obviously, but you could have, that's why I didn't know how great you were until I started listening to Vital Information. I was like, yeah, he's a rock drummer, and he does some really cool things, but your abilities so outshined that style of music. Was it hard for you to kind of hold back and play what the music called for? Because, as a drummer, you want to get adventurous and have a good time,
Well, it was not difficult for me to do that. I just channeled my creativity into the area of coming up with the best compositional drum parts that I could come up with versus filling up a lot of space with fills and improvised time playing. Plus, I set myself up with Vital Information starting in 1983, so that's been over 40 years. So I knew I had an outlet for this other side of my playing, but then I was able to, like you say, discipline myself to play the music of Journey as a supportive drummer, an accompanist, as we are as drummers, but to really dig into coming up with creative and unique drum parts when appropriate.
Right.
If it was appropriate to play just super straightforward, then I did that. So musicianship is what I value, is the main thing, is the musicianship, which means making really good decisions in the moment of how I can best serve the music.
At that master class all those years ago, somebody asked a question along the lines of, would you ever do this type of music with those musicians, meaning Journey, and you, in a very respectful way, said, no, they can't do it. It would be a little bit over their heads. I mean, they're great in their own right, and obviously Neil Schon is legendary, and Steve Perry, one of the greatest vocalists ever, but jazz is a little more difficult than a lot of people realize.
It is very difficult, and it requires learning a specific language. And essentially you could say it's learning the language of bebop. It's learning the music really that got developed in the 40s and the 50s, led by Dizzy Gillespie and Charlie Parker, and then on to Miles Davis and John Coltrane. So there's a whole world of music in that I'm familiar with, that the people that play in Vital Information and all the other jazz groups I play with, plus we're familiar with Hendrix and Cream and Led Zeppelin and Sly and the Family Stone and James Brown. So we put all of that together in the music of jazz rock fusion and the music of Vital Information. So it's a very inclusive type of music that's interesting to play and especially interesting to be in the room when it happens, because it's very much a one-time experience, a one-time only experience, because there's composition and familiar melodies and grooves, but one of the main ideas is it's new and unique and improvised, and every show is a completely unique experience.
It's amazing. I've always been a fan of jazz, and you mentioned Coltrane and fusion jazz, and you. I know you're Buddy Rich. You're a massive fan, and have done things with the Buddy Rich Orchestra. And I was reading an interview with you, and you were talking about how. And I never thought about this, but Buddy Rich's drumming, which was always pyrotechnic and amazing to watch, used to love you'd be transfixed at watching him drum. But there were elements of what is probably you would consider classic rock drumming as well within that. Was I interpreting what you were saying correct, that there were elements of what make a great drumming for rock music inherent in the way Buddy Rich and many jazz musicians drum?
Well, I think my point was that Buddy Rich was one of the very first jazz drummers to embrace rock drumming.
Uh-huh.
And so as early as 1966 and 1967, he was recording rock arrangements with his big band.
Mm-hmm.
And he played rock incredibly well. So he heard it. He heard the rock drummers play, and he went basically, "Oh, I can do this," and he did it. He did it. It wasn't out of his reach at all. In fact, I mean, a lot of people think that I played rock first and played with Journey, and then I decided to play jazz, where actually it's really the opposite. I grew up playing jazz, and like most studio drummers of the 60s and 70s, they all came out of jazz. Even the studio drummers of the 50s came out of jazz, but could play the music of the time. They could play rock, because once you can play jazz, it's not so hard to play rock.
Right.
The other way around is not true. Once you if you grow up playing rock, it's very difficult to be able to play jazz. It requires such a different mindset and technical, physical approach to the instrument. Most people can't or don't make that transition. But to go from jazz to rock, it's not difficult.
Not that hard.
One of my favorite interpretations, I listen to it regularly, is he did a cover of Norwegian Wood from the Beatles. It was, it was phenomenal. And they do their spin on it, kind of like what you're doing with the Journey songs, which is
right.
great.
And Mercy, 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 that was another one. It was a Joe Zawinul composition that was a big hit for Cannonball Adderley. And Buddy had a big hit with Mercy, Mercy, playing in a very groovy rock style.
I wanted to ask you about, you had mentioned being 7 years old and watching you play today. Steve, it looks like you are more limber and agile than I've ever seen you. And what is the secret to that besides genetics? I mean, you are playing faster and more fluid than I've ever seen you play.
I do work at it every day, and I work at staying in shape, and it's just, it takes a lot of discipline to keep the physical chops up. And I'm glad that you think that I'm playing well. I feel like when I watch videos of myself when I was 30, 40, and 50, I feel like, I wish I could still do that.
No, it pisses me off to watch you, how good you are. I'm like, how can, he's not breaking a sweat. I can't believe it. It's amazing. And another cool story I wanted to tell you, Steve, is we had Victor Wooten in here. He's been in a few times. I've actually jammed with him, which is probably my crowning achievement ever. That's was great. To get to jam. There's a duet that the two of you did. And the last time he was here, and it was for like a NAMM event or something along those lines. It was a musicians event. And I asked Victor about it, and he said, "Oh, yeah, Steve and I just made that up." And I'm like, "You're out of your goddamn mind." What? He's like, "Yeah, we just talked about it a little bit, and we just went out and made it happen." And it blows my mind. The nonverbal communication that musicians can have. You get a structure together, but then you just go do it, because it seemed flawless to me.
Yeah, we talked about it. We were in a stairway, just getting ready to go out and play, and it was that improvisation. It did have structure, like you said, but it's the structure based on some Indian rhythms, and we both had some background in playing music from India and certain rhythms. So we decided to use some of those rhythms as sort of a way to play in unison, and then there would be some improvisation, and then we would play in some unison with those Indian rhythms that we both knew. So yeah, we just talked about it and then went out and did it. And it's an example of having kind of a common language that we can rely on to use as a grounding and in a way of communicating, but then improvising from there.
Steve, I wanted to ask, Preston had turned me on to the website Drumeo. I'm not a musician. I do love to watch musicians discuss what they do, how they achieve what they do. Just listening to you now break down at a level that I may not completely understand, but I find it engaging. How many times do you have people who are actually not drummers or musicians show up to one of your drum clinics?
Every so often, but generally, it is my master classes are aimed at musicians and especially drummers, and it's not. You don't have to be at any particular level. Like the concepts that I address in the master classes are always fundamental oriented. So if you're a beginner, you're going to get something, but then if you're an advanced player, you're going to get something too. And also it depends on questions being asked. Like it's very flexible, and there's not that many folks. I mean, I think the capacity of the master class is about 70, and we're not at total capacity yet. So there's still room for people to come out, but still there's a lot of room for questions and interaction. So it'll be whatever people make it. Even though I have a presentation, but whatever questions are asked, I'll answer.
The clinic's going to be on the 28th, and the show is on the 28th as well. With vital information, you can get tickets at downtownwestchester.com /events. And I wanted to ask you about Journey and your body of work with them, Steve. What would you say of all those recordings that you did is your proudest achievement maybe with the band? I mean, Don't Stop Believin' is an easy go-to. It's probably the most recognizable Journey song. It has a life of its own through movies and soundtracks and pop culture. And that rhythm that you supplied, would you say that that's one of your great moments, or is there something else?
No, that's a great moment that, but it was just, in my mind, it was just one song of a very good album, one song on an album. And if I have to describe what it was that we did as a group, is we wrote albums. And even though now we're known for, greatest hits, let's say, about 10 to 12 songs that have become hits. In the moment, we were thinking, let's write 10 songs for an album. Let's tell a story with an album, and that would be the Escape album. And I was coming up with drum parts for all of those tunes. And then the next album after that, Frontiers, I came up with what I felt was interesting drum parts for all of those tunes. And then if you go back further, there's the Evolution album, the Departure album, the Double Live Captured album. So, and for me, I was thinking of them as the album as a complete statement. I like to recommend people sit down and listen to the whole album, top to bottom. And one of my favorite albums is Departure, because we did work on really pushing ourselves to move away from what had happened on the Infinity album and what we did on the Evolution album. And that's a pretty unique album. And there's some pretty killer tracks on that. One lately that I talked about on a podcast that I did is I'm Crying. Mm-hmm. Now, it's not a pop song at all, but it's an incredible performance. There is an incredible performance from all the people in the group. So just that's how I see it, like the complete album as a statement.
It's interesting. We've talked to a number of musicians, and I forget who we were talking to recently, Steve, but basically saying that they turned to the drums first as part of their composition style. And I know towards your time with Journey, towards the end as far as songwriting, that you kind of felt that you were being omitted from the creation process. If I'm misstating this, please correct me. But I'm gathering, or maybe this is the case, that more and more the drummers are being appreciated for their composition contributions. It seems more now than ever. Is that correct, or is it still the same old slog?
Well, I think the drum parts have always been a major part of music in any genre. And in fact, when we talk about a change in musical direction, and in many ways it really gets down to the drums and to the drums and the bass. Like, what's the difference between swing and rhythm and blues? And straight ahead swing in general doesn't have backbeats, but as soon as people started playing backbeats in the time of Elvis and Jerry Lee Lewis, then that became rock and roll. Mm-hmm. The major difference isn't that it was a blues progression, it was that the drum beat was different. Mm. And then when we get into the 60s and 70s, we get a big drum beat and then electric guitar, and that defines a new sound. And hip hop, it's all about the drum groove and then how that inspired the musicians to play differently around that. So right. I don't think that drumming styles are underappreciated ever. They're always appreciated. What you're referring to is the creative process that a band goes through in a room, in a rehearsal room. And when the people writing the music writes the music and then brings it to the drummer and bass player, like what happened on the album Raised on Radio with Journey, it left Ross, Valerie, and I out of the creative process of actually coming up with our parts in the moment and helping to influence the direction of the material. So that was a situation that happened towards the end of, let's say, the creative arc of the Journey, the classic incarnation of Journey. And towards the end of that, Ross and I got left out of that creative process. So in a way, that was to the detriment in some ways of the entire experience of that album, but it was decisions that were being made in the moment.
What Steve's saying is drummers rule.
Drummers rule.
That's all there is to it. Yeah. That's all there is to it. Well, the event is coming up, like I said, on Saturday, June 28th in Westchester, and it's at Windish Studios. There's a clinic in the daytime. There's a show in the evening. You can get tickets at downtownwestchester.com/event. We do have to wrap it up, Steve, but one last personal question, because I can't make it to the clinic. I'm out of town for the weekend. Dude, I've been trying to learn brushes. It is so hard to do. Is there anything you recommend that is there a certain video tutorial, or what do you think?
Well, I actually do have a video called The Art of Playing with Brushes. Okay. That's me and 6 other drummers, and we're all describing what it is that we do. The simplest way that I can describe it is it's not the motion isn't a up and down motion like drumsticks. It's side to side, it's circular, and it's a lateral motion. And so just to think about that sustaining quality of sound that you can get with the brush on the drum head.
I've tried. I'm still not any good at it, but I'll work at it. Yeah. Steve, you're one of my all-time favorites, a huge inspiration. Thank you so much for spending this time with us.
Thank
and
you.
We
Thank
hope you
you
have
very
a great time here in Westchester, in the Philadelphia area. Thanks, man. Steve Smith, everybody. Take care. He is so damn good.
Did you hear what he said about your cover?
He said I did a good job.
Yeah. And by the way, you did a drum cover of this song.
I did.
It's, I think, my favorite video that you've ever done. It sounded great, but B, there were some really funny moments in it as well.
I did some cool little faces and whatnot during that. And you can check out my YouTube page if you want to see those videos. But that was really cool. So thank you guys for allowing me to do that.
We get it.
He's a legend. He's a modern drummer, for 10 years in a row or something like that. He was voted the best all-around drummer in the world. So
nice guy, too.
He's that good. Super nice guy. All right, that's it in music news.
Yeah.
We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in a moment. So suck it. When we get back, we'll do the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
He was, I guess, either the host or he was presenting the award.
And he
at
had a
that
good
time.
comeback. Do you remember what it was?
I don't remember what it was. You remember what he said?
I guess we can see his shortcomings.
Nice. The streaker, gallery owner, and pioneering gay rights activist Robert Opel said that he posed as a journalist to get backstage, but many think the stunt was planned since Opel wasn't arrested or was doing press interviews right after the ceremony.
I mean, with all the security, but it was kind of wild. So at that time, I also remember, and it wasn't a trend that other people were doing or a viral sort of thing, pre-viral, but Morgana, remember her? She would run out onto
the big boob lady?
Yes, yeah. And she would kiss athletes on the field.
She would go to kiss.
Yeah.
And, but there weren't a lot of people doing that.
No, she was the only one.
She did her own thing. However, here's another one for you. And this is a weird little, more of a fad, really. Intentionally infecting yourself with parasites to lose weight was a trend that began in the early 1900s. And people would swallow a pill said to contain tapeworm eggs so the worms could live in their guts and steal their food. It doesn't seem to have been all that widespread, and there's doubt that the pills advertised in the Victorian age periodicals even contained tapeworms, but still, some people bought them.
So this was primarily during what years?
It was around turn of century.
Victorian age, so
early 1900s.
Huh.
Yeah.
And there's a
now,
video
I
that
put
came out
Ebola in my coffee.
I'm sorry, Steve. There's a video that came out 2 years ago. It's called The Tapeworm Diet, Pros and Cons. And so I guess maybe people still consider that.
Well, here you go. It says in this article, it's still a thing today. This woman in Iowa said she bought a tapeworm off the internet and swallowed it to lose weight. And even Khloe Kardashian said she wanted to give it a try.
Oh, my God.
For the record, tapeworms can lead to malnutrition, anemia, discharge of prolatids, and even death.
Yeah, sign me up.
It won't help you lose weight either. Any tapeworms that could theoretically be found in pill form wouldn't be the kind that leads to weight loss anyway.
But you always have someone to sing a duet with.
Yeah. How do you kill a tapeworm?
You
Once
put a
it's-
firecracker up your ass.
Once it's in your body?
Mm-hmm.
Don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I've heard stories of them going in and surgically removing tapeworms.
Exactly. There used to be the old, and this had to be a wives' tale, where you would not eat for a while and you would hold the food up, and the tapeworm would come up out of your.
Shut up.
I
That's
swear
funny.
to God. Yeah, that was an old wives' tale.
Wow.
That's how you got rid of a tapeworm.
The things that people will do to lose weight. Here's another fad. We're talking about, fads and challenges on TikTok today, and there have been plenty of them throughout the years. In the 1970s and 80s, many doctors prescribed jaw wiring to overweight patients.
Yes, I remember that.
I knew someone.
They got their jaw wired.
A friend in the family had her jaw. She was obese.
Yeah.
Had her jaw wired shut to keep her from eating. But you know what she did? She drank beer like crazy.
Oh,
my
no
God.
kidding. Yeah.
Didn't matter.
Yep.
Still packed on the
And
calories.
she didn't lose any weight.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Hey, what were those diet pills that were pretty popular back in the 80s?
Yes.
Hydroxycut?
No.
Was it called Fuel?
There were actually diet pills for a while called AIDS.
Yeah, no, this one, it is, think of like a red and clear capsule, and inside the clear part of the capsule.
Diatrim?
Diatrim?
Diatrim.
Yeah, I remember
That's
those.
what I think. And essentially it was
Caffeine.
It was ephedrine or
ephedrine, exactly.
Yeah, diet pills were a big thing in the 80s. And eventually people realized you can't take a pill to lose weight.
No.
Well, but the thing was, it was like racing people's bodies. So like, you know, it was like extra. I don't know if it was caffeine or whatever the hell was in it, but it wasn't healthy for the.
It's not good for you.
Yeah.
So according to this, it says if let's see, what does this say? It says if we make it literally impossible to eat anything solid, they'll have to lose weight. Seems to have been the thinking.
I'm so excited!
Oh, yeah. She was taking weight pills, right?
All right, was that it?
Yeah. Typically, patients had their mouths forcibly kept shut for around 9 months.
Oh, my God.
And while initial weight loss was reported, most patients put the pounds back on as soon as their traps were open. So,
isn't there a jaw clamp as well that they sold for a while?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Right. Like a dental clamp.
So the practice fell in disfavor. If didn't help, that side effects can include choking on your own vomit and acute psychiatric conditions, suddenly panicking because you can't open your mouth.
Do you know what? I remember being trendy along this line, Preston. I'm going to say the 80s, smoking to lose weight.
Oh, really?
People somehow. I remember a friend of mine who felt she was overweight a little bit, started smoking. I'm like, I don't think that's a good trade-off.
Yeah. I mean, couldn't they just put you in a medically induced coma and you could lose weight that way?
I think they could.
Yeah.
Why not?
That's a great idea.
Or don't even use medicine. Just hit you with a mallet.
They would certainly handle every bit of your diet at that point. So, yeah. That's a great idea, Casey. Be in a coma for 6 months.
Listen.
You don't have to work or anything, do you?
Like at the beginning of COVID, what if you were able to miss this entire thing?
Yeah. All right.
And just lose 2 years of your life.
This is kind of a challenge from back in the day, proving that things were just as weird then as they are now. Panty raids.
Oh, my God,
We're big.
Could you imagine that today? Could you imagine?
In the 1950s, there was a trend on college campuses where large groups of young men, often numbering in the thousands, would gather to invade women's dorms and sorority houses to steal panties and otherwise cause trouble. There's a lot to unpack with panty raids, actually. They were partly protests against gender-based housing restrictions, partly just college kids being stupid, and partly expressions of toxic masculinity. As gross and terrifying as the idea of the panty raid is, these often spontaneous protests set the stage for the more serious student activism of the 1960s. So maybe we can...
When they got serious about panty raids.
Hippies on panty raids. So, yeah, panty raids were a big thing for a while. Yep. All right. Other challenges and fads from days past. All right, this one I've never heard of.
All right.
Apparently, limping became a fashion trend.
We're going out limping tonight.
Yes.
Throckmorton, are you coming? What was that guy's name from Harvard?
Oh man, hang on. Let's go back and watch him.
Linthrop. We're going out hobbling.
Lothrop Withington.
Lothrop?
Yes.
Let's go limping like poor people or sick people would do. People with infirmities, they're hilarious.
Listen to how this happened. Adopting bizarre fashion because someone famous did it first is as old as time.
Cripples are so amusing.
Back in the 1860s, women from London to Edinburgh began limping. And it wasn't rickets, dropsy, or another disease of the pre-industrial age, though. It was called the Alexandra limp.
That's not like the Harlem Shuffle.
No, we're going to go do the Alexandra limp.
So you would pretend you had a limp?
Yes.
Okay.
And here's the reason behind that. Alexandra of Denmark, the bride of the Prince of Wales, was an influencer of the time. And when she was struck by a sickness in 1867, she was left with a limp. And she kept being famous and stylish, and she would show up at glam occasions with ornate walking sticks. And before long, her fans began copying that look right down to the way she limped as well.
That's like if the Kardashians had to all of a sudden use a cane or were limping.
Right.
Other people would start to do it.
They might take that on just to be like them. So before long, her fans began copying the look, copying the limp. The style went viral, mostly among the young and rich who would actually, Kathy, they would buy shoes with 2 different sized heels
to force them to limp,
to make it easier for them to walk around like they had a limp.
Oh my gosh.
So this was of the more elite were doing this.
Yes, the stylish were doing this.
And they were doing it based on another elite individual.
You kind of see similar stuff going on now. Like it's more like dance move-ish, but like my son and his friends, they do the gritty all the time, and they're not dancing. They're not on a dance floor. They'll just for no reason.
Yeah.
It's essentially a touchdown.
When I come in and out of the building, I'm doing the worm.
What's the gritty? I don't know.
It's a touchdown celebration. You just kind of. I'm not going to do it well, Press, but you kind of like lean. You lean forward, and then you like.
Casey's doing it.
I can't do it. But if you look up Justin Jefferson touchdown celebration, he does a gritty after. Yep.
Is it just mainly? Is it from him alone?
I remember him doing it sort of. I don't know if he did it first, but
it's like a stutter skip, and you're kind of waving your arms down low and then going up high, like you have, like you're pretending like you have glasses or something like that.
Yeah.
Didn't Soupy Sales used to do that? The Moose or whatever? Remember that dance? From years ago? Fine. Soupy Sales doing, I think it's the Moose.
All right. Soupy Sales dance. Soupy Sales. Haunting tones of Amy Lee and Evanescence on 93.3 WMMR. Why am I speaking like this? I do not know.
It kind of lends itself to that narration.
It does. Afterlife from Evanescence. It is 10:50 a.m. on this Wednesday morning. We are coming to a close today, so take a moment to thank those involved in the program. Thank you to our good friend, Mr. Mark Summers, who stopped by, who's in town, paid his annual visit, not really promoting anything, just to hang. We could talk to Mark anytime. He's got so many great stories, and he's a smart man.
I mean, there's tons of stuff that he has been a part of.
Yeah, so it was good having him by here. And then we had... just a little while ago, one of my heroes, Mr. Steve Smith, drummer of Journey, and his group, Vital Information, jazz group, absolutely top-level musicians, amazing in their craft. They have 2 events coming up. Steve's doing a drum clinic coming up on June 28th, so a week from this Saturday, and that is before a show that night at the Windish Studios in Westchester. 7:30 is when that show will be. You can go to downtownwestchester.com/events.
Do any of these master musicians ever offer free clinics for if you have syphilis or something?
You know what?
Yeah.
You should ask them. They dabble a little bit. We'll see. Our YouTube contest.
Yes.
Are we giving that away?
Yeah, I believe a winner has been selected.
Oh, my God.
We'll get to that in just a second. Yes, Case?
And while we wait, I just wanted to invite some people out to Brent Porsche's live broadcast today. It is the Bend to the Shore Visit Delco broadcast number 3. And so Brent Porsche is going to be at J.D. McGillicuddy's in Havertown. It's right there on Brookline Boulevard. He'll be there from 3 to 7. I'm probably going to drop by between 4 and 6, maybe 4:30 to 6:30. I'm definitely going to Coffee Myers as well. Shout out to Coffee Myers, the best chocolate chip cookies you're ever going to have. They're right there on Brookline Boulevard as well.
Well, I'll find out if you're telling the truth when you bring some in tomorrow.
I will bring, And so, Steve, you buy them by in bulk because they're smaller cookies. So you have to buy them by like the pound and stuff. I definitely will buy 2 pounds. One for me, one for you.
All right. What's the name of the place again?
Coffee Myers. So it's Koffey Meyer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like coffee, but okay. Gotcha.
Leave off the X because it's not part of the name.
Yeah, please do.
Yes.
We have Ryan here with us. Ryan Shuttleworth is joining us.
How we doing?
Wonderful, and you?
You are floating, and I love that because I loved hearing your passion talking to Steve. That was just remarkable to listen to.
Thanks, man. He's one of the greatest, and I get a little nervous when I'm talking to people.
Of course you do. You admire the guy.
Yeah, so thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, now you got to practice your brush strokes.
I gotta work on the brushes. Yeah. All right. So while we're waiting to get our winner, shall we do letter of the day?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's get that right now.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
E as in excitable.
All right, and we are going to give away on Friday a summer tiki boat cruise for up to 16 people. You can set sail with Powhana in Ocean City, New Jersey, the only Caribbean tiki boat experience in New Jersey. You bring the drinks and the food, and they'll captain your boat, and you can book your tropical getaway, bachelor party, daytime or sunset cruise today, bachelorette party, I should say, njtiki.com for more information. Ryan, before we find out what you have going on, because you're going to be filling in for Pierre today, we would like to announce our winner. Oh, boy. So all morning long, We had people watch our YouTube feed and look for a special code word, which was fresh, by the way, that you had to enter, but you had to go through YouTube to get it. And we were going to choose a winner randomly, and we have done that. $100 Acme gift card goes to Maureen Luciadello.
That's wonderful, eh?
Luciardello, I think is how you say that.
Luciardello.
She's from Paulsboro, New Jersey. And we're going to set her up. And thank you, by the way, to Tashay and Nicole from the City Ave Acme for bringing by the goodies this morning. And don't forget, from City to Shore, Acme makes grocery shopping a breeze so that you can enjoy every minute of summer. You can order online for pickup or delivery and let Acme do the shopping for you. Download the Acme app to shop now. Acme, the official supermarket of the Preston and Steve Show and the Philadelphia Eagles. All right, so what's up today, Ryan?
So just want to make a note. Pierre today will be out. He's actually at the Broadcast Pioneers of Philadelphia. They're having an event to celebrate the 40th anniversary of Live Aid.
It's pretty amazing.
So it'll be a conversation with Pierre and Larry Magid. So after that wraps up later on, when it gets closer to the actual anniversary, we'll have that playback for you so you can hear the full conversation. Got a pair of tickets for one of the Hooters shows coming to the Keswick either Friday or 5th, plus a 45 vinyl of the new single. And the workforce block today includes some Faith No More, Twisted Sister, and Sir Paul McCartney.
There we go. Awesome. Excellent. He gets a little testy if you don't give him what he wants. So, all right. Thank you, Ryan. And thank you to our sponsors. President Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. The President Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by Pella Windows and Doors. Visit PellaPhilly.com to schedule an appointment today. Tomorrow on the program, we are going to have, John McKeever, Tires Season 2.
Yes, very good.
Is out, and he is going to be in our studio. And Brad Marsh is going to be joining us tomorrow as well. So cool. We'll have many other things, my friends, including more Hershey Park tickets. So make sure that you're with us. All the details on that at WMMR.com. That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.